your account. And that, again, that might be fine, especially in really hot markets like this, where we're at all-time highs and we continue to move higher. That becomes a lot easier. But then when you're withdrawing and you're also in a drawdown at the same time, then you're kind of compounding things, right? Your $25,000 account, you need to pay rent, and at the same time you're in a little bit of a drawdown. Let alone what that does mentally. Just the actual ability to have the cash is completely different thing. So and then just to switch back to the prop side of things, and the last kind of difference I have is kind of rules versus no rules. And this is where I think, especially if you are either a newer trader or an undisciplined trader, starting on the prop side makes absolute sense, because there is nobody who taps you on the shoulder in the broker space and says, no, we're taking the $100,000 account back, and you've got to prove yourself before we give you.
What's up, boss? If you're still around, yeah. So what's up, man? How you doing, brother? I don't know if you knew what happened, the whole breakdown of what happened with TradeCaster, but Bora, if you're still around, yeah, getting the. I just got the live stream back up. Had it earlier, rock and roll. We'll keep it free here for the next couple of days as we move into the new year. So we'll get that. We'll get the. What's up, though? How we doing? I do have the live stream up. I'll put the audio on with the TTP Fivers live stream. I was a part of them for an hour. Been with Trade the Pool now since the summer. They got me to start streaming live with them in the summer, so I've been streaming live with them. Look at the bounce area, we called this earlier. This is absolutely money. Working out there. But yeah, Lewis, hopefully you're, let's see, I do, brother. Kit Kat. That's awesome. I mean, where's Kit Kat been? Where the hell's Kit Kat been? Oh, man, I was hoping for a lot more people. I was hoping more would come over, right away, but it's just been kind of one of those lull in the 6-month market for a lot of people. Streams, things are just expensive, the world we live in now. And the market, not a lot of people were making a lot of money, and it just was one of those little stretches where it was like everyone was down and out, so to speak. I mean, Kit Kat, yeah, I know Kit Kat, I know what you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. She's working. So, kind of had to stop trading, go back to work, something kind of along those lines. And I've had that so many times throughout the years, too, where you have people, I was about to actually put that out there. BOGO holiday sale. So I do have I've had this going on through the holidays right there, too, as well. But yeah, no, anyway, yeah. So I'm glad you got filled in. A lot of people were like, what happened? What had happened? It's just, anyway. But yeah, now on my own. Got about 50 people over here daily, that are paid live streamers. Got the Discord too as well, brother. So I don't know if you have the Discord. I'll put this out there. Free Discord. Lots of info. We'll go trade ideas, alerts, and more. There we go in the free Discord. Got the free Discord. It's pretty rocking and rolling over here. So you can see the Discord here, and you can see it's definitely, today's been a little bit slower, but you can see there's definitely alerts. And it's not some mornings are busier than others here. So we definitely have the Discord rocking and rolling. That's free. And then I've got my BOGO holiday sale, which is join my live stream. It's 70 a month for the live stream. You not only get the live stream for, obviously, you get that for $70, but then I'm throwing in this for free. 1 month of the morning alerts for free and one-on-one. If you get the 6-month yearly live stream package, I'm throwing in 3 months of morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. The yearly live stream package, I'm throwing in 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. The yearly live stream and morning alerts package is $1K, so you get both of these for a year. So it saves you paying monthly there, 2 months a piece, so that's $200 you save. You get that 23 pack. That's right. If you book this with me right here, you get 23 one-on-ones with me for free. I'm throwing them in. If you buy the 4-pack, I'm throwing in 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts for free. If you buy the 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 months of the live stream and 2 months of the morning alerts for free. If you buy the 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 months of the live stream and 3 months of the morning alerts. So 3 months, and then this is 6 months. So 1 month of live stream morning alerts, 2 months of each, 3 months of each, 6 months of each. So the best deal overall is this one. The second best deal is the yearly live stream or the ultimate package. right? And then the next best one is right here in that one. So trying to get, and I've noticed that throughout the years, you have the morning alerts, you have the live stream, you do one-on-ones with me, you see me once a week on the obviously, if you do the better package, you'll see me once a week for a while, right? With the one-on-ones, with people need to come see me once a week, once every other week. You have the live stream, you have the morning alerts, you're testing your levels, getting levels and what to trade today. Like today, Tesla banger trade this at the bell. I like this trade a lot. Live stream, you've got me all day long, like right now, going over levels, charts, what to trade, why I traded, what we thought about earlier, going over lessons, why the chart moved, why it did, why we're seeing this being bullish and why this is bearish, yada yada yada. All day learning, all day about charts, all day long. Morning, lunch, afternoon. And so that way you're getting my morning alerts, you're getting the live stream, and you're doing one-on-ones with me. You get all three of those, so that's why I'm doing the BOGO sale, kind of all the add-in package sale. Whatever you book or pay for, you're going to get everything. So you get the live stream, you're still going to get the morning alerts and one-on-one. Whatever you book, you're getting something, and you're getting everything I offer together. Everything I offer together. Which I offer a lot there. I've got to pay the bills. I still have a 9 to 5. Dang, that's awesome though. Hey, you're out there showing the real world what's about. I mean, that's what it was like for me too, as well. Honestly, got to keep pushing. I was there once, all day, every day, with the whole job situation. So I only had so much time in the market, and then eventually, slowly but surely, could work my way back to getting more so, because I was like, at first I was trying to be a stock trader and I was in here all day, every day, or I say for a lot of that, I was in here a lot, and then I just couldn't make it. And then I had to get jobs. And then slowly but surely work my way back into where I could be here all day, every day. And this was kind of my day job where I'm like, I'm going to learn this. I'll go to job at, my job will be at night, in the afternoon. I can do this in the morning throughout, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours a day to do this. And it's that battle for a lot of traders at first, having the 9 to 5 job and then trying to find the time when to trade. In the world we live in now, like we just talked about on the TTP stream, you try to make it work. You need to make extra money, so you come to this, and then this doesn't work for 6 months to a year or whatever it is. And unfortunately, it's just, for most traders, it's not. It's going to take more than 6 months. It's going to take more than a year. It's going to take a year and a half, 2, 3 years of doing this all day, every day, and finding what works for you, and then trading that asset, so to speak, that one setup every single day on top of the fact. So you're looking at one ticker, then eventually you can look at multiple tickers, but essentially all you're doing is, you can look at multiple tickers, but you're trying to find that one setup to form, and then you just trade that setup, right? You're not trading all these different ways. You're finding that one edge, maybe down the line becomes 2 or 3, and you can rinse and repeat that. I was one of the few that I've worked with throughout the years where August 2017, I had no strategies, none. I took a third loss. I took a second. It was the second time I lost $1,000, and I say a third, but I lost a third of my account. So I traded once, bag held on some merger news. That didn't work out. I used to say I'd rather run naked around the block than trade NAKD naked again. And then when it would pop up, it was always a reverse split pump and dumpy type play, regardless. Then I chased a third halt up. Speaking of third, chased a third halt up, got in, halted down on me, blah, blah, blah. So I lost $1,000 again on that $3,000 account. Very detrimental to my mindset and how I was trading. And I'm like, dude, this was August 2017. I'm like, and I remember just that whole, I've talked about it multiple times, banging on the desk. Avery comes yelling in, what's wrong? We're yelling at each other. And of course, I'm like, how don't you, anyway. I'm like, I don't want this feeling again. I want to figure this out. So I start tracking and journaling. And at first I went to paper trading. When I was paper trading, I needed to get trading out of my system because I didn't want to trade. I was too scared to trade. And every time I did trade, it was back and forth. I'd take good trades, but then when I take the bad trades, which were my losses, it was at FOMO, and I would finally jump in after I'd see the play set up and move. And I'm like, why are you getting in now? This was the entry earlier, right? And you would see that in hindsight. So I had to go to paper trading. I just over traded like a motherfucker. Traded so much, I just over traded big time, right? Well, when I did that and overtraded over and over and over and over, and then I realized, I don't want to track and journal on this because I was trying to track and journal and I was writing everything down. And so there was a turning moment of going, okay, you've got to figure out what works best for you, and you can't trade a lot. So I luckily got down to trading about 5 to 6 to 7, maybe 3 to 7 times a day, somewhere in there. A good amount, enough to throw enough on the, up against the wall to figure out what's going to stick. Not too much though, to where you won't figure it out, just enough to where I would. And I did that for about 2 months. And after 2 months, after I got my journaling system down pat, and the main thing was that secondary journaling system where I was like, not only kept track of what I was each week and overall, but then also as in win percentage, win losses, but also what setups I was attacking, what time of the day I was attacking. And that was key because I realized in the first 30 minutes of the day, because I didn't trade pre-market. And most shouldn't at first. You should get used to in-market before you trade pre-market. And so I tried breakouts first 30 minutes, blah, 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 and chasing it. I just sucked. One day I'll never forget going over I had my yellow legal pad, and I'm going over, it's, because I always did this at the end of the week. I would track and journal and go over my trades every single day. Every Friday or Sunday, I would go back over and then just go over my trades for the week. And all that secondary journaling system was a win-loss column of first 30 minutes, second 30 minutes, what's my win-loss, and then patterns. Bounce plays, this breakout, downtrend, blah, 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 right? So all I'd go through and just kind of keep a tally. All that was keeping a tally, right? Where am I trading at? What time of the day? And what am I trading? What setups and where am I successful? I did that for 2 months. And after 2 months, I remember looking at it one day going, gee golly, you fucking suck at all these other setups. You fucking suck. You're actually about a 60% bounce trader. It's a pretty decent study so far. Why don't we just do bounce trades? And I realized too, it luckily hit me, I was good only after the first 30 minutes, waiting for essentially bounce plays to come to me. So I started working on that October heavily. October and November, I'll never forget November, and I always would have set my paper trading account. So I had a $3,000 account. So October, I started with $3K. I ended the month with like $1,500. November was crazy hot 2017. Started with a $3K account, ended that month like with over $5,000. So I made over $2K, right? Almost like $2,800, $3,000. It was in the high 5,000s. Then again, December, that month I made like $5K. December 2017, made about $5K on a $3K account, trading bounce plays that became parabolic, like Elfin, which I've always talked about, which was the first I ever saw went T12. And I know a trader that actually was in it that's still over at Tradecaster. When you see Justin Gill, you'll see JSNT, I don't know, however he has it, JST and Gill, anyway, whatever. He actually got stuck in Elfin. Regardless, I was like, man, I was trading a little bit more. The only thing I didn't keep up with, you only get 3 trades every 5 rolling days. I didn't do that. I traded the same anyway. So I traded a little more than I should have, but I'm like, hey, wow, I'm getting this. January comes 2018 and the market kind of shuts down. I say shuts down, but it's slow. Really slow January 2018 into February and March. But I was like, patience, Josh. These bounce plays are still working. You're just not getting a lot of them. They're not working as big as they were. It's not volatile anymore. Well, I've turned a $3,000 account, by year's end, just over a little over 20K, just slow and steady. And then next year, I because I lived off of it, right? So I couldn't grow it that much. I'd get it up to about 7, 8, 9, 10K and take money out. 7, 8, I keep taking money out. And then eventually, anyway, so the next year, with like, I can't remember all the numbers anymore, but each year I kept making more and more and more, but it wasn't like it was a ton. It was just bounce plays. I got it though as my point, I got it within a few months of me just tracking and journaling. August 2017, I'll never forget, this is late September, early October. I'm going, man, this is what you do, Josh. It took me 2 months to figure out what I was as a trader, all on my own. I didn't do one-on-ones with anybody. I didn't talk to anybody. There was no one. I tried to look for one-on-ones. I've talked about this before, the one-on-ones that I offer. No, there was no one out there like me that did one-on-ones. No one. And so I'm like, what do I do? And so I had to track and journal everything on my own. And luckily, lo and behold, I figured it out all on my own. Just by putting the lines in and figuring things out and tracking and journaling, doing the secondary journaling system. Like, oh, I'm a bounce trader. Most traders, it takes them months on end and then just having that discipline though, and where you knock out the FOMO and the white noise of going, okay, here's what you're waiting for to form. When this forms, you take a trade. Just like here earlier on SIDU, where I said the bounce area. That's why I put the 2 blue lines in. You're going to see a bounce on either one of them. One of these lines, so you start adding in here down to here, with your stop loss being maybe down here. And this is your add-in area for the move back up to here. This is a gorgeous 2-to-1 ratio trade. You're getting an average fill, and in the end you only get 210. You move it to 250. That's 40 cents, right? But if you got fill down here at 2, now you get to go 50 cents instead of 40 cents with the stop loss here at 180, 2-to-1 ratio. And so I was figuring that stuff out, where my target was going to be, what my stop loss was going to be, making sure I have that 2-to-1 ratio all on my own. So I know if I can do it now again, if I did it all on my own, imagine if you have me to help you week in, week out. That's why I love doing the one-on-ones. Appreciate it, Giovanni. Good job on the relatable, always a delicate balance. Yeah, for sure, Lewis. Well done. Appreciate it. Aussie Chick. Awesome show. Appreciate you guys. I haven't shared the link for the new stream. I'll get that out there for everyone real quickly. The guy messaged me or emailed me. The guy was cool. Very nice, sweet guy. Said, I hope I did good. Sorry, I don't know, whatever he was saying there. Good guy there. So my live stream is now back up. Copy, paste. Copy, paste, copy, paste, paste, and copy, copy, paste. All right, cool. So yeah, thank you though. But yeah, that's definitely one of those things, my man. One of those things. It's just that's why again trying to do these one-on-ones with you guys is super crucial. You know, I look from early on. I was lucky enough all on my own. I still look back to it working with so many people. Now I'm like, damn, I can't believe I got it kind of out there all on my own, just charting in every fucking single day. You know, like earlier, like let's go back because Aussie Chick and Giovanni are both in here, both that get the morning alerts if I'm not mistaken. Let's go back to PLTR. Let's just go back to PLTR for the day, right? HX is done. We'll go back to PLTR. Check this out. Aussie Chick. She comes over. This play's spiking up to start the day. I know Giovanni and Aussie Chick were both here to start the day. And they asked me, or I should say they, but Aussie Chick asked me, okay, what do you think? Something about now, about PLTR, because my ultimate high of day I gave in pre-market was 198.75. I said, well, I'm going to stick with it for now. I was like, it's still too early on for me to change that. You know, my level I gave is I'm going to stick with that. I just gave it. I'm not going to change it. You know, I'm going to stick with the plan. This is what my plan was, is what I said in pre-market. So I'm not changing it. Look at that. That's it. And who called this out in pre-market? This play is way back here. This is when I'm alerting PLTR. Now, what was my ultimate low of day? Does anyone have my low of day numbers? Let's just go listen, because I know I called to the top side. What did I call to the bottom side? PLTR.
190, 140 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 190, and below that to that reversal on 92.20. Under 192.20, 30, 40 area. Watch for a move down to 191.40. 191.40 normal low of day.
Okay, so we're not quite there. That even called this level out. Let's see.
That down to 192.20. So on the way down today, we'll start with that. Under 194, watch for a crack down to 193.20, and then under that down to 192.20.
Okay.
Under 192.20.
So I did get 193.20. We'll call that a check mark, right? But we didn't quite get that move down. I love going back through those levels when I do have the time to, which I will do that way more often over the next 3 weeks, and I don't have any one-on-ones. But calling this out in pre-market, this comes just from going over levels day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out, holding myself accountable for those morning alerts for you guys across the globe. Those still well over 100 that I still have in those morning alerts that are using those levels daily, that you can test yourself on top of the fact. So you get levels for me to use to trade you can make money off of. And then on top of that, you can then test your level. So maybe you only trade your 1, 2, 3 assets, your 1, 2, 3 tickers you look at daily. You can then go back and look at 3 or 4 others, put lines in where you feel you could chart that trade, and go listen to my levels and see if those lines work out properly. Are they working out? Did you see the same support resistance areas I'm seeing? So those morning alerts levels are huge. There's so many things you can get out of them and use from them. And that's the word going back to this, the whole charting thing. I've said this for the longest time. I want to be one of the best charters ever, where you just pull up any chart. I'm looking to trade that chart for a certain reason, or here's the levels that you would, generally want to use for that said ticker. So close to 200. I know. I mean, you're still up there. You're still up in the 190s. CRWV. How high can it go? Okay, CRWV. CRWV. I would say right now this is topped out. I mean, if you look at CRWV, if you're talking about how high can it go, it's reached high of day. I wouldn't say right now CRWV is moving anywhere at this point. If we're at this tight in the day, I don't see CRWV getting any sort of movement. Now, not today. It's just really stuck in its range and its channel right here. We're looking to have one of these sort of days, right? One of these sort of days. This just happens sometimes with some of these large cap tickers where it just gets caught up. And sometimes, it does, you see these huge moves up. What I typically notice on these huge moves up, you usually come all the way back on down, or you actually maybe make that next leg up. So I'm a little surprised it didn't quite get up a little higher, get rich together, like in the $89 to $90 mark, somewhere in here. But right now this play is stuck. So if you ask me today how high can it go, to see this range bound movement as far as what we've moved, unless we have some sort of big mover somewhere else that maybe pulls this up, which I don't really think we would have anything to affect this, in my opinion. CRWV is stuck. I would say it's stuck, my love. 84.20, 87.20 area. Those are going to be your main areas. Now, again, watch for the downtrend break. You can see we're in a downtrend. Back up the VWAP is not going to be key. To me, it's this key area right here is about 86.20 to 86.40. So get rich together. If we get back above this, we're going to move back up to that 86, 85, 97, or 86, 85, 87, 20 mark. We'll move back up into here somewhere. I still feel this play is stuck and trapped regardless. IWM. I like this play, the Russell's ETF or whatever, right? This play definitely more volatile. How high can it go? Well, if we hold this bounce, last big key bounce area that ran a new high of day, also at the VWAP. Not that that matters much here. We are cracking back under the 9. You can see holding the 9 all morning. The key is going to be this right here, this 254 to 253.80 mark. If we hold that, let's give a little room to run here for the IWMstas. Right here looks pretty crucial. 256, we'll call it 30 to 256.60. That's going to be your key. Yeah, that's it. So your next move up, if we go any higher, and again, the key area, which we already talked about, holding that 254 mark. If this can hold, watch for move back up to 256.30 to 256.65 area. And again, the key is going to be holding this 254 mark down to 254.80.75. Hold that. This play can still continue to go up. We got about another $1.50 to go. All right, I'm going to take the break. I've been chatting it up pretty much all morning long. Had a little break earlier, which I appreciate. You know, guys, with the break, I'm back on the live stream here. It's up and rolling for the rest of the day. These guys still chatting and yapping it up over on the TTP stream. Hey, they cut us off a little early. They cut us off a little early there. I was like, come on. I think a lot of people, they're getting the feedback from my boy Christian, which was looking a little, he was, I guess, like people were, I see in the comments, people are like, let my boy Christian go to sleep. He looks tired. It was good. It was fun. Got a lot of good knowledgeable information there. I would have loved to go a couple more steps into the assets and why trading multiple assets, again, to me is better, and why what you get out of it once you start, trading multiple patterns, setups, strategies, edges, essentially, whatever you want to call that word. Multiple names for it. Aussie chick, I thought that too. Yeah, I was like, what the heck? I was like, I thought we had about another 15 minutes or so. I was expecting cats to come in and close it down and go to the next one, but I wasn't expecting that for like another 10, 15 minutes. I looked down to see what time it was. I was like, what the hell? They may be trying to push and get along through this too. They may have noticed that the viewers, slowly but surely, which I noticed that too as well, the viewers were coming. And so that while we still had a lot of viewers and giveaways to do, maybe they're going to start kind of tightening up a lot of these and make them a little bit shorter, so to speak. Regardless, I'm glad I had solo mic time, solo camera time with the other guy, Christian, for, a good 45 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever it was that we were on there together. That was good stuff. But yeah, I was like, what the heck? You're cutting us off a little early there. Come on now. Great bounce play. Just go back to what's moving today real quickly before I do get off the mic. Nice, good move up on the SPY. Bullish bull flag right here. Nice, good move up in another channel. It's starting to form a little bit of an M, but it's more bull flag on bull flag than it is an M shape. Again, if we would see the bottom of what would look like, or say to the middle portion of what would look like the M, 64.35, and cracking that, we will head back down to that VWAP and most likely not hold and come back down below it. So that's one thing to keep your eye on, and a sell off through the VWAP if we crack below the middle M. Also on the way up over 685, I don't think I have too much more room up to 86.20, 86.30, 86.50 for the next leg up as far as normal or ultimate high of day. I have to go back and look at the levels. Right now, that pre-lunch is completely kicked in into lunch hours. You can see sideways movement. Same here for FJET. So our two small cap tickers we're looking at today, FJET and SIDU, at least two new tickers, up 100%. So they have given us some love. Or to me, more bull flaggy staircasing on FJET, which I love. Just didn't quite get the bounce plays where you'd want them at. Older resistance just never really came new support. Right now, we're building up right around that 14.35 mark. Crack of that. Watch for a move down. To me, the better bounce play is probably coming down lower. just because this play is a little slower right now. I don't know that they're going to get that little dip and rip, the quick little guys. To me, the better bounce play is going to be 13.45 into this 13.20 mark. Somewhere in here would be your better bounce play. Let this play come back on down. Stop loss and have some, to me, your risk could be into the 12.70s, 12.80s right there. Other than that, FJet, watch for the downtrend break 16.50 for the next leg on up. Yeah, I thought this was a new ticker. Maybe even could be a name change. 17.75 from the other day for FJet would be your resistance on the way up. So 17.50 to 17.75 over 16.50. Sid, you called this out earlier for you guys to take a bounce play as I headed into the TTP stream for you guys to get a bounce right around 210. You know, maybe even put orders down into $2. Somewhere in between here, we would see the bounce. Actually got the W you can see right here on the 210 VWAP area. Crucial, beautiful bounce back on up to 250. Now we know over 250, 265. We have room up into the 3. So this could see that move, which we've seen a lot of $1 tickers head to around $3. So they start in the mid to low ones, find their way to right around 3. Any questions you have? Any guys, any gals, any guys, anybody? Anything out there, let me know. Aussie Chick, did you ever watch Varsity Blues? Aussie Chick, did you ever watch Varsity Blues? Some new movies that we watched here recently. Another decent one was Becky. Becky was last weekend's, one of the last weekend's movie. Becky was pretty good. You want to watch it? It's a pretty good movie. Add that to the list of things you might want to watch. It's pretty decent. Just throwing random movies out there, right? So we got Becky. What else did we watch last weekend? What is her name? Shell. We watched this one. Shell. This. I would never watch this ever again in my life. Avery decided to put it on. The movies Avery rents ends up being some of the worst, weirdest movies. It starts off actually pretty decent. You're kind of like intrigued. The way this thing ends, whoa. Okay, so that's another one. God, I forgot what the other one was last weekend that was pretty decent. Influencer. So Influencer is the first one. First, it was Influencer. And then there's Influencers that just came out. This is pretty good stuff. It's actually pretty good. It's pretty intriguing. I like it. You know, Rotten Tomatoes has a pretty high rating on it. It's actually pretty intriguing, pretty good. Pretty intriguing and pretty good. And yes, this girl actually, I think she's gorgeous. But that is, yes, a birthmark. That is really a birthmark on her face. Poor girl, right? How crazy is that? Right? How crazy. But, so some movies to add to the watch list. Yes, it was awesome. I love loving Whipped Cream again. Yeah, right? Whipped Cream Bikini. Yeah, that's a good movie, Varsity Blues. It's just overall a good movie, you know. There's a lot of eye candy in it for a lot of people that want some eye candy. But yes, Varsity Blues, very much a good movie and watchable for sure. And especially during the football season, you know, during the football season. Hey, go Bama, right? Go Bama. That was a good win. Good win from Bama. My Hogs, unfortunately, again, like we talked about, and the Razorbacks decided to both shit the bed. Worst game of the year for both of them, but rather just be in the same weekend like it was. Against good competition. Get it out now. Broncos play a shit Chiefs team. I say shit because they don't have Mahomes. They look terrible now. It could be a great Christmas gift for me. Broncos get back on, the high horse. Get back on the Bronco. Heading into the playoffs here. Still got the number 1 seed. Got to just beat Kansas City on Thursday night. Christmas gift for Josh. Come on, Christmas gifts. Yeah, Roll Tide, good. It was a good game. I knew the other two games were going to be shit on Saturday. I don't know why. I guess because of West Coast and Oregon had to be last, but that first game was going to be the better game. I don't know why they put the two. Ole Miss Tulane, I get that middle of the day. Ole Miss going to roll over Tulane. I have no idea why they put that Oregon James Madison game on at night, because that's where you're going to have ratings, you know. That should have been the first game of the day. I don't know. Maybe they look at ratings, and maybe there's a lot of ratings at everyone's up and at them. I don't think so. It just seems like when you get good ratings for sports games on Saturday, they start at 6, like at least on this, they're 6, 7 o'clock here. They're still early for you guys, but like 7 o'clock kickoff, 5 o'clock for you guys. Here 7 here for me, 8 on the East Coast. Yeah, that's the time for the kickoff. If you want everyone watching, something like that. Anyway, they were terrible games. Those other two. Now we really get into the meat and the grind. Now we get into the meat and the grind here. Now we get into the meat and the grind here. All right, so coming up, let's go through these games here. On December 31st, that is the last trading day of the year. That's next, not this coming Wednesday, a couple of days from now, but next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, get ready. The year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. It's time for some stockalooyas. It's time to talk about the sins and confess what you've done this year in the stock trading world that you need to stop doing, work on, and get better into 2026, and the resolutions you have. We've got number 2 Ohio State versus number 10 Miami. What a classic from the 2002 championship game where Ohio State and the refs just completely fucked over the U in Miami from winning back-to-back. I'm actually going to go for the U in that game. Ole Miss versus Georgia. Boy, oh boy, oh. Back-to-back rounds. We're going to get SEC on SEC action. First round was Alabama versus Oklahoma. And round 2 in the quarterfinals, we get Georgia versus Ole Miss. That's on January the 1st. That's the nightcapper on January 1st. That's a great nightcapper. To start the day off, again, these are all going to be great games in my opinion now that the trash is eliminated. Number 5 Oregon versus number 4 Texas Tech. That's the Capital One Orange Bowl, baby. Now we get into the bowl games. Rose Bowl. Alabama in a Rose Bowl. I don't know if they've ever been in a Rose Bowl unless it was a championship game. Wow, Rose Bowl. Number 9 Alabama versus number 1 Indiana. Alabama ended up, they have a big, I think they win this game. I hope they do. Go Bama. It'll be a red color versus a red color. Crimson Tide. That crimson red versus whatever Indiana's color is. Oh, come on. I've got Bama in that one. I've got Georgia over Ole Miss. I mean, I want Miami, but I think Ohio State wins that game. The Texas Tech Oregon, I'm back and forth on that one, but All-State Sugar Bowl, Georgia Ole Miss. Gotta love that. Rose Bowl, Alabama, Indiana. Capital One Orange Bowl. I don't know why I'm putting that because it's first, but Orange Bowl, Oregon, and Texas Tech. That's got to be one of their first Orange Bowls because it used to be all tied to the conference. The conference will get a certain bowl, like the Fiesta Bowl was something Oregon and the Pac-10 would always get. If you watch college sports, Pac-10, Oregon, UCLA, USC, they'd always be in the Fiesta Bowl. Well, now because of the playoffs, I love it. At least that. Now you're going to be able to go to bowl games you've never maybe been to before because of that bowl tie of the conference. So now you get Orange Bowl, Texas Tech, Oregon. I don't know if either one of them been in an Orange Bowl before. Indiana and Alabama. Now, Indiana, the Big Ten, always had ties to the Rose Bowl, but I don't know if Indiana's ever been to a Rose Bowl. Same with Bama, although Bama has a higher shot because they've been so good in sports or football, college football. Sugar Bowl. Ole Miss and Georgia. I bet both of those, again, SEC was always tied to the Sugar Bowl. Of course, it just makes sense regionally, too, why for these reasons. And then the Cotton Bowl, Miami and Ohio State. Winner of the Oregon, Texas Tech will play the winner of the Alabama-Indiana game and the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. And the winner of the Ole Miss-Georgia game will play the winner of the Miami-Ohio State game in the Fiesta Bowl. I think it's always those 6 because they're the most traditional, been around the longest for the most part, and I've always seen to be the best bowls. The Fiesta, the Peach. The Peach, not so much. It was always a New Year's Eve bowl for a while. It was nice, but it was kind of like the tier below. And the Cotton Bowl actually caught that tier below, where the top 4 were the Fiesta, the Sugar, the Rose, and the Orange. And they're still there, but they've included the Peach and the Cotton because they've been around for so freaking long. All right, match is set. Let's rock and let's roll. Or stock and roll, as they say. All right, taking the break at lunch. Be back here in about a little less than 2 hours. A little less than 2 hours right now. I will be back at 2:30 Eastern time for afternoon power hour commentary. Any questions you guys have, let me know. Lewis, Giovanni, Miss Aussie Chick, get rich together. Thank you guys for joining me at lunch today, or this mid little lunchtime. I'll be back for afternoon commentary in just a bit. Here's your Uptrend channel on... Oh, it almost fits in there perfectly. I'm gonna move this guy right here. Move it to about right there. And there's your uptrend channel on SidU. So SidU, there is your uptrend channel. Be back here in just a bit, team. Be back here and put that in chat. Put this alerts out there for us. SidU. 210 into WAP. Strong support. Watch for move over high day into 3 by power hour. FJet over 1650 run to 1750 area. Strong 1420 area support. Spy and nice W shape. Pull flag for new high day room to 686, 686.50. There you go. Boom. We'll be back at 2:30 Eastern. All right, back in a bit, team. I'll put some jams on for you. Back in a bit. What's up, team? Just getting back on the mic real quickly here for a few minutes with you guys as we move through lunch hours here, ending those into power hour. Sideways consolidation from SPY. Same here from Sid U. Haven't looked at other large cap tickers right now, honestly. They're going across the board here recently. I'll have to go back through some different tickers, but small cap wise, just nothing going on. You know, Sid U was a good bounce play earlier. We talked about that on the live stream. It's just SPY, nice good consolidation channel. What have other large cap plays do? Nothing really here. AMD, or Apple, I should say, not a bad day today from Apple. Not bad there from Apple. What's NVIDIA doing? Ugh, ugly, ugly. So Apple not bad. Little staircasey on the way down today. Upstairs, talking about staircasing on the way up here. The best chart today, FJet, holding this consolidation at 18.20. On the way back on down. Really, the 20 marks have been good. 16.20. 14.20, all have been really good on the way up today. So let's see about those on the way down. We are testing the trend line right now. On the way down, we'll put the lines in support here for you guys. Really into those 20s, right, so to speak. Right here on the way down. So check those levels. Now, again, we could see some old flat tops finally come into play here. So we'll have to see on the way down if we start respecting the old ceilings instead of the floors. The floors right now were respected. As you can see, that old resistance did become new support there. So that was the first one of the day that really worked out. That didn't quite touch, but that was pretty close. But those are the two old resistance, new support, sandwich floor areas that I do like for maybe a possible bounce. But FJet, really nice ticker there. Really nice play today. Really nice play today. I'm going to jump back off the mic. Avery's got me hooked on a movie. I'll tell you about it when I'm done. I'll be back in just a few, though, okay?
Unchanging light. I say I'm alone now. I'm changing my I'm shaking tonight. I'm shaking tonight. safe and alone now.
back on the mic here. Hopefully, yeah, that's funny, Jesse. I was like, actually, I just jumped back. I was like, I'm actually jumping on the mic now. I was in the office the last 10, 15 minutes kind of getting some stuff done. For tomorrow, stuff finished off and deleted from today that I had to finish off from doing in the big event thing that we had. But man, FJet, here's that one runner I was talking about. It came a day or two earlier than I figured we'd get. Still super slow morning. There was nothing in pre-market. This was probably one of the slowest pre-markets I'd ever seen. And besides, I say ever, the slowest pre-markets beside Friday we've seen in a while. Friday and this morning in pre-market were absolutely so dead. And then all you get is this all-day runner. You know, we're not looking at a pre-market. There's a reason why. It has no news. So it's not. This is exactly what I figured we'd get. A play comes out of nowhere that we're not looking at, and then kind of slowly but surely does the staircasing game. This is what you're looking for an all-day runner. You know, I'm going to get rid of the volume for now, so get rid of it and make it so it doesn't overlap. But we have nice, consistent volume all day long. Where and how this happens, I could never tell you. I have no idea why plays like FJet take the mob out of nowhere and staircase their way up all day long. It's nice to see. Wish it would happen more, especially with PR plays. It'd be nice to see a play with PR actually mean something and then hold up and run all day. That just doesn't happen anymore. This is what you get more of typically. These plays that don't have PRs that just run all day long. All day long. All day long. On the way up here for FJet. Oh, that's right. This is the new IPO play. That's another reason why I remember FJet. That's why. Okay, so we have this play that we're looking at from last week right here, right? Go back to FJet. This was the runner from last, was it Wednesday? Thursday. New IPO play was all over the place. I remember, that's right. I was like, oh, FJet. Remember the FJet? I said go up and it went right back on down. I remember this play now. Now I do. And that's what's ridiculous. From 6 to 18, back to 6 to 26. No rhyme or reason at all. But the staircasing is nice. Really nice to see. You can see just higher low pattern along the way as she's been staring her way up. That is the only thing I see moving in the small cap space. I don't see anything else moving at all. Oh, HX started getting off its ass again. HX. This was another one. Not like it's moved up a lot for the day, no. Percentage-wise, it's up 200%. But for the day itself, it's really, most of its move was earlier up to around this 85, 80 cent mark. And then it's just kind of been chopping around from 80 cents or so to $1, $1.20. Just had a quick little burst of new high of day. That would be your only other main mover here. After this market not going, then all, well, yeah. Yeah. Yep, Jesse, it's been terrible. It's just annoying. It is just what it is. You know, it's just the market space. You just go to large cap tickers doing the same sort of thing, in my opinion, where if you look at the SPY, I mean, my gosh, the SPY here overall for the past few weeks and now months now, it seems like, has been trapped in this channel out to the right since the sun. Well, no, okay, a fall, since the fall. And before that, we were at least uptrending, right? Uptrending. And then here, literally, since October, I guess it's been October, just chopping around. I mean, look how tight these days were, too, as well. Now we're getting those bigger, rangy days again, majority of the time. But still just can't pick its direction out. I mean, Apple's been another one of those here recently. It's been really choppy and messy and hasn't really been... It's just been ugly charting over the past few weeks. And NVDA's been another one that's been absolutely horrendous here recently. NVDA, I mean, look at this. This is the one since summer. Since summer, we have essentially ranged from 165, now 170 bottoms, but you get my point. And that's crazy to see just this long in this area. Not coming back down and then working up, and then we're just zoop, and then zoop, and then it's ugly out. Not bad, though, to see FJet here roll. Not bad to see FJet roll. I will be live tomorrow morning. Then I'm live on the TTP stream tomorrow, more so on the TTP stream, being that Money Mitch is out, took some time off for the holidays and his birthday. All right. these right here for you guys that I had over on the Discord. All right, so F-Jet key for this play holding up. It's going to be 20 in my opinion. 20 right back down here. It's a key number for a lot of these mid-cap tickers as they move up from small caps to mid-caps. Especially being in the day, all in one day. Do this as well. All right, so F-Jet here. Here comes next resistance, 30 over that, 32.50 into 33, and then we have 32.50 into 33.50 area. That whole dollar generally sees some nice resistance. Look at the consistent volume all day long. All right, any questions you guys have here? I'm going to go live here into the closing bell. Took, of course, today a little bit of time, like I will this next 3 weeks, especially this weekend and next week. Some days be hard, a little bit more into worrying about stocks. Today had the big Trader Live event. Tomorrow, streaming live for Trade the Pool. Money Mitch is out for his birthday, family time, holidays. I get it. So I'll be filling in today or tomorrow for him. Hosting the show, essentially getting the TTP stream up and rolling. Then the usual, when I would join them. So essentially I'll be there for the first hour of the day, the second hour, and the third hour as they have commentary. So I'll be there for 3 hours tomorrow. Just like today, then jump on the mic here within 10, 20, 30 minutes of me jumping off of their stream, addressing you guys, taking my lunch break and do the same thing today. Getting back on the mic in the afternoon and addressing everything, getting ready for Wednesday. Wednesday, nothing but you guys, free stream. Of course, it's just a half day, but I will be addressing not only what's going on in the small caps, large caps, trying to get trades in, getting you guys ready for Christmas on Wednesday. Then the following Wednesday, year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. So we have some big things, some fun stuff coming up ahead. Friday, probably taking the day off from streaming live and doing anything, any morning alerts, just taking the day off Friday. Monday, come back at it, fresh, ready to rock and roll on Monday. Monday, full day. Tuesday, full day. Wednesday, half day for the year-end confessional. New Year's Day, we're off next Thursday, so back-to-back Thursdays, the market is closed. And probably back-to-back Fridays is when I'll take my day off, just so I can have a 4-day weekend back-to-back, which I'll just probably do it that way, have 4-day weekends. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Oh, what? Kansas lawmakers approve proposal to help Chiefs build new stadium and lure the iconic franchise out of Missouri? Does that mean putting them on the Kansas side of things instead of Missouri? It's Kansas City regardless. Why would the Kansas City Chiefs move out of Kansas City after they just had this huge iconic run? They have like some of the best, they literally have some of the best of not the best, some of the best of not the best fans in the NFL. They're always, what? Huh? I always get updates. Oh, I say updates. I don't know why certain things from ESPN come through. I have no idea why. It's not like every single update, but like these breaking news kind of things do come through. Why would the Chiefs want to leave Kansas City? That makes no sense. If you can have Super Bowl winning franchise in Kansas City and they just hadn't have people want to come to play there. We was just talking about this with Hamilton Daza that's in chat today. He lives in New York. And I'm sure I've talked about this on the live stream where it's crazy to see since the turn of the century, those major markets just aren't that good. LA is the only major market where they've won championships since the turn of the century. New York hasn't really won anything, I don't think. Miami, Dallas, Chicago, the big metropolitan hubs just aren't getting it done. Man, what's a true dad? But KC's winning, Denver's winning. You know, you're seeing Indianapolis have a good. Of course, they had Peyton Manning, but you see Indianapolis. Basketball, like OKC, Houston, Denver Nuggets. You know, Milwaukee good in basketball. I mean, you can go through different, you know, but yeah, it's just like the big Miami, New York, Chicago, Dallas, Houston. Houston gets baseball. That's about it. New high of day, HX is rolling right here. So 135, new high of day. 135, new high of day is reaching this deviation channel here toward the top of it. Right around 145. So we will have some resistance into 140s. Over that, then I think most people can see here overall, and regardless, 150 into 175.80 area. A lot of strong resistance there for HXHX. Of course, I love it, and that's they were just showing that during the game yesterday. Although we lost to Jacksonville, shitty game yesterday. We just did not play. We played good at times. We played really good, and then all of a sudden, who is this? You know, but I knew a letdown was coming, so I'm glad it happened when it did. You know, get it out. But yeah, just it's one of those things where they were showing. I think it was Denver first. The Avalanche are like 19-1-3 or something like that, or they're up there. And then the Denver Nuggets are fourth best record in the NBA. One of their best starts ever for a franchise, too. I think one of their first 20 games. I think it was the best 20-game start in their franchise history. Which I knew, keep and joke. I hated getting rid of the head coach last year. I wasn't a big fan of that. But they got two good studs that they can work around. So I really think that the Nuggets are at least the Nuggets for the foreseeable future. Next 3, 4, 5 years will be a team to contend with in the West. Anyhow, Denver's got a nice, good, well-rounded. You know, when you think about old school days when like Chicago or maybe Dallas or New York would have a good baseball, a good basketball, and a good football team. Whoa, HXHX rolling here right now. Definitely getting some sympathy. All right, so if you're looking for a trade here at the end of the day, I don't think we're going to come back down to $1, but boy, oh boy, a 105 into 115 area would be a good dip buy for HXHX. So HXHX, let's see if it sees a pullback. I don't think it will. Nice ascending triangle, symmetrical look to this on the way up in the squeeze pattern here for HXHX. Right here, you can see here, going back, zooming in, this play with an ascending triangle. Now a little bit of a downtrend, getting tighter and tighter and tighter into $1. Gets that $1 breakout, comes back down. A lot of people soak back into the old resistance, new support immediately. People are adding in, then getting this next leg back on up. HXHX about to halt up. Or no, I mean FJet about to halt up. Wow. Any questions you guys have? Daza, Jesse. Any questions you guys have, Jesse? And I saw, Jesse, you asked a question. I think it was on Friday, maybe, when I said our small caps done. And what I meant by that, I just meant like for like the series. Are we done for the year? Is this going to be it? And then now, boom, we get... And that's what I was wondering. I knew it wasn't going to be Friday. I didn't think it would be Monday. We didn't have anything else today at all until, FJet really got it going. Sid, you didn't do much today. But then you get this boom, you kind of get the FJet, to start really putting the fuel on the fire, so to speak. It's funny, the name FJet. But I figured it wasn't going to happen on Monday. It did happen on Monday, though. It did happen. It didn't happen, and I knew that it would not happen in pre-market. It's going to be this an all-day runner like this, not what it did last week, not this kind of runner that's just halting up and this slow and steady staircasey mover. Can I send you a screenshot of warning pop-up I keep getting on TTP? Yeah, you can send it to me, Aussie Chick. Sure. Yeah, you can always send me stuff. Always send me stuff. Always. Another rule that would be nice for TTP to change the position auto closing minutes prior to the bell. Fred, I don't think that's going to happen, and I think CR Trader was all nailed that on the head when because CR Trader talked about the they'd have to change then your after hours and pre-market your after hours buying power. You know how that changes and it's different. That's the reason why. So that you have to like reset. So because then there's that last 10 minutes and you can get back in right after you get out. Like of course you won't maybe have the same entry. It sucks. I get it. But then you have after hours buying power. That's the reason TTP does that, because they have a different. They limit you in pre-market and after hours. You have a smaller buying power. That's exactly why they do what they do. I hate days like this when they don't go till late afternoon. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. These are the ones that get the market going, though, Jesse. You know, these are the ones that get the market going, though. That then you'll get sympathy, you'll get other plays, you can start expecting them later in the day or even early in the day now. We need an all-day staircasey mover. When we get the all-day staircasey mover like this is exactly where you can start to like kind of bet your bottom dollar we're going to finally get something to run off of this, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? To this in the after hours definitely is going to continue to run. Market better go. You're going to be like, you're like a lot of, which I've seen this before. It doesn't happen too often, but I have seen before where you expect tomorrow to just be absolutely bonkers, and it's like, you know, you're like, you got to be kidding me. You're kidding me. And then FJet just sits out to the right or just tanks and just dumps down. From what I've seen here recently, Sid U's getting a little after hours sympathy too as well, could go. What I've seen recently in the trend, I doubt that happens, and I bet we do go tomorrow. And I don't think like anything like Thanksgiving, you know, SMX and whatever happened after we had TGL, TWG. We had a lot of spikers after SMX and Thanksgiving. You know, the day before Thanksgiving we had SMX. Then the day after Thanksgiving we had SMX, and then we had a lot of other traders, a lot of other stocks with symbols come up. Then we had SMX again. That's when we went up to 500. So that's where we could have, say, FJet get the party going. Then tomorrow and the Wednesday, FJet again, but then maybe a new ticker. And then the day after Christmas, you know, since we're starting a little earlier, I don't know that FJet would run again the day after Christmas, but we'd maybe have a new ticker, right? And then we come back next week, and you know, next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're looking at FJet and like two other tickers. So we have like 3 tickers we're looking at. But we need an FJet, but we need FJet to hold. And what I've seen recently, I think it does. Into tomorrow, we get some extra sympathy action. But do not be surprised if, say, I come back in here later in the after hours. We come in here in pre-market, and FJet's either dead or we see a sell-off back down. And we don't want to see that. But if FJet does what it did the other day, which it probably would have already done that by now, but sells off back into the high 20s, or the low 20s, into the high teens, then you're going to get a little worried. Like, you want to see this play hold 25 now. Earlier the mark was 20, and now to me it's 25. If we can hold 25, this can still go in after hours. You'll see sympathy plays from it. Yeah, and SMX was crazy. Yeah, I mean, SMX was a nuts one. SMX was nuts. I mean, if you look what it did, of course, this play's been reverse split out to complete shitville. But yeah, this play went from 6, 5, 4, whatever it went through. Wednesday before Thanksgiving, Friday after Thanksgiving, Monday kind of came down, Tuesday up again. But now we're building this really tight flag. You can see right here. You can see how tight that was getting. That built up. Tell me that doesn't look like a gorgeous chart. Tell me that doesn't look like, man, that could squeeze. We're up, way back down, now up again. Oh, this play could go. And, oh, it went, Jerry. Oh, it went. All right, I'm going to jump off the mic here for after hours. I'm going to see you guys back here in the morning. We'll put the links out there for you guys again in case you didn't get them earlier. Free Discord out there for you guys. Let's get the free Discord out there. Boom. Got the Instagram and the YouTube. Go follow me there. Lots of great information on Instagram and on YouTube. Free information day in, day out that I'm trying to share with you guys. One thing I need to do is edit my Love Chip and edit my Adrian Mann's double dual stream Friday from a couple of Fridays ago for you guys. Have a lot of good shorts I've been putting out there recently too as well. So I've got a lot of good stuff going on for you guys. Lots of good stuff. Trying my best. Holiday BOGO sell. Does Interactive Brokers allow you to trade? I don't know if Interactive Brokers allows you to trade through. What's that? 3 MSTO? What the fuck is that shit? What is 3S? What are you getting me to look at here? 3.msto. 3mst.l. Yeah. What is that? I don't know, Shane. I do not know. Great day. Good day, mate. You too, Aussie chick there. Good day, mate. I'll leverage shares. London Stock. What the hell are you trading? What is this? Getting me to look at. Is it MS? All I'm coming up with when I Google that is a leverage shares 3 MST stock. 3 MST stock. Search stock chart, recent trades, company information, trading information, company news, fundamentals. I don't really trade too many ETFs, leverage plays. I mean, trade whatever the fuck you want. I just trade charts. Thanks for checking on. That's what I at the L at the end stands for 3 times lower side. Gotcha. Okay. I was like, what? MSDR. Like, huh? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Interactive Brokers let you trade that. Some brokers, you have to even for even Thinkorswim to trade futures and stuff. You have to say, hey, I want to trade this, or hey, I want this ticker, and then sometimes it'll open up the kind of the gate Pandora's box for you. You may not be able to see it at first. They let you trade it. You just have to sign some sort of agreement, like when you first do options and stuff like that. And certain brokers, they don't want you just going out there and fucking ruining your account. Next thing you know, you owe them $20K and you don't know what you're doing. FJet down, HX follows. All right. So I don't see this. FJet will definitely control what after hour spikes we see and how much they spike. All right, let's go over real quickly one last time to go to stock rocks here, after hour scanners. See if we have anything popping up here today so far. Nothing. So I'm going to keep my eye on after-hour scanners for you guys. Right now, nothing is popping up in after hours. And I just put that over in the Discord. And I do feel that way 100, obviously, if I'm alerting that. FJet rules what's going on. You know, it's going to be the controller, so to speak. The gatekeeper. The... What's he called? Oh, my... The Grim Reaper, so to speak, in a bad way, but could be the Grim Reaper for people like Jesse's of the world. Jesse wants spikes. He wants the market to go. Well, it's been dead. No, AK, I don't want it to die. I want to see spikes. Well, if we want to see spikes and we want to see moves tomorrow or even into Wednesday, we need FJet to hold up. We need it to go. If FJet goes, it's good to go. Or, again, could be the Grim Reaper, as in as far as you can see here. Look how we pull back. HX immediately just does what it does. You're going to see a lot of that in after hours. So my point being, if FJet can't hold and we see this turn red and just come back on down into the 20s or low 20s or high teens like I talked about, not a good sign for continuation, not only for it, but for other small caps and any chance that they have to spike today into tomorrow. So just pay attention to that. Large caps, we're still in a mid-cap. We're still in the channel. I was going to say in a large cap crisis because I was thinking midlife crisis. That's why I went to mid there. Large cap crisis. Truly, we're in a large cap crisis. We just keep chopping back and forth and cannot figure out where the fuck we're going. Tesla's a great example right here. Oh, we're going to 5. No, look at this chart for the day. Up, down, sideways, back down again, right? SPY over the past however many weeks here, like we've talked about, cannot get out of this consolidation channel. 390, 350, 60, 3. What are you doing, Margot? My pack's getting a little unsettled. They're ready for me to feed them. And I'm wrestling over here with the damn Great Dane that doesn't want to sit down. So I still feel large caps are in this space up top with a lot of choppier movement. You go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and you're seeing way too much indecision here, so to speak. Going up, coming back down, all on the same day. Okay, no, we're finally cracking on off. Here we go. We're in this downtrend, and then boom, no. But then look at the last few days, how choppy it's been. Hard to trade. You know, look, just going back and looking at this type of ticker right here, and this chart set up from. Well, I'm really messing this up. Sorry, I've got one hand on this. Merlin, will you go? You are not Groot. Go. Dang it. He's like, I'm trying to be Groot. I'm like, I don't need you to be Groot. Just leave me alone. Groot would just be laying there still. Like, trying to fill the hole in the void for me. Like, I'm good. Groot's gone. I get it. Reversals, the name of the game. Really is what we're playing a lot of, right? Shorting at the tops. Bounce plays at the bottom. Shorting at the top. Bounce play at the bottom. Shorting at the top. Bounce play here. That's where we're at in the small cap, or the large cap space, I should say. Chopping around in these channels out to the right. Just go back to the 4-hour time frame. I know a little harder to see there when we're zoomed out. When we zoom in here, just most of these days when you look at the chart, we're not figuring out a direction. Trending back to, let's just go back to 3 years ago. This was a lot easier to trade, 23 into 24. Right? We're just uptrending, we're uptrending, we're uptrending, we're uptrending. This was easier space to trade when you're moving up or moving even down in a direction. When you start to consolidate and you move out to the right here, now this is a weekly time frame, but this makes for choppier charts. We've done this now for 4 straight months, kind of to end the year here. September, October, November, doing the same thing over and over and over and over. So just pay attention to that. Merlin, lay down. Merlin, lay down. That's why I have not been a big fan of large caps. And the main reason why, they just can't pick a direction and you have to take your profit relatively quickly. Today's a great example of that with Tesla. You know, you go back to Tesla here. Overall, you look at that. You better take your long. And then right at high of day, if you weren't out correctly at the right time or right area, then right back down you go. You know, so it's just, you're building a lot more of these type of charts or days like this where you don't do anything at all. You know, where you chop around out to the right all day, or this right here, a lot of straight down, and then just look at nothing. How weird does that look, to be honest, right? I'm gonna call you in a bit. Do it. I'm around all the time, Shane. Usually I'm fucking busy. Like Monday through Thursday, I'm busy till I would say 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night. Well, I say usually 6 or 7. Because like right now after this, feeding the pack, working out, yada, yada. I came in, the morning all energizing excited and dead was out of HXH, and then caused the market was so echo. Yeah, come back in the afternoon because I saw you were live, and yeah, there finally goes. Exactly, yeah, along with FJet, yeah. Well, Well, I was right about that, Jesse. At least you know that. Friday, I tried to tell you and warn you about that today was going to be slow to at least start off with. And again, just comes back to, we always see that. If you're dead on Friday, Monday pre-market into opening bell, you're just dead. Yeah, like you said, luckily later in the day, slowly but surely, we had FJet take off. Everything else was just pretty much sideways. SIDU wasn't bad, gave us some little bit of love today. And HX, little. But it's like nothing. And then all of a sudden, whammy, you get this huge move when you're not looking at it. So my point being back to what I was saying on Friday. Are small caps dead? Are they done? Well, this helps out. And all I was saying there again was saying toward the end of the year, if we don't get a spiker soon, we're dead. We're done. It might be a little bit till we get hot and spiky again. Not like we're done and dead forever, but just for the the space that we're in now. Well, obviously today FJet going up. FJet going up to 370%. HX closed up at 274%. So you essentially get about 300% movers plus SIDU 100% mover. Traders, again, you see that go, oh wow, 300, 200, 100. Here we are, 3 plays up together combined, probably about 600% or so in the day, 700%, a lot. Traders are going to love that, but not if they give back gains, because we come here tomorrow morning and if we see these plays that have just dumped back after the spike, then it's going to scare those longs all over again. And they're going, oh no, we can't hold our longs, or our longs going to hold that mentality, so to speak, of being a stock trader. That starts to kick in, and shorters really start to move in ahead of time. So you can, before you ever even get to your target price of what you want, you're going to have shorts coming in before that with orders to short it, knowing that it's not going to probably get to that overall target level. So hardest part of trading, in my opinion, waiting. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's the hardest part. The FOMO, figure you're missing something, although you're really not missing anything. Waiting for those charts to build up that you learn to trade, that you love, that are your edge, like we've talked about and I talk about so often. That's the hard part. Finding your, so to speak, your edge in the market, and then being able to just sit back and wait for that edge to show up over and over and over and over and over. There's your uptrend channel, by the way. Of course, I just saw that on HX. All right, about to close it down for the day myself for streaming. My stream will still be up. If you guys need anything, I'm here. Hit me up. Message me, DM me. All my links are out there from earlier. My Instagram, my BOGO holiday sale, my Discord, many ways to get a hold of me. I'm always around Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to around 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern time. Hit me up if you need anything. About 10 to 12 hours every Monday through Thursday, I'm around. My email, joshasmith7@gmail. To hear my website, primetradinginvestments.com, where you guys can hit me up. Instagram, YouTube. There are many ways to get a hold of me and message me to see my thought process. Any last questions? We good? You good, Mr. Topher? You good, Mr. Jesse? Ingrid, Aussie chick? Hamilton, Mr. Daza, have a good one, brother. Have a good one, my friend. Have a good one. I appreciate you maybe even possibly cheering for my Razorbacks or my Broncos yesterday, although I know... Here's what's crazy, Hamilton. My Peloton, I have no idea why my Peloton, you can pull up YouTube TV. When I first would do it and I'm on it, you have to put in your zip, it reads or whatever your zip, blah, 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 and it goes and that's what YouTube TV is. So wherever you log into YouTube TV, like when I was in Denver, pull up Denver stations. When I'm in Dallas, it'll pull up. So I'm here in Central Arkansas, pulls up Central Arkansas, like is in your local stations. For whatever reason, my Peloton, about 3-4 months ago, every time it says identify your home, whatever, and you click to put in your zip code, it read or something about my area, like find my location, whatever the fuck, right? It's New York. So I get to watch local New York news all the time. So I did look yesterday to see if the Broncos game was going to be on Fox. Like, there's no way they're going to put the Denver Broncos Jacksonville Jaguars game on because it wasn't on in my area. So I was like, well, maybe I'll check the Peloton and see if it'll be on there. I was like, damn it. I was like, but yeah, it's so cool that I get to have New York stations, and I have no idea why. You know, it's like it's like, you know, identify your location, then it doesn't, it circles, and then it'll refresh, and, you know, it'll refresh, and then the new stations will pop up. And yeah, I get all the local New York stations. So I need to start watching. You don't want to, yeah, you don't want to hear New York news, nothing, yeah, right, or weather, or your weather coming up in the winter. But yeah, I need to watch one of the local stations, and I'm like, oh, hey, what about that girl? She's pretty smoking, huh? Oh, yeah, I thought that was funny. I was like, man, this is so weird. I keep forgetting to tell you that. I'm like, why am I getting New York stations? And I can't change it for the life of me. I've tried, and it won't let me. And my Peloton is every other YouTube TV in my house, and when I log in, it goes to the local stations here in Little Rock. But my Peloton is New York. I have no idea why. It's so funny. And so I get all these extra stations that you have locally that I don't have here either. It's fun. It's cool. I like that. I think it's really cool. You used to be able to, when I first had, before it was YouTube TV, I used to have DirecTV Stream or something like that, DirecTV Live or something like that. And you could go in, like, you know, to the settings on your box, when you still had a box into before everything just kind of moved digitally. It used to be AT&T Uverse, and then it was like AT&T Live. And then it moved to DirecTV. I forgot. Had a few names there. I'm like, what are y'all even doing? No one's able to keep up with this. But you could go into the settings on the box and change the zip code. And I'll never forget how dope that was. Because we just moved back here, but I love still watching my local Dallas news. I was like, oh, I can watch Denver locally. And so then I could fucking pull up the Broncos games. Like, I would just put in my zip code in the Colorado area where they would carry the Broncos games. And then you could watch local Denver news afterward. Oh, I love that. I was like, yeah, I kind of feel like, because, you know, like when you're on vacation, you sometimes put on something local news and you're watching, you know, you've never seen these anchors or sportscasters or weathermen before, meteorologists. It kind of gets you in that. You feel like you're traveling mode, kind of. Jesse, peace. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Jesse, I'm free tomorrow. So tomorrow, live free, and I'll put this out there real quickly. Again, free live stream tomorrow and Wednesday. I didn't do giveaways today, so I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do 2 tomorrow with giveaways. Come join. See you all tomorrow. Let's see, man. Just must suck to have your NFL team lose yesterday. Wouldn't be the Titans. Oh yeah, right. Well, I said that earlier too, Shane. If you're still listening, I was like, well, I had a shit weekend overall in my sports, you know. So it's like if I have, at least my point being they got it out the same weekend. I would say the Razorbacks, that was their worst game of the season, right? You would probably say that too. That was probably their worst game. All we had was. And I know you weren't around in the 90s, but boy, oh, did we finally have the best point guard and leader of our team since Corey Beck. Corey Beck led our team to back-to-back national championships in the 90s. This guy reminds me of Corey Beck. Acuff, you know, it's about the same size, you know, same size, a little bit taller. Well, 6, whatever he is. He's 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". He's big, he's tough, he's thick. He can get to the hole. He gets to the free throw line, can make some threes. He plays hella fucking defense, can lead our offensive. I'll say this right now if you're still listening, Shane. If we lose Acuff, I'm worried about this team. Who's going to be the ball handler? Thomas is hit or miss. He can score, but he can't lead the team. Knox can't lead the team. Richmond going to be the point guard. I guess we're going to go back to last year and Wagner. Wagner would have to lead the team like I think it was like last year. I think he had to do that, which wasn't bad. But yeah, if we lose Acuff, which obviously we shouldn't, hopefully no injuries, right? Acuff's the dude. Like, that's the best player on our team for sure. But we just had no one else showed up on Saturday. And then the Broncos were, like I said, to me, it was both of them played their worst games of the year on the same weekend. Back-to-back days, lo and behold. But like I said, good timing. Razorbacks going into conference play. Let's get that out of the system. You know, holidays off now. Coach Cal can get onto them and what they were doing wrong. And then here with the Broncos, that winning streak was not lasting with the Broncos. I didn't want that winning streak to last with the Broncos either. There was like, oh, I don't want that hanging over their head. 13 straight, 14. Oh, no. And then if they do get say if they won last night, they should easily beat the Chiefs on Thanksgiving or on Christmas Day, right? I think if I'm not mistaken, they locked the division up. So then are they going to sit people against the Chargers? You know, you got the bye week because you are the number 1 seed. I'm glad they lost. I'm glad they lost because now they got to bust their ass and beat the Chiefs. And then they're going to want to play hard, you know, and play at it because it's at home. Last game of the year against the Chargers. And get back on, you know, the, you know, because that was, I knew it was coming though. I could just tell they, after the Packers, yes, I really would have loved to see them back-to-back weeks, play a home game, finish a team that's winning the division. We beat, you know, division-winning teams this year. Eagles, Packers. So I know we can do it. Do it again with, of course, which I guess, and then the Texans I think they're tied for the division lead. So we beat the Texans too. So I know we can beat them. So yes, it would have been nice to see yet again we beat another division-leading team in the Jaguars. But again, I'd rather them lose this game or the Chargers. Either one of them is fine. But then they're both home games. They're both against good competitors. Same with the Razorbacks. So I'm fine with the losses. We played like shit for the most part. Really didn't deserve to win. Didn't really have, and I hate losing by a point. You know you do too, Topher. You know you do, Shane. Razorbacks back and forth, and then say we lose to Houston by fucking like we lost to Texas Tech last year in the Sweet 16. Or Broncos and all and then we finally lose, you know, and we don't win the fourth quarter. I would rather just lose like this. I don't want to, there goes that fourth quarter magic and we just barely lost. Oh, we should have won, my heartache. Oh, the whole game and now we lost. Those are the worst. I'd rather just we lost. We fucking suck. Turn the channel. You know, like this game's over. And that's a little bit better, especially again, you just know you played a shit game. You played against good competition. To me, again, they both needed the loss. It was a good time to have those losses. So we'll see. All about that next game though. Let's see, it'll be Wagner. Yeah, Wagner. But we are not losing. Yeah, Acuff's huge. To me, he's the best player. He's our most valuable player. If we lose Brazil, I think we're still fine. If we lose Thomas, we're still fine. If we lose Knox, you know, any of those other guys, there's someone to kind of step up. If we lose Acuff, yes, we have Wagner again, but then we're just like we were which we got far last year. But that Acuff is, to me, he's the one we can't lose because he really. And here's the shit part. Imagine this is the 90s where most players did come back. Imagine this same team next year. Brazil, I know, is finally gone. But imagine all these dudes again next year. Thomas, Acuff, Wagner, I think, would be back. Billy Goat, right? Billy's back. Knox is back. Imagine all those guys back as like juniors and sophomores. That's what happened to the 93, and I just got goosebumps. That's what happened to the 93-94 team and why we won the championship and went back-to-back and won 65 games in 2 years. The back-to-back seasons when we went to back-to-back championships, we won 65 fucking games and averaged like 90-plus points a game. Well, it was because they had that first year being freshmen and some of them were sophomore, but, you know, the Beck, the Williamsons, the Thurmans of the world, the Clint McDaniels of the world, all those guys that came back for year 2 and year 3. If this team did that and we still had that kind of... Oh, my God, this team would be fucking so good next year. Oh, well, this is what it is. The game will be a determined division. Yeah. Well, it could be. I mean, if we win this coming weekend, I think we should be good to go, right? You know, if you let's go to ESPN, right? I think we're good to go. If we win this coming Sunday or Thursday against the Chiefs, we're in. Yeah. Because then because it will be for the division because the Chargers, if they win, they're only one game behind. And they beat us early in the year when we should have won that game. So I am kind of glad, like I said, if we had to lose a game, like I said, it had to be the Jaguars, not the Chiefs, because you can't lose the Chiefs. They fucking suck now. The Jaguars or the Chargers. Both division leaders, essentially-ish, in the way, really good teams. So I don't mind losing either one of those. I just did not want that winning streak. This team's too young to have that winning streak over their head heading into the playoffs. And most teams, you see that in the past, even all the way back to the GOAT of ever, Brady and Moss back against the Giants, and that long winning streak they had and couldn't finish it off that year. So I'd rather them lose. I'm glad they did. Now they definitely beat the Chiefs, and now we have one home game. We should have beat the fucking Chargers at the Chargers. We let them take that away from us, and I don't think there's any way they lose that. Then they've got the momentum back. They got the number 1 seed. They get a fucking week off. And then they get a good draw so far. You know, I think that would be I forgot who it is. It's the Steelers, maybe even Chargers. I forgot who would be in that seeding again. But to me, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'm okay with this last weekend with both of them. You guys see the fights? Oh yeah. Well, and I called that, Jesse. I called that on Friday. If you go back to my Friday live stream, I need to go put this post out there. I said, this is exactly what needs to happen. He needs to lose finally. He's Hulk Hogan. He's Hollywood Hulk Hogan, or he's Hulk Hogan with the yellow and the whatever back in the day, yellow and the red. He's that Hulk Hogan where you got to finally lose the belt. People are tired of Hulk Hogan, which they never like Jake Paul, but you get my point. You got to have that. You need to let the belt go, bro. You can't just keep winning. And I called it, like, watch. It's going to be Joshua's not going to do anything for rounds 1 through 3. Somewhere around round 4 or 5, they're going to let Joshua start to open up a little bit. And I promise you, if it all goes the way it should go, they're going to keep people in the seats. They're going to keep people in the Netflix live stream for a while. They're not. You can't do first round knockout. You're not going to want to do that. You're going to want to keep them in the seats for round 1, 2, 3, and then round 4 or 5. Let Joshua open up. And I would say most likely he ends the fight somewhere in there, And you could even sell some of those punches. Hey, regardless, I'm just glad it happened. I mean, I think everyone wanted that coming. Yeah, takes you. Yeah. Oh yeah. It is what it is, though. That's some of that stuff. It's just written. To me, it's WWE boxing, and that I don't mind it, but it's just really tarnished the boxing culture and the sport itself, honestly, and fighting in general. Where you have, it's just, anyway. But I called it to the dot. There's no way on God's green earth ever in a real fight that was sanctioned by the WWBA, whatever, all the normal WWB, WBA, whatever, all the people that hold the belts, WBC, whatever it is, the real boxing federations. If they hold a real sanctioned fight, and there was no, here's the contract, Jake Paul, as in we're 2 fighters. He stands no chance. Joshua ends him in the first round or the second round. It's not even close. Joshua could have ended him in the first or second round. It's not even close. So, if you have Anthony Joshua lose that fight, who would ever want to watch a Jake Paul fight again? On God's green earth, most of us, 90+% of us know they've been fixed. Now you're only going to give it away more if somehow you have Jake Paul beat Anthony Joshua. Because there's no way ever that he beats him in a fight. And so you have to write it out to what makes a little sense to keep the people in the seats. And they did exactly what I called it, like on the dot, what I figured would happen. Nothing rounds 1 through 3, 4. Finally, Joshua opens up and tees off on him. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, God. Yeah. Tyson would have cakewalked him. There are so many times in that Tyson fight where you could tell where he wanted to unload. Like, I remember even after that fight, and people were kind of showing the clips that I remember seeing in the fight, where there were times where Tyson had to hold back, where he was about to unleash fury on him, and he's like, fuck, I can't. Like, I cannot. And I get it. Tyson has to feed his family. He's not where he used to be. He wants to make a big payday. Jake Paul says, hey, here's your payday. This is how we're going to have a fight. And I don't get where, and now, up until Anthony Joshua, the people that Jake Paul have fought don't really have a say, unfortunately, in my opinion. They can't go, fuck no, fuck you, fuck your money. They all wanted the money or needed the money. These guys have high-spending bad habits for a reason, and they need those millions upon millions. Anthony Joshua does not, in my opinion. He's still young. He just got out of boxing. He's got plenty of money. He's a Brit guy. He's smart with his money. He's not over the top with it like some of those other people are. And he knows he can manage his money well. So he was like, yeah, I'll do your stupid little fucking WWE fixed fight. I'm going to win, though. You're not tarnishing my name. And you could tell when he did that in the little presser before the fight. And then after the fight, he did it again. A, that's written. B, he knew. He's like, I'm not losing this fucking fight. I'm gonna pound this dude when he finally lets me pound him. I was surprised the fight lasted as long as it did. Could tell it was fake. Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. There were so many clips where Tyson... Oh, yeah, for sure, Jesse. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and so you could tell then, yeah. That's where that natural instinct for a boxer has to... Like, it's hard because, yeah, you could tell in that fight where he wanted to just... And he had, but even when the fight first started with Anthony Joshua, you should go back and look at round 1 and some of the jabs. He was just like... Anthony Joshua, if you go look at a real fight, they're fierce. They're coming in, they're tagging you away. That's what jabs are for. They're to get the distance to see how far he's going to have to come in. And then You should see those jabs. He was just kind of throwing them at his body. He's just kind of like, meh, meh. Like, this is so set up. But hey, it's fine. You know, it's just all about money anymore. I mean, like what someone was saying the other day, I think it was Charles Barkley, this new in-league tournament that the NBA has, like the something cup. The NBA has an in-league tournament. I think they just had it or they're having it. And it's like and you can win a trophy. Like you win the tournament and you win a trophy because LeBron James is, I guess, because the Lakers maybe won it last year or something. And like LeBron James is the only, and it's just so stupid LeBron James fans, those terrible fucking fans he has. But Charles Barkley is like, what is this? College football moving to X amount of teams. And now watch college football go. And if college football ever expands, all that's ever been about is money. So with sports, it's money, 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 money. In 60s, he can still whoop 20-year-olds to go to, oh yeah, good on Tyson, yeah. The Indian guy looked like he was at a picnic. Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, Tyson, real fight, I'll just say this. If Tyson and Jake Paul fought for real, I would bet Tyson would have ended him like Friday's fight. 5th, 6th round. It probably would have gone on a little longer than anticipated, maybe the 3rd or 4th round, but Tyson's older. He would have to sit back and wait for Jake to mess up, lower his arms, this, that, or there to get one of those big punishing hits in. He would have beat him, though. If anything, he would have beat him on the cards, for sure. A real fight. Anthony Joshua, a real fight, it's over in the 1st or 2nd round. I mean, you look at Anthony Joshua, the dude's a fucking specimen. The dude is fucking huge. Jake Paul, taking all the shit he's taken, is bigger, but he's only 6'1", 6'2". Anthony Joshua's pure as can be. He's not on steroids like Jake Paul is. He's not fake at all. And he's 6'6", 6'7". I mean, it wouldn't even be a match. It's laughable, almost really. But yeah, Sailing Girl. I wasn't that surprised. I knew 4th, 5th round it was going to start finally. They're going to, because they want people to, commercials, right? Netflix going, I don't know I can't remember watching it now if they had to put different ads in, but it's money, money, money. You can't have it in the 1st round. Now, those sanctioned boxing fights, you got to think about them. Those 1st round, KOs, how much that hurt those pay-per-views back in the day. They hated that. They want, and the NFL loves, or the box, they love when you go the full entire fucking time and it's close. Oh, that's when the ratings are through the fucking roof. Apparently, Tate Hand, oh yeah, Chase, oh yeah, for sure. Well, that shit just needs to end. I do, back to Friday, I do like some boxing. It's classic, the point system and this, that, and the other. But where it's gotten to here recently, and I can see why UFC, and they've gotten lucky, in my opinion, because a lot of the talent from boxing, as far as when it comes to featherweight, middleweights, really died off for the most part. It's really just the heavyweights you're paying attention to, which is kind of old school boxing. So when the middleweights and the featherweights and now the Floyd Mayweathers of the world are now kind of going away, and you don't really have anyone in those divisions. So you really are leading on the heavyweight division for the big time love. You got a couple of middleweights, Canelo, but they're getting older is my point. You don't have any newcomers that are 20, 25 that are taking the reins. And so boxing and the star power has kind of died off. So that's to me where this WWE boxing has come into play, because their star power has died off. They're looking to make money in that genre, and so UFC has also had that ability to kind of take off, and those guys then come over, like the Woodleys of the world, or the Andersons of the world, the Silvas of the world that have go into anyway. So it's just an extra way to make money, money. That's all it really is anyway in the end. All right, I'm out of here, team. Lost boys, lost girls. Have a great one. See you all back here tomorrow. Live stream the next 2 days. See you back in a bit. I'll get some tunes on for the afternoon. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the live stream with TTP earlier. Thank you all that did join on the 2026 live event. That was key. That was huge. As we talked about, 25 the key here in after hours. If this can hold, this play can still go and keep the small markets, or at least I say keep, but spike and spice back up the small market life. Back in the morning, team. Bang a ring, baby.
I'm changing my I'm changing my I'm changing my I'm shamed tonight. Oh, changing my I'm changing my
on my trade to take that right here, so you get a continuous confirmation under 808. So that's where you want to go. You'll have
Dual stream Friday here with Love Chip. He's a great trader from the Tradecaster days, over here trading with me now. Dual stream Friday here with Love Chip. He's a great trader from the Tradecaster days. Dual Stream Friday here with Love Chip. He's a great trader from the Tradecaster days over here to trading with me now. He's been around for quite a while. Of course, like any trader like myself, struggling, trying to become a good trader, become successful and consistent, working his way up through the years from going long to now he's a primarily good shorter. Got to have him on today. He started also my Discord for me. He had one sitting out there available, so that's an honor for me to have him on, not only as a great friend, a true brother in arms, but then also something that he's put a lot of work in. Started the Discord, got it rolling for us, and now we have over 150 people in there from across the globe. Can't thank him enough. So, Mr. Love Chip, let's get into this. Let's go back to your journey. When you first got into trading, how what were your struggles at first? What were some of those demons or those degen moments that we talk about? What kind of trader were you? And essentially just talk about your progression to where you're at right now.
Well, happy Friday, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Josh, I really appreciate the introduction. Appreciate everyone being here with us today.
Dual Stream Friday here with Love Chip. He's a great trader from the Tradecaster days over here to trading with me now. He's been around for quite a while. Of course, like any trader like myself, struggling, trying to become a good trader, become successful and consistent, working his way up through the years from going long to now he's a primarily good shorter. Got to have him on today. He started also my Discord for me. He had one sitting out there available, so that's an honor for me to have him on, not only as a great friend, a true brother in arms, but then also something that he's put a lot of work in. Started the Discord, got it rolling for us, and now we have over 150 people in there from across the globe. Can't thank him enough. So, Mr. Love Chip, let's get into this. Let's go back to your journey. When you first got into trading, how what were your struggles at first? What were some of those demons or those degen moments that we talk about? What kind of trader were you? And essentially just talk about your progression to where you're at right now.
Well, happy Friday, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Josh, I really appreciate the introduction. Appreciate everyone being here with us today. Kind of my journey, it really started for me when I was younger, kind of out of high school, going into college. My dad set me up with, believe it or not, Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim had a Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, like a big week-long introduction to stock trading, all that stuff about it. Went through that kind of over time, just started to learn. And I was on Robinhood for quite some time. There was a lot I didn't learn until I got into Tradecaster. That was roughly about 4 years ago. And, with that, it was quite the, quite the journey with that from then. And, starting with Tradecaster, I think you've said it a few times, actually numerous times, I kind of gravitated towards your style of trading and kind of your style of your overlooking into the market, being able to slowly but surely get into it. And I'm thankful for that because, kind of when I got into, it was right at that time where, Deck did kind of go off with that 1 year that he always goes back to. He still goes back to even today, his $500,000 year and kind of starting just a few months before that, getting into that, kind of seeing how quick things were going. There wasn't really a true sense of direction. Right. And so, had a few nice trades, went to the seminar, everything was cool, come home a couple months later, took quite a big loss. And I was like, all right, I had to kind of reset. And, from there, it was just kind of now really strictly focusing on you, seeing how you look for setups, kind of going for that technically sound movement, and then kind of just really expanding and seeing what else is out there and to kind of skip through a little bit, to where, taking that year and a half, but close to about 2 years of just really honing down. I'm sure you've all seen, what I look like on my profile picture in Discord. Between that and then just just studying as much as I possibly can, different strategies, different movements, and I've kind of developed into more of a different kind of trader to where now I strictly focus on, price action movement, candle reaction, and also just how volume reacts to certain levels, right? And so, from there, it's just kind of developing a little bit of my own strategy, seeing a few different things, really focusing on and taking what you've taught with your, support and resistance lines, things of that nature, and just really just looking for reaction. And it's been quite the journey to now where, building up a nice account, funded on TTP, just trying to, really hone in and just continue to grow from there to become that ultimate trader.
Love it, brother. I love it. Yes, it's a journey too. I mean, it's multiple years. Most people think they're going to get into this and it's going to be 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month. I don't know. They think they're going to get in and start banking, and you slowly come to realize over time. and that slowly ends up being 2-3 years in. You're like, oh yeah, this does take a lot of time. You're like, I'm still at it, and I'm not, the bomb.com yet. Man, I just went back to 1995 there with bomb.com. But yeah, man, so
Right.
yeah, right. No, but it's an honor to have you on, just becoming successful, and I love seeing that across the board, building, kind of like I said, the X-Men, so to speak, and everyone kind of trades in their own right, and just to see successful, traders is really cool, to be honest. Like it's I've always, at first you get a little discouraged at first you love it, then you start getting discouraged from the people banking. But then when you finally start making money and see all the other people start, because you have all these, when you get successful, then you don't, a lot of other traders, in my opinion, don't really start thinking about the traders that are still struggling. I think about that a lot. I just empathize. It's just who I am as a human. So I'm always thinking about the traders that aren't there yet and that journey that they're still going through, And so it's so cool once you see that journey, almost like it feels like you guys are my kids, so to speak, in a way where I saw you earlier on in your career, and then I see you later in your career, and I'm like, whoa, this motherfucker did it. He made it. He's fucking doing it. This is awesome. So it's really cool. It's really cool to see the fruition of someone's journey and getting, and then always knowing there's more to go, that they've made it, but then there's still more to make, You're not, like Kevin Avery always says, you haven't made it, you're making it, because you're still going. And so it's been awesome, man. It's awesome to see. So yeah, now the main thing I want you to get into now for sure is what you would want to, if you're giving a presentation. I know, like when I was live, and thank you again when I was in Orlando at the Money Show. Speaking of how that is full circle, you were going live for me then, which I feel, love for that. You were filling in the hole, and that's when I met Adrian Mans, and he's also then coming on later today. So that's kind of crazy how that happened, right? So
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, just get into what if you want to, how you would, what you're approaching, how you're looking, what you're looking at. Your edge, so to speak, in the market, what moving averages, what indicators essentially that you're using and what you're looking for and how you're using them, maybe to enlighten someone's eye today to maybe move forward. They can say, hey, I like that. That looks good. I want to start doing what LoveShip's doing. So go ahead, man. Floor is yours.
So for me, what I've really and truly focused on is, really a couple different things between reaction to certain levels, reactions to certain resistance areas. I look for supply and demand. That's huge in terms of what I look for. And then just looking for in-market fair value gaps, whether it's on anything from the 15-minute time frame on up. In terms of indicators, I no longer use the 9, 13, 20, the VWAP. I don't use any of that, right? In terms of now, what I really focus on is, okay, I look for macro supply, macro demand. I look for, imbalance areas, and then essentially just try to see where volume reacts and how volume reacts with certain, in certain movement. Here, we're going to break for high day here in terms of, all right, we're at 382 on ZDGE. You have volume coming on in. You have the 5 and the 15 kind of confirming to where, okay, we're going to hit 390. Now, where do I get 390 from? 390, you just scale back your zone here and you look for rejection, right? And you just look for it. Let's also kind of scale out and look at the daily chart. It's always just looking for what's happening on the daily chart and waiting to see, okay, how does everything react, right? To where, all right, it's getting a little bit of a blockage here. You have a huge order sitting at 390, right? And so in terms of, all right, let's see how this reacts. What I would be looking for here, I want to see this confirm over 390, and I want to see if it holds 390. And so, all right, if it gets through and we have a ton of volume to support it, we can expect it to at least go for our next area of about 440, right? And continue on from there. We do have a little bit of an imbalance you can see on the daily between here at 460 and here at 440. So right as we get into here, we're going to push for 4. Volume is starting to flow on in. You look at the volume to see, okay, we have 1 million coming into this candle here. We have 1.8 in the last. It'd be fair to say that, all right, we're going to continue to push here. So let's just see how these orders react. 390 we know is still down below us. There's really nothing standing in its way. So it's going to continue to stack on up, We have another big order that just came in right around that 410 area. Let's just see where it reacts. And so what I'm looking for is, I want to look to see where I could find swings, right? I don't have a particular swing pattern at all, but we do have a micro change of character in here with a bullish candle here that went right through it to show, okay, we're bullish here. So we can expect at least here, I'd go long right from this 390 area. I would take it up to about 440. As we can see, this volume candles coming on in, we're going to be surpassing that. So we're going to continue on the 440, all right? And then once you get that, let's see how it reacts to the imbalance that we saw just here before between 440 and 460. Now it's coming up to that area. I'm seeing a very hard rejection so far. So at least you have a little bit of a wall in there. I like to confirm it on a couple other sides as well and see, all right, We have 3 more minutes in this candle on the 15, right? Let's see where this reacts to, right? Let's see how this reacts. We know we have some big orders sitting up there, 410. Are we going to get back below 410? Just continue to watch to see how this goes, right? So if 410 stands as an area, we want to see exactly how this rolls. So we're going to put that in as an area. We know that we have, okay, an accumulation area right between here, some big orders between 390 and 410. In terms of what I'm looking for, I want to see where this candle closes, and then let's see where the gap fills, or excuse me, where the fair value gap gets created on the 15, if so, right? That's what I would be looking for. In terms of, do we have a swing pattern that we could typically go for? And as of right now, at this moment, we don't have a swing pattern. What do I mean when I say swing pattern? We go back to KPLT. So you've seen retracement before. Whenever I have a swing high and a swing low, when I was calling for 1020 as a reversal, as you can see, that's basically what we got. I always count these areas as liquid, as we could see here, and it goes right basically to our area. So we want to see if this holds here at 810, 808. We confirm under here. We can't get back above here. Your next area is 720. For those that are in chat that want to take a trade, it'd be a good trade to take that right here if we get a continuous confirmation under 808. So that's where you want to go. You'll have a little bit of struggle here at 760, but you have some accumulation here. Let's see how it works. But you know your swing low area, or at least your floor, is now set in the 720 area, right? So that's how I would typically trade that. Now we go back to ZBGE. We have a nice rejection here. We have that order still standing or still sitting right here. Let's see if it continues to reject. 395, you have a huge order just sitting right there. If that gets swept out, we can expect this to at least come back down. But with the kind of volume that's coming in and that's confirming, we don't want to go against the trend here. We open up our time frames. We have a ton of green candles in a row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we don't want to go against the grain here. We go on the 4-hour, my absolute favorite time frame. We want to see where we can get some confirmations. Do we get a 15-minute confirmation over 390? All right, that's our first goal. Then we get the next one over 410. We get through that, we hold that, we're still bullish, right? That's a break of structure moment right there. We'll continue on up. So we got another minute in this candle. I know I've been talking for a little bit. Josh, you want to give me some feedback on what you think?
Yeah, just explain to traders here what that fair value gap is, in case some that don't understand what that is and how it gets created.
Sure. So right now on the 4-hour, you have a little bit of a fair value gap. A fair value gap is created from the top of a wick. You'll have a big candle right in between here, okay, and that will surpass this wick, and you'll have a candle closure somewhere above here. The next candle, the bottom wick cannot come and touch this area, okay, and I know I'm using a 5, but I don't have a fair value gap example on the 15 just yet. Matter of fact, let's take a look. As a matter of fact, we do. So let's go to a 15. That candle just closed. So what I would do is a fair value gap starts from the bottom wick here, and it goes all the way up to here. You want to see an example of how fair value gaps work? I'll show you a couple examples from before. So here's a fair value gap, and that's where it's created as of right now. Now, if we go back below 390, if that position that's sitting there, about a $15,000 order sitting down there right now, if that order moves and we get back below here, we got to see where this will go from there. But as you can see, as we hold, we're holding 390 as our old resistance, not new support, what you've always talked about. But now it's starting to create a little bit of a gap area on our next biggest time frame. So let's see if it can create the same thing on an hour. We'll look for that. And as we continue, we want to see where this goes, because in all reality, we'd like to see this probably in the vicinity of 5 or maybe higher. Right, that's kind of what I would be looking for. In terms of a swing, I could probably put this in here, because that's really the only area that I would have to be able to get a swing at this moment.
And
right,
and let's go the opposite end of this too, because I know you like to short up high. Where would you look here? What would be your reversal state? Where would you look to possibly go short here?
So 410 is showing as a nice liquid area. I want to see if we can, right now this open and close below that, it's going to be accumulation right here. So if I continue to see this hard reject out of this kind of 440 area, where we have a little bit of a sweep above, let's see, did this close above that? This closed at 409. Okay, so this is now closing before it. 410, knowing that this is a liquid area kind of around here and it confirms on a bigger time frame, 410 is a good area. But I want to see how this reacts when it gets to 460 because you still have some imbalance up there. And if a fair value gap can be fully created right here and we don't get back below here, that big order that's sitting at 390, I'd be kind of looking to think to go long here. If I get reconfirmation under here, we get an even further confirmation down here, it's going to go through the fair value gap at some point and make its way back down to 340. That's the only other support that's here right now. So you want to see how it reacts to 390. We have two hard rejections out of this 430, 440 supply zone. That's right about here. I would draw in right about here. A little bit of a supply zone here. All right, let's make that yellow. And so in terms of that, let's see how this continues to react. 390 is still holding up nice. You don't have too many orders. Let's go back to get 4 here. So there's no there. Let's see where this creates. And I'm not going to confirm this fair value gap area until this wick is completed. So that's in about 15 minutes. And also we have an hour close at 10 o'clock as well. So we'll continue to watch that for now. Right now we're in a little bit of accumulation. This is a zone that I never take trades in. So between 410 and 390, you know you have huge orders on both sides. Whoever gives up is the direction this will go. Right. I also like to see, okay, on the 15-minute, let's draw out the bottom wick and the top wick of that major candle. Whichever area gets swept out first and confirmed over first. So if this closes above 435, even 440, I'm going to take this long to at least 460 and most likely 5. Right. So that's really where I want to see it. Now, this is also another extremely important candle, a breaker structure candle on 5, where you can take and price out between the top here and here. I'll change the color here so people can see it. Let's make that so people can see it. And I'm waiting for confirmation above or below it. Kind of in that zone. Listen, you could play that for now. You get a wick down to here. The great bounce area would be this premium zone at 377 or down here. 390, you know you have a ton of orders there. You just need him to be bought out. It's a supply and demand. It's a supply and demand game zone that's here. That's how I play this.
Main time frames you're using is 5 and 15.
5:15, and then the only reason I have this condensed is because if I expand it across 2 of my screens, nobody here will be able to see it. But I extend this out, and I have the hour and the 4 hour on my third screen. I have 4 screens. I have the hour and the 4 hour charted out on my third and fourth screen. Now, the only indicators, I must correct myself from earlier. The only indicators that I use, the 4 hour VWAP, the daily VWAP, and the daily 50 SMA. Those are the only ones that I use. I look for closures on the time frame directly below, above or below that, to know the bias of the day. Meaning, we close above, expect the wick down for liquidity and to continue up. We close below, look for a wick up for liquidity, and then we keep going down. That's manipulation. Every time it goes up and comes back down like that, that's manipulation. You're waiting for a distribution target. Okay, so right now we're seeing this 390 is holding up nice. You see the price rejection. We want to see what it does at this supply zone up here. We confirm above here. I think we have our bias of the day.
What daily moving average you use, you said?
So daily, the VWAP and the 50 SMA.
Gotcha. Well, oh, 50. Gotcha. Cool.
So in terms of indicators, I never use the 1 minute for anything. And I don't put any indicators on my 5, my 15, or my hour. I don't use the 30 or the 3. Again, everyone can do it differently. I do not, that's not a bias. This is just how I do it.
Right.
I don't really care, right? But I am an RPA trader. I'm a raw price action trader. I look for candle reactions. And from what I'm seeing, 390 is very strong. There's a 15,000 share order sitting there right there. So you can either assume that's an institutional floor right there from 390, which it was from before, right? You go back to the 4 hour and you see that was our old resistance right here, right? And you see there's no volume down there that was doing anything. That's institutional movement. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, we can expect this to keep on going. I'm expecting a new high a day here after we retest supply, 430 to 440.
This rather reminds me of Beat, and it reminds me of Pets of yesterday, essentially.
Exactly. You can go to SMX, right? SMX is currently in a fair value gap, right? On the 4 hour, you have a fair value gap that was created on the 4 hour. That's the absolute best time frame to see it. It's sitting in between 270 and 206. It's accumulating right back in here for a swing, right? So you would expect realistically, if you want to long-term trade this, not something I'd recommend, but you go here and you go here, and it ricochets right off the first liquidity zone of 270, 280. It's going to accumulate in this fair value gap zone. If it distributes down, okay, it can manipulate down, but most likely it'll manipulate down and keep going through, right? So let's see which way it comes out of this. And the next zone you'll want over 280 is up to 330. For those that want to get a $50 trade, that's an easy trade to take, right? So let's go back to, what is it, ZDGE? All right, we're resisting right here. We're sitting right here at resistance. Let's see how big that order is. That's a pretty big order, right? He needs to start selling off some of his shares, right? And now 430 is sitting as a huge, huge zone. We need to get through that and confirm over it. And that's a nice wall. And every time I keep seeing that, there you go. All right, so we're going to wick to 440, the top of the supply zone. You want that to get disrespected in order to know that you're going to go for the next area. So let's scale this out. We do have a change of character down to 290. Next change of character line is 430, so that's why that's sitting as a huge wall. We have 450 a little bit on there on the hour. And really, the next big zone is $5. So I want a clearance and confirmation over here, and I want to see this candle close. I want to see this candle close. But 430, huge, huge order up there. So in terms of, all right, would I get in short there? Well, no, I didn't see that hard of a rejection. It's supposed to hit 430 and come way down, hit way down with volume. But these red candles are small. I'm not going against the grain. I'm going to probably look for a bounce play right about here, right between here and 390. I'll add a couple more shares down at 390. I want to see where this candle closes. Yeah, 4 holding up real nice. Let's take a look. I know there's a lot, and I know there's a lot of stuff that I'm discussing. I'll go into further detail and kind of insular moments that arise down the line. But that's essentially what we'll be looking for.
And is this
I wanna
mainly,
say
do you just mainly stay on one play, or you jump around and maybe look at different tickers, or once you find
I've noticed when I focus and I look for my play, it at least allows for me to be able to now scalp for 50 cents, dollar, because I really want at least 50 cents a trade if I can. For those trades that move like KITT last week, you know what I mean, where we really have no more than 70 cents a range, I'll take a 20-cent trade, a 30-cent trade there. That's the most you're going to get. I'm a lot more confident in those, so I'll take that. Now, this volume candle did close above it. 410 is still holding as a big area. So right now, we're just in that accumulation zone. We keep disrespecting the 410 area. We're struggling to disrespect 390. So I want this to come down a little bit. I'd like to see a little pullback. 410 is still holding up there. You wouldn't take a buy here. You want to get as close to support as you can, because that's where we're looking for those 20-cent trades, especially sometimes we're using TTP. A lot of people that get whipped out, right? I'm noticing with a couple of my counterparts, not only in Discord, but in other spaces, that sometimes they get whipped out. It's not fun to do that. I always say, put a tight stop loss with these kind of trades, because again, they react a certain way, but you want to be able to catch the reaction at the right time, right?
Right.
So right now we're continuously holding that 390. We're not even disrespecting that, right? Let's see where this high is. That's 410. We're right in our accumulation zone. So we're accumulating. So at this point, you wait to see what happens. If you want, for those that set up time alerts, that set up, their price alerts, set up a price alert at 390. If it touches it again, take a buy there, right? But you have a huge order sitting at 390. Great bounce area. He moves. This is going back down. Got a little disrespect here, a little disrespect. Grab liquidity. Let's see this bounce back up right about here, premium zone. Let's see how this rides. It's holding pretty nice right there. I'd like to see this come back up. Let's see this fair value gap area close. 430 was holding nice up there. Let's see where this fair value gap sets, because 370 is a good mark. Let's see if we get back up to 390. This is another reason why I never, and so for those in terms of the fair value gap trading, I never, ever, ever, ever count 5 or 1 minute fair value gaps. They're just, you can't trust them. You cannot trust them. In terms of a bounce, this is a good bounce area. I want to see this close at the end of this candle back above 390. 375, huge order sitting right there, holding up real nice. Let's see this come back up. We want to see this close above this wick to know that we're still bullish. That's a huge order sitting right there. It's a good bounce area for those that want to go long. Good bounce area for those that want to go long. We just got to keep just buying out those, keep going. Keep sweeping out everybody up above. Let's just keep going. Let's get back above 390. Got a lot of volume in this candle, so this candle is going to be an important zone. We got a confirmation under the bottom here is what, 370, 373. Top here is 440. Couple hard rejections out of here. You know you have confirmation over 410. That's a big deal. And then our next big order is down at 375. So let's see. Let's see how we get it here. See if that 370 holds. Candle closes in 2 minutes. On the hour, the 15, every time frame. I see 362. In terms of a bounce, I look for a bounce here at 360. I'm going to see this come back up to 390. That's how I would trade this. Let's go to 2. Get back above 375. That's a nice bounce there. Give me some feedback, Josh. What do you think?
I just love the thought process. I'm just kind of letting you know, yes, Paul, he's long bias, looking for a dip buy off of this area in that blue line at 360 area. No, I'm just sitting here letting you, soaking it in, just listening, you know, kind of talking about stuff that probably a lot of traders don't think about, or, you know, they're not maybe even brought to the attention too. They've never, you know, heard these things before. So it's just good stuff. Like I said, you know, on Fridays, bringing you guys over here. So these traders that don't maybe recognize or hear or have heard of these things before, they can now look into them and start understanding what we're talking about. And breaking down things they've never, like I said, never seen before. So no, definitely good shit right here, bro. Good shit. Love it, love it, love it. Just soaking it in. And yeah, it's one of those things too, like what you see here. Hopefully traders see that we're not going from one ticker to the next to the next to the next. And it's like, if you're going to trade stocks, and especially small caps, you need to hone in on your one setup, your one trade, and then just sit there and watch it. That's it. Take your one ticker and trade it. You know, you're not trying to trade 10, 15, 20 different tickers. I know it seems that way, that other traders are doing that, but it's over time. They're trading this ticker, then they're going to that ticker, but they're holding, you know, a
nice 20-cent bounce.
Yep.
Sorry to cut you off, but a nice 20-cent bounce there, just about. I want to see how this reacts. What 375 is on that side. Maybe get through 375. So in terms of how it works, you see how it's reacting. In terms of where I say 410 was a big reversal zone, every time it got up there, it hard rejected on down, right? So in terms of the reaction, top side of supply is 440, hits right off of it. That's a great short. In terms of trying to teach and then trying to trade at the same time, just mindset. Listen, when I'm not teaching, I'd be jumping in these plays just for reference, but
yeah. Uh-huh.
Who's that talking?
Yeah, who is that? I have no idea who these people are.
It's the people that I put, because I put the Zoom link over on the Discord, so I'm sure people joined in to listen and watch. Yeah, it's just to show you how it is. Like, that's the thing too, because I get that. I've gotten that over the years. It's trying to stream and teach it and trade it and alert it all at the same time. It's definitely difficult to do.
Let's get through 380. Let's get back above this area.
Now, would you scale out here, or would it all be profit taking in one area? What's your process there?
Well, my idea is I want to see this get back to 390, right? Because I know there's some orders up here at 388, 395, right? So 380 is sitting as a small zone, but you have enough shares down here to kind of push it through. So it'll go for 380, 384. Right, it's just going to take some time. Let's get through 380. There comes 384. Here comes 390. Right, and just watching. Right, it's really just kind of watching. Now 382 sitting as a nice little buy area, right? Because that's where this bottom wick is. That's where a ton of shares are sitting right here, right? So now you got some nice shares coming on in. Let's get to 390, 360, beautiful bounce, about a 30-cent bounce right there. And I know certain traders in chat, they'll be good with a 30-cent bounce, right? They put in 500 shares, 1,000 shares, just $300. You continue to kind of do that. That's what you're kind of looking for, right? So, this is it's all the same concepts. It's just a little bit different. Put your lines in and trade them. It's exactly the same concepts that you introduced and brought it to chat. Just a little bit more of like the technicality behind it.
Yeah. Breaking it down a little bit more and further, elaborating on it a little bit more and what's happening here, what's being created, so to speak. The stock market's essentially printing information. It's building a house, so to speak. It just depends on what house you're building, and every day it's a little bit different. And then you got to figure out what it is if you can ahead of time. And going, oh, that's going to be a 3,200 square foot ranch house. Oh, that's going to be a 7,000 square, or that's going to be a 800 square foot apartment, and you start realizing these things of 800 square foot apartment equals, I'll probably get 80, $100. 3,500 square foot ranch, pretty big house, I may get 350. You start understanding what plays or what's potential, essentially, what could be created and what is being created. And the faster you can break that down in your head ahead of time, then you can do this, and you just sit for your trades to come to you, just like you did right here, and then boom, and you get the
here comes 390.
Yeah.
You just know you still have a big order in there from before. Right, so there's 30 cents in terms of a bounce area. It's nice to kind of watch that work. It's just about letting the play kind of fill out, right? The first 30 minutes of the day, if we're going to be playing in market, just let the first few minutes kind of play out.
That's what we call patience, my friend. Patience.
And guess who taught me that, team?
I hope I had a small hand in that.
No, you did. You played I'll give you massive credit on that for sure. I'll give you massive credit on that for sure. It's still a battle. Don't you worry. It's still a battle. But
oh, yeah. Joe has a question. Joe says, I may have missed it, but do you look for liquidity gaps between, or I should say liquidity gaps along with the FGF, with the fair value gap? So again, I may have missed it, but do you look for liquidity traps along with the fair value gaps?
I look for both. When fair value gaps are created in market, I always look for those. Always. But in terms of being able to know where the play is going, when I called 440 at the beginning of the stream, for those that were there, record it, rewind it back. I did call 440 right at the jump in terms of, all right, this is going to go for it. If it gets through it and continues, it will go for 460 and then 5. We did not get that. That's the top of our supply. That's basically a macro wall. That's what it's sitting at right now. They move, this will go to 5 and beyond, right? So that's what you're basically looking for. When we got to those areas, you saw a huge 25,000 share orders just sitting right up there. That you can either guess or you can assume there's a macro supply, just a macro resistance wall sitting right there. So when you see that, I say, okay, I scale it back, I pull it back, and now I say, all right, in terms of resistance, let's see how it reacts. In term, you see it react 3 different candles in a row on a 5-minute time frame. You also have it for 30 more minutes here, from here to there. So we go for that area again. Okay, we're either going to reject hard off of it, or we're going to get back above it. You get back above it, take that long. We reject hard, you take it short, and it's going to head back to, most likely, the fair value gap. Now, in terms of an hour fair value gap, you're not going to see it on mine. My chart is just a little bit off. That's why I go to just a little, I go to a different chart on that. So for the 15 and the hour, you have an hour fair value gap between 330 and 360. So in terms of a great bounce area, 360 was it. And now our premium area, we confirmed below and back above it. So now I'm going to call that a floor and hope for an order block to set up right there just for this to continue back up. You have enough volume down here. Let's see what we get. But if you're in long from 360, from 362 area, 365, I believe you're in a good spot. It's just taking some patience.
Yep.
And we need some volume.
Patience. Yeah, and the other thing too, like I've said for the longest time, of course, we've just trying to reiterate the same term over and over, of course, patience, but put your lines in and trade them. This is exactly that. Find your lines, put them in, and trade them. Make your trading simpler, and this is how you make your trading simpler. Learn to respect the lines and then have the discipline to trade them.
Just need that 380 order to move. It's just a massive order.
So essentially right here, what you did with this play over the last 30 minutes for traders, 35 minutes here since the opening bell, where we at now? Yeah, 35, 37 minutes. Every play, every day, this is what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Just looking for price reaction and for volume confirmation. Those are really.
So it doesn't matter if it's team, it doesn't matter if it's Miggy, BBGI, Zedge here, Pets yesterday. This is exactly what this man's doing every single day. Do you see the rhythm, the rhyme? Boom, he breaks the play down.
Here's Miggy from yesterday.
There we go.
Here's Miggy from yesterday. In terms of when we went long, CR Trader, he can confirm this in chat. CR Trader, I don't think he's watching right now. I think he's busy. But in terms of what I called an order block sitting right here between 850 and 865, goes right from there. Once it gets back above it, it's holding its premium price right here. We have a complete order block here across all time frames. Every time it tries to get back below it, every single time, candle closure above for 3 hours, or excuse me, for 2.5 hours. So that being the case, okay, you have a macro block sitting right here. They're going to want to go for their liquidity up here. The 4-hour and the daily break of structure line resistance area was at 1564. So when we called that, we wanted to see price reaction here. It went under 1564 4 times in a row on the 15. That's an hour. Same thing here. Broke its fair value gap that was created here, created an inverse fair value gap right about here, and plummeted down. Now, did I see that plummet all the way down? No. I had Lone Wolf in. Me and him were trading on this yesterday. I had him in at 1265. Now, I was trying to tell him to stay, but I was just showing him how this works. You got about $1.50 out of it total, $1.25. In all reality, he holds it from 1265. It's an $8 trade. So worst case scenario, it goes up maybe $1, $2, whatever. But every time it did, there's there was a macro order here. I think it was about a 500K order just sitting right up here. That's who has $16 a share, 500,000 shares? Not many retail traders. That's an institutional insider right there, just sitting there, just waiting for it.
Oh, Tim Sykes. That was Tim Sykes.
Yeah, one of them. Tim, what was the other one? What was the one that got busted 2 years ago or last year?
Well, there was Tim Grattani. I don't remember if he.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him. I know there were 2 Tims though. Tim Sykes and Grattani. I don't know about either one of them. We moved away from those guys about a decade ago.
Yep. Had to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I just love that. Just to show you what you're doing every day is the same. Like me, every day I'm doing the same thing. Whatever chart I'm breaking down, whatever the ticker is, it doesn't matter if it starts with A, if it starts with Z, as we have today. We've had that over this week, AFJK, and now we have Zedge today. So from A to Z, we're doing the same exact thing. Doesn't matter what the ticker is. Monday through Friday, from pre-market to closing bell and after hours. Same ticker or different ticker, same. We're looking for the same thing though. Same thing, breaking it down the same way every day. You don't want to come through. My point being, and let's just do this. If you're a surgeon, yeah, you know what? Today I'm going to use the chainsaw. No, I don't think a surgeon ever just decided to use the chainsaw one day just because I thought it'd work. No, he didn't. He comes in, he knows exactly how to do that surgery, does the surgery the same way every single time, and the exact same tools that he's using. That's how you have to be. You have to be a surgeon in the stock market. No offense, you can't be AK-47. We want to be a stock sniper, right? We don't want to be in the stock market with an AK-47. And what's up, Liquid Vision? How we doing? Haven't seen Liquid Vision. I know you probably remember him, Love Chip. Remember he had a stream over at TradeCaster back in the day. Liquid Vision did.
Right. That's right. Look at him coming on in. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, British man. No, British man. He has a great accent. He sounds like, oh gosh, what's his name? I always called you. What's his name? I always forget his name now because I don't ever see you. But the guy that's in the Fantastic Beast movies. But yeah, no, I love that guy. Such a sweet man, and you do have a great. I could just if I don't read books. I know everyone said do audiobooks. If I had to do audiobooks, I would want to hear you read the audiobook. So if you wouldn't want to do read some books for me, I'll pay you. Yes.
All right.
No, he's got one of those voices, kind of like oh god, oh now I'm more. He's got like a Morgan Freeman voice. It's not Morgan Freeman. We can't do that, Local Vision. You're not on God level with Morgan Freeman, but he's got one of those voices that you could just sit back and listen to and just be like, watch a documentary and just kind of sit back and relax. I'm like, soothing European little British voice. Eddie, that's his right. Eddie, that's what I thought. That's right. Yeah, and King Line giving you the love there, of course, from earlier, and then both of you on the Discord. So, any other questions here? I mean, I know Love Chip has pretty much broke down what he's doing for the most part. Don't worry, we're gonna get Love Chip back on again and get some more information out of him. I don't want to.
I love the feedback, and I'm just looking at some of the messages. I love the feedback. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, other cousin giving the love. Yeah. So any questions? Any last questions you guys have?
KPLT moving just as we said. I said it come back down about that 760 area after testing here, which it did. Confirm back above, but can't get back above here. Drops down to 760. So I want to see how this area moves. If this holds up above 808, then you'll take it up to 865 for those that are in. I want to see if it continues to block here or not. It's back up above. Let's see where this candle closes in about 3 minutes for KPLT. ZDGE still holding. Now we're back in accumulation. So in terms of, for those that are patient, for those that wait, they're all happening in front of us. If I'm wrong, call me out. I don't care. Call me out. When I say 360s are floor, 360s are floor. You hold into that and you wait, you're patient. It's just turning into a 50-cent trade. For those that go 1,000 shares, CR Trader, he gets a 50 cents dollar trade out of a ton of them. He's waiting. He's taking his time. Same thing with me, right? Saying my voice is smooth. I appreciate you. Thank you. I made sure to keep a shirt on for everybody today.
Oh no, man, we want to see it rip off.
But
you got to start with it on. We want to see the power.
Look, I'll take it. Look, in terms of, this is as much as you'll get. I'm not doing any of that.
Come on, let's see the guns, baby.
But in terms of how calm I try to kind of watch my trades. And when I was streaming, I was trying to just really emulate the same thing. You know what I mean? So it's really just wait for your plays, take your time, go make some breakfast. 360s are floor. We're gonna make our way towards 410, which is the top of that.
Hold on, what'd you say? Go make some move. Saline girl out there. I know Saline's probably wildflowering today.
Relax. No. We're keeping it professional, bro. We're keeping it professional. But so. Yeah, you stay in your trade, you're waiting. So we're on a 5 here. This one closes in about 5 minutes. Let's see if it closes above this liquid zone of 410 and 415. And if it continues to reject hard off of it, you know what the bias is. The 360 is your floor. They're going to try and create that. There's a ton of volume that's sitting there, and it just sat like a floor. So
love it.
Let's see what happens. Good
information. That's what I said. Like a lot of traders here, that's going to help out a lot of traders today. Just seeing different things, understanding the trust, and the main thing too is to me out of this would be find a pattern that you can trade every day and start trading it. And then having the patience to trade that day in, day out. You got to have that. You got to. If you don't, you will not be a good. No offense, you won't be a good or successful and have a long term. Be in stock trading. You just won't. It's the key here. It's the key. I mean, that's the thing here yesterday for for MIGI, MIGI holding that 875, 850, 830 area of that big, demand zone for the longest time, and then getting the squeeze. Find your area, and trade it. This is huge. I love bounce plays, so this is gorgeous today to see this. This is exactly something.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about short locates. You don't have to worry about any of those. And in my opinion, I think TTP reacts better to bounce plays than shorts. That's just me.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's the case, but that's just me. You agree? God bless you.
Yeah.
If not, okay.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's weird. But you see how it's moving. This is about a nice 50-cent trade, and we're gonna play around in this liquid zone, 61%. And I want to see what's my next area above that? 466. Let's see how this goes. But you're waiting, and then for those, look, you move your stop loss up all the way up. When you see it bounce here, now you know, okay, I'm going to move my stop loss up to $4. You got 40 cents of profit. Got 40 cents regardless. So in terms of, look, scaling out is cool. No, move that stop loss up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Move it up and just hold your shares, because that's how, now we're at 60 cents. We're going to continue to kind of go through it. And let's see. First minute, last candle was how much? About 2.5. We're currently approaching 1 million. Less than 120 seconds in. Watch your volume, guys. Watch your volume. This is 60 cents. This is 60 cents right here. This is nice.
I bet it gets a quick pop into that 430, 440 mark, and then
that's where supply is. There's a ton of orders up there. So for all those that bought at 375, at 370, that put a shit ton of a wall at 360, 365, they got to go get their money somewhere. The money's at the supply.
Yeah.
So supply's up between 420 and 440. I got to go get my money up there, because they're not sitting in there waiting for 10, 15, 20 cents. they want to get as close to $1 as possible. You know what I mean? So, I want to see it. We have 4 candle closures right at this area, and it just rocket shipped back up.
Yep.
So let's see. You know where your orders are sitting. You know where your blocks are sitting. Trade your macro zones, and that's it.
Nice. But Sailing Girl, what I was saying, though, was the fact that, remember, we've talked about this, about moving away. You don't always have to be there at the computer, go make some breakfast, go do some laundry, have that understanding that, I know at first it's so hard, but the more you do that, the more you can get pulled away, and you don't have to be so tied to your trades, and you become like Glove Chip or myself, and it's nice. It's a smooth way and an easy way to trade. It's much easier. You don't sweat nearly as much, or, don't stress nearly as much. But as soon as you said that, Love Chip, I was like, oh, that, I've talked to a lot of traders throughout the years about that. Because, everyone at first, you get in a trade and you just feel like you're stuck to it, like you're glued to the trade. And the more you can pull away from that and know that it's just another trade, there's going to be many more. It makes it a lot easier to kind of move on and take another trade, take a loss. Okay, here's my win. It just makes it easier to trade. You just know that what's going to come, it's going to keep coming and coming and coming. But the thing is, find the setup. Love Chip's got his setup, what he's finding, he's identifying it day in, day out. Like I always talk about it, create a plan and stick to it. You got to create that plan. Who are you going to be as a stock trader? Who are you going to be? Are you going to be a post mail, whatever? Are you going to be a surgeon? Are you going to be a bricklayer? Are you going to work construction? Are you going to be an electrician, right? You got to figure that out, like who you are going to be in life. Who are you going to be? What are you going to do as a living? What's going to be your niche, so to speak? Well, of course, if it's going to be stock trading, okay, well then even inside stock trading, you've got to find the niche of what kind of stock trader you're going to be. We know there's a lot of swing traders, a lot of investors. There are day traders, but when they're day trading, what are they doing, right? That's what you have to figure out. Once you figure out your edge, speaking of Zedge over here, that's all you do day in, day out. You come in, like we've said with Love Chip, you come in day in, day out, you do the same thing over and over and over. So we got CR Trader got the order at 440. Paulo, another question. So you use stop limit orders and trailing stops. So do you use stop limit orders and trailing stops?
I do. So in a trade like that, I always look to see where a shit ton of orders are. That's how I know where I want to enter, or at least start scaling in. And then once I'm in and I'm in profit, I like to move my stop order or trailing stop up along with it. In that particular case, you say, okay, I take half my shares at 410. If I'm not expecting this drop, or I'm not watching this drop or whatever, and this thing now comes all the way back down to the 370, 380 area where all those shares are, all right, then I just lost a ton of profit that I could have made there, as opposed to having, let's say, 1,000 shares at an unequivocal 40 cents. So regardless, I'm at $400. And okay, we continue on up. Great. Then I'll continue to move my stop loss up. Now it's at 410. Because I know if I keep coming back down to these areas, eventually it's going to crack. Right. And every time it keeps trying to go for 410, you see what keeps happening. But now it's holding at 390. 390 is back in play. And let's see if that now sits as a floor. So we just want to keep on watching it. Grab liquidity down here. Let's see if it reverses now. It's going to accumulate between here and 410, and whichever way it breaks, take your buys for your next trade. But I would say that's more of a confident trade than really the best trade. I'd rather be confident than just want to take what may be the best. You know what I mean? That's just
Reminds me of a smaller version of Miggy yesterday, where Miggy had that ceiling roof and then it had the floor and it just kept
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So it's creating, they call it an order block. It's creating an order block at 360, and now it's just stacking itself on up. The reason why SMX broke out, TGL broke out, QCLS broke out, yesterday Miggy broke out. I can go down the line. We've had a trend. Follow the trend. In this particular case too, open it up, right? We have an hour closure, at least for me, in 10 minutes. But we have 1, 2, 3 green candles in a row where the body candles keep going higher. We're making higher highs and higher lows. For those that want to be short bias, like, look, I'm good with a 440 short because it rejected it hard once, twice. CR Trader would take it for the third time, but he would never take it on the fourth, ever. He would never take it on the fourth try, and neither would I. So in terms of this, kind of in that area, once 410 moves, we're going to go for that next supply, and he'll get a 20, 30 cent rejection, but just play it. Just be careful. Just be real careful.
I love it, brother. Good breakdown today. I appreciate you joining, my man. What's just for traders know, what do you do day in, day out? Like, what's your schedule? When are you trading? What's your work schedule like? So traders know when you are trading, how you're trading. I know they know how you're trading, but what's your times to trade, so to speak, so they know what your schedule's like, because that may fit in some other trader out there may go, oh, I have that same kind of issue where I can trade here. I can't. I got this going on today. I can't. So what's your schedule like? When can you trade?
Well, listen, I mean, I'm up from basically about 4:45, 5 a.m. to about 11. There's nights where you'll see me up from 12 to 1. It's just in terms of when I trade, I see a lot of great trades in pre-market and after hours. Why? Well, that's where a lot of chaos can happen and no one gets in trouble, right? CR Trader made a beautiful point about this before, and I'm going to give him credit. You typically see a lot of Asia market stocks go crazy in pre-market and after hours of their session, but that's our session. You know what I mean? So you'll see, for example, JZXN, right? That's a Chinese play. Or hang on. What was it, JZXN? Right?
Yeah.
Goes crazy here in market, pops $6, hasn't done a damn thing this whole time. It's had about $1 move. All the volumes here, a ton of volume here, and basically your roof here is at 780, right? Where all the volume is. This is institutional volume. You just know that at 8 a.m. It's the beginning of U.S. session. It's the end of London session. So when that happens, okay, you just play that. How did I know to play that here on ZD? What is that? ZDTE? Same thing. You just kind of scale this back. Where's all the volume? Right here. Whichever one breaks, it broke 340 first. So we have a bullish bias on the day. All we need is for 390 and 410 to claim and confirm. And we just need that macro wall to just move out of the way and we'll continue up. If not, then we're just going to continue to channel. I have a decent amount of volume on the day, right? Some in-market volume, a lot of retail trading right now. But that's why it's channel. It's not like this float is huge, right? What's the float on this play? What's the float on ZDGE? My schedule, just to kind of answer my question, I know I went off on a tangent there. I apologize.
11 million's a float. It's 11 million float.
11 million? Yeah, so it's not huge. I like to trade all day because I'm just waiting for price reaction. It's just waiting for a place to get in that area. So, in terms of my businesses, I'm a fitness coach, a bodybuilder, and I do a ton in real estate on the mortgage and on the mortgage-backed security side, flipping side, and some, retail back and forth. But, it's trading's my passion. I have plenty of time for it. I make a decent amount of money outside in the businesses to allow me to just full focus on this. And I try to funnel as much into this as I can. I've scaled back a lot of heavy spending heavy trading with a lot of money. I mean, after taking that huge loss years ago, I haven't really traded big since then, but I've pushed a lot of my stuff into a lot of AI long-term stocks. I'm just huge with just a lot, just trying to just be more long-term. Just put a lot of my stuff and just wait because I like the whole patience game. The more I have money there, it just takes off so much pressure here, and it just allows me to freely trade. It's fun.
Do you ever trade on your phone, on the go, or is it mostly always at home?
Oh, I will always like to hear because if I don't see this, I'm going to be honest. If I don't see this, I'm not getting it here. I'm just not, and it's hard to count because I'm hardwired here. I have 1,000 up, 1,000 down. Like I make sure that I want the best circumstances to be able to trade because if we're trading with thousands of dollars, like I'm not going to play around with that,
Yeah, not
so.
I just want to try. Just wanted that because I'm the same way. I mean, some people, I guess, feel they can do
Right.
that on the go, but I just feel, it's just.
And more, God bless those people. I want to, spend a day in their shoes. It takes some balls to. Honestly, it takes some balls to do that, man.
Yeah.
To trade on your phone, like a lot of money. No.
Yeah. No, I feel you. Well, I don't want to keep this going for too much longer. So it's about an hour for this when I post this on YouTube. So last bit of any comments or any kind of note that you would leave to traders here today. One little last bit of advice that you'd give them, whether it's for a newbie or experienced trader. I say experienced, but a new trader, someone that's been doing this for a while and still struggling. Last thoughts though for the morning.
I was just reading CR Trader's comment. In terms of where I'm at, it's just like this is a long bias play, man. This is gonna close green in about 4 minutes. We got a nice closure. I want to see this close above 390. make its way towards 410 and just continue to make its way on up. So, last thoughts. I'll leave with this. A little bit of my Malcolm X will come out. Forgive the black joke. I try to always just keep it positive. I think there's only solutions in life, never problems. Starting off with a really good attitude, starting off with a really, with a really good start. It's important how you start. It's very important how you finish as well, but the start is where, everything begins. When it comes to this, I think just taking your time with it and being patient is definitely the most important. And then really just kind of putting yourself in that mindset and zone to say, like, anything is possible. Because as you're watching hyper liquid markets, decentralized markets, crypto market, like everything in that world, DEX markets, you're watching blockchains across the board. You're watching, hyper markets across the board just go crazy, and people are making 6, 7, 8, 9 figures a day, if not more. And then you have those that are making billions a day. If that's possible, just imagine even a percent of a percent scale of that and what you can achieve just by kind of taking your time. I just think there's endless opportunity and possibility here. And I want to be here to help as many people as I possibly can and show as much love as I can. It's nice to be able to help and watch other people just make money and, really, really just execute and have fun with it. Yep. I think this is a fun space to be in. A lot of great people you can meet. And, it's nice to be able to grow with a family.
Love for having you, like I said, having you on today, man. We'll get you back on again, in the next couple of months or so. And we can go over more as you, grow more. And again, thank you for doing everything you have in the Discord, of course, here on the live stream for traders. Definitely learning a lot. And even today, of course, having this one play and setting up and just breaking it down and showing what traders, what you do daily, and then having a great setup there, waiting for that bounce play. Of course, me, it's all I've been really, for the most part, trading recently. So I love that we went over a bounce play today.
Oh yeah, I was glad that we at least had something to use here as an example. You know what I mean? So that's a really good sign. And this is a great liquid grab from down here. And let's see if this thing can close above 410 and keep on going.
I appreciate it, my man. Of course, I'll holler at you soon. Tell you how much I appreciate you being on the stream today. But yeah, have a great weekend, and keep doing what you've been doing. Again, thank you for doing everything you've done for me. And yeah, give some love. I see some love there coming on the Zoom. So I'll throw some hearts out there. Yeah, let's throw some hearts out there on the Zoom. Same here on the live stream on the YouTube. Smash that like button. Give some love here to Love Chip. It's been a journey for him, What do you remember? What Deck asked you at that? What did you ask do you remember the question he asked you?
Oh, of course I do.
What was it? I can't remember that interaction. I just remember what you said.
He's handing out money, right? Trying to really get people hyped up. I'm not going to go into too many details of the seminar, but he trying to get people hyped up, and he goes, "Who is your absolute favorite trader as part of TradeCaster?" And I immediately said you. And he pulls back. He's like, throws his hands up in the air. He was going to give me money, then pulls it back, and I'm like, "That's fine. I'm not going to lie for money because I don't really care." And it was just a funny reaction. But I was just being honest. Like, it's just, I don't care about the shirt ripping. We get it. You're jacked. So am I. I'm not ripping my shirt off. Like, it's not that pressing, bro. Like, it's great to just kind of stay calm with it. And it's just, look, I've enjoyed how you and I, we share a lot of the same mannerisms and kind of life qualities in terms of wanting family, wanting kind of just being able, everybody eats, you know what I mean? Like, it's, right. That everybody eats mentality. That's a huge thing with my LLC. Love Chip LLC is not just my name. It's the name of my actual company. You know what I mean? It's kind of the oversight for everything fitness and finance.
Right.
It's kind of my world, and so, it's, our mantra is just everyone wins and everyone eats. I don't mind doing anything for anybody, and I don't care whether I get paid or not. I'm a man of God. I'm huge in my faith. I go to church at a minimum twice a week. I always go for 3. Just keep them going in your life, man. Just having good principles, being a good person.
I'll just never forget that moment, because that was one of the few moments. I'm very, I'm a very proud outgoing extrovert, happy. You know, I got a little of that like Tony Stark narcissist. Yeah, like. But when you said that, I've never done a whoa, no, don't no, don't say that. Don't say I'm the best. But it just shows how honest and natural it came out of. Like, no, I'll never forget that because I was looking over at you and I was like, whoa, no.
Look, at the time, you know, following one of your trades, there was one trader. I always thought he was cool, but he turned out to be a dick. I forget his name. There was one trader, you know, when I took my big loss, like how discouraging he was.
Right. Yeah.
And I remember getting, at the time, this was years ago, one of my biggest trades with you. And it gave me so much confidence to say, like, you know, like, damn, like I just made a few grand off this trade.
Yeah.
And like like at the time, because my bills were much lighter then than they are now. But I was like, dude, like my bills are good for quite some time. Like, this is a couple grand, and I was like, it was really cool to see it work. But like the only kind of instances that really worked for me were a stock split back when I was in college. Dogecoin making 38 grand off that, and HKD. That went to 20. Like you'd have to be an idiot not to just take at least one long during that. Like, you know what I mean? But the thing went to $2,700 in 3 days. Like if you don't take at least one long, like you're done. You can't just keep watching that. You know what I'm saying? Like it was green candle after green candle after green candle for hours. Not just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was like a week. I think the whole thing was like a week, like 5 trading sessions. You know, so you know, it just you showed me that this can work. And the only way for it to actually work is to put in hard work. So I was like, all right, let's just do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Patience, my man, spelled with a Y. I've been saying that for years. Got it from Rapid Financial. It used to be over at TC, and it was Deckmar back in the day when it would have been
6 year study, my friend.
Yeah. So it's one of those things. Patience. If you're going to be a doctor, know that you're going to go to school for 6-8 years. If you're going to be a lawyer, that's where I characteristic this. You know, how many people go to school and actually succeed to be a professional athlete? I mean, what's the percentage that make it to the NFL and the NBA? That's your percentage here to make it as a professional stock trader, right? That's so. What do you think those guys have done? Do you think they just picked up a basketball and were in the NBA? Nah, most of them probably been playing since they were 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. So that's 10, 15 years worth of work that they finally are now getting paid for. Of course, the kids in college are getting paid now, but still, they put all that work into that. Working for 8, 9, 10 years old playing AAU basketball. I know, of course, I'm just going with basketball. You can go to Little League, to whatever, to all the different Pony League and whatever for baseball. You get my point. Any of those guys have been doing it for years. Very few and far between you can see someone that picks up a basketball or football or baseball and they're good within a year and they're in the professional league. It's usually 5, 10 years more of work. That's the same thing here. So just know that if you have the patience and the discipline, you can persevere and push yourself. Love Chip is a prime example of what can happen. Man, thank you so much again for coming on today, bro.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. We'll have a good rest of your day, weekend. We'll get you back on soon. The traders are absolutely loved with how much information you just exploded their brains with. They got to pick their brain parts up now and try to figure out what the hell you just said. Love it, brother. Have a good one. I'll talk to you soon, bro. Losing a little bit of internet there, I think, there too at the end. Cool. Let me get my TOS pulled back on up here, team. Great day right there. Absolute great day. Yeah, man with a good heart. Yes, 100% CR Trader. We know he is such a good man. Of course, tie to myself as much as I can to you great people. I mean, you all are, so no offense, everyone in chat I think has a good heart. I mean, there may be someone over there, I don't know who it is, that doesn't have a good heart, but it seems like anyone that I've talked to, because I've done one-on-ones where I've talked to every single one of you guys, whether it's yourself, CR Trader, Cosmic Ray, Sailing Girl, Bus Boy. I think I've talked and seen every one of you, whether it's a one-on-one, Paula. I'm pretty sure I've seen every one of you, Other Cousin, Liquivision. At some point in time, I've seen your face, Joe. I've met you in person. I've done a one-on-one with you. I've watched your live stream. I feel like I know you, and that's what I want to do. As I've said that for the longest time with stock trading, of course, doing the one-on-ones. When I used to stream over at Tradecaster before that, it was only at Tradecaster I streamed, but it wasn't DeckmarTrades.com at the time. But it was I wanted to get to know my traders. I wanted to get to know the people that were in chat. That meant the most to me. If I could get to know them and help them out and feel like they had someone there with them every day, then it makes, like even Love Chip was saying about taking that trade with me, it starts building your discipline, starts building your confidence, your patience starts to grow. You start to realize what is possible, so to speak. So, again, thank you for all you guys coming over and all the love there, St. Leo Cosmic Rays, Bus Boy, the love there. Paula, Ingrid, everyone else that gave the love there for Love Chip. Great trader. He's turned himself into a very good profitable trader. Bothie again on the Discord there. Joe, Elisa, everyone on the Discord that gave him some love. Big time to get him on. Of course, and even later today, what again kind of makes it full circle, which is crazy. I was at the Money Show, and with Trade the Pool in Orlando. They had a booth there, obviously. If you do remember this back in, a little over a month ago now, I got to go. Which was really awesome, and Still Just Humbled had me come over. I'm streaming live with them. They had me go to Orlando, and the whole trip's paid for. It's just kind of like, wow, this is awesome. And here I am with guys like Charles Powell of the world, even the Michael Nosses, obviously, of the world, and the Michael Katz that have been doing this forever and on CNBC, right? And then I get to meet, guys like Adrian Manns, get Adrian Manns' number. He had a booth there as well. So this afternoon, we had Love Chip this morning, who's a big small cap trader. We're going to get Adrian Manns on, who's more of an equities. He trades more of large cap, bigger, sector. And we're going to see what his thought process is and how he's been trading over the past now almost 30 years. So getting both ends of it today. You get someone that's just really got successful and getting his feet rolling and trading small caps and has a great setup and a plan and a strategy to use every day. And then later this afternoon, we'll get someone that's been doing this for essentially about 30 years now and has booths at the Money Show that trades a different sector. So I cannot wait for this afternoon as well. This morning was absolutely like I said, an honor to get Love Chip on because again, just seeing the journey. I talked about that with him, but it's just cool to see the guys, you guys, your gals, and your journey. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do the most. I want to be Professor X, and this is my X-Men, and I want to see you guys, I want to mentor you guys to become the best X-Men you can be. And when I see you, it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. So we'll get this pulled back up here. My internet's laggy today. Unfortunately, I'm not connected to my modem. My wire, my Ethernet wire was chewed up yet again by my dog over here, Mr. Merlin. He's chewed up 3, if not 4 of these now, by the way. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, look how the line really worked out there for our play there for KLPR again, or KPLT on the way back up for reversal. Bounce play is not working today on it, but it is working here, as you can see, on Zed. So Zedge with a nice, good uptrend channel overall continuation. But yeah, so sorry if the internet gets a little slower and I am laggy a little bit on the live stream, but it is because I'm on Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi, for whatever reason, over the past month or two, has just gotten to shit. I am doing a giveaway, so giveaway time. I know I've just lost about a few viewers here. Giveaway time. Who would like something for free? All right, so I'm going to do a quick giveaway. I'm just going to do one giveaway today to go, of course, coincide with my holiday sale I'm doing, which I want to bring up one last time here before we just recap stocks and tickers for the morning. The BOGO sale, the BOGO holiday sale. There it is. This is what we talked about. I told you this, but I knew this. I know Love Chip was saying it too as well. I think CR Trader was talking about this play as well, moving up even higher. This bounce play, when we were here, I was like, I bet we move back up into the 430s, 440s. Patience, and then you get it. BOGO sale. You want to take a part of the live stream? I know it's free today. It'll be free on Fridays for the most part when I get dual stream Fridays going, which hopefully every Friday I'll have it. Other than that, Monday through Thursday, you're talking about crazy quality content. 5 straight. I don't think I'm going to unfortunately lose that streak today. Last Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the last 5 trading days, I've had $1,000 day. Last 5 days, $1,000 day. Some of those days have actually been up to 2-3K, finally. So in the past week, last Friday into today, unfortunately today, no trades, but last Friday, and we'll just say yesterday, the last 5 trading days other than today, I've definitely have finally got back to old Ake here, close to it, and up almost 7K for the last 5 days. So last Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, up about 7K. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Finally getting back and get some trades under the belt. Morning alerts are free with anything you book. That's right. You want morning alerts where I'm giving out levels and what to trade, not only in pre-market with stop losses and targets, what to trade after the opening bell, giving you levels from small cap to large caps. Those are free with anything you book. You want to come join my live stream, test me out for a month, I'm giving away morning alerts for free for that full month, and I'm giving you one-on-one. If you buy the 6-month yearly live stream package, I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. That's the 6-month deal. Everything comes with half of what you're getting. So if you get a year of the live stream, you're getting 6 months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream morning alerts and live stream package, which saves you 2 months on the monthly, so a total of $200 you're saving there, you're going to get the 23 pack. That's right, 23 one-on-ones for free. So an added extra value of about $1,100 there. And this actually these are all half price. My one-on-one packages are half price. So it's really usually $1,500. That's a $1,500 full price value that you will get for free. Adrian Mann just said, that works. Send me the link. So he's ready to rock and roll this afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you buy and again, I don't know how much money you have. Maybe you only have two. You don't have $350, but you want to. Okay, you need some one-on-one time. 4 one-on-ones with me for $200 gets you 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. 6 one-on-ones gets you 2 months of the live stream, 2 months of the morning alerts. The 12 pack gets you 3 months of the live stream and 3 months of the morning alerts. And if you want the 23 pack, it gets you 6 months of the live stream and 6 months of the morning alerts. So going back in succession here of what's the best and what's not. This is the best. Why? Because you get $1,100+ in added value, right? Because this, you get 23 one-on-ones, but only 6 months of the live stream. That's pretty damn good. You're getting half a year of the morning alerts for free and half your live stream for free. But for only 125 more, you get a full year of the live stream and a full year of the morning alerts, plus the 23 one-on-ones. The second best deal is the Ultimate Pack at 23, or of course the yearly live stream package. Because you're still getting a lot of one-on-ones, you're still getting a lot of, the yearly, you're still getting a lot. Those are the next best two values, right? Then, of course, the next best value is going to be getting the morning alerts for the morning tree for 6 months. Those are to me, this is the best deal by far. The second best deal right here, these two. And the third best deal is either this one or this one. Different price points, whatever you get though, you're still, and that's what I've noticed. I've been doing one-on-ones for almost 5 years now. I've done one-on-ones with well over, I don't know the number anymore. I just know it's well over 500 people. Over 500 people. With some of those people I've done many with. You got your top students like CR Trader that came over and did like 3 or so, got the morning alerts with 3 one-on-ones in the morning alerts. His brain took off and exploded. Next thing you know, he's made probably $500,000 or more. That's last April this happened. We've got the Rick C's of the world here, which this story is absolutely bonkers right here, but Rick C's of the world right here. So we got Rick C's of the world. Check out this message that I got. Hey Josh, just want to thank you so much for teaching me to trade the levels. He signed up for the morning alerts March of last year, 2024. Notice the name of our new sailboat. It's levels. Levels. 2 years, we went from a 950K account to 4.3 mil, and self-administered IRA is even better, which he didn't give a number on that. So I'm only imagining he went from 950K and he's turned that into, he's quadrupled, if not more, his account. In 2 years, 950K to 4.3 mil. Okay, cool. He's got a lot of money, Josh. Sure, whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. Look at his win rate, 92%. I teach you to become the best trader you can be. Teaching you to trade the levels. You go to LoveChip, CR Trader, any of these traders, they become their own trader and do what they do. But this is the one fucking thing I taught them. How to trade the levels. That's how they got successful. I taught them the charting. They narrowed everything down. They made it simpler on themselves, and whammy. Whammy. This dude's got a fucking sailboat. A brand new, badass, amazing sailboat. You need any help, take advantage, invest in yourself. So any of these you get, like a point being, I've noticed when you have all three of them, you have the live stream, you have the morning alerts, you do one-on-ones with me. Look at CR Trader. Now, again, I know he's the cream of the crop. He's a creme de la creme. But he did that. He signed up for the morning alerts. He did his one-on-ones that he had, because I think he bought that package a while back. He came over and said, hey, I haven't, blah, blah, can I still use them? I said, fuck yeah, you can still use them. Let's get to work. He did these, signed up for this, had the live stream over at Tradecaster with me. Look at the chef kisses later. Take advantage of the deal. Again, buy one, get one free. You sign up for the live stream. You get 1 month of morning alerts and one-on-one. That's just a little starter pack. I get it. Or 6 months of the live stream. It's only $350. That's not a lot. Well, then you get 3 or 6 month deal. You get 3 months of the morning alerts, 6 months of live stream, and 3 one-on-ones. Or right here, sign up. That's not a lot either. $700. That's a year of the live stream. You're going to get 6 free months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. Or, of course, by far the most ridiculous deal you'll ever see, $1,000, and you get the morning alerts, which Rick C turned to 4 or 5 mil on just morning alerts. CR Trader and others as well. Plus, you get the live stream and 23 one-on-ones with me. That's the way you're going to get better in your stock trading journey. You have to come over and see me daily. Watch the live stream. Watch me break plays down, what you should be seeing and why you should be seeing it. Get the morning alerts so you can test your levels and get free levels every day of where to trade and what levels are key to use. So you can become a better trader and charter. And then you can see people even like Rick C that have made 4, 5, 6 million off my alerts still come back for more because they're that money. And then on top of the fact, if you really want to take advantage of your stock trading journey, doing one-on-ones with me. These are hour-long Zoom sessions. Like what I just did with Love Chip, that's what I do with you, no matter where you're at in the world. We do Zoom sessions. I go over your trades, figure out what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, stop you doing what you're doing wrong, and go to what you're doing right. I don't want to point names out in chat, but there are a lot of people the last couple of weeks that I know I could talk to right now, and they're going, that's me. This is me. He's helping me out. He's helping me figure this out. That's what you go back to basketball. You go to a surgeon. You go to a lawyer. Did they just figure that out on their own? Oh, I've got law school. I went to know. You didn't. I say, I got here's my law firm. Yeah, you went to law school. You didn't just become a surgeon and now you're an MD at whatever at the ER clinic and working on people's arms because it just got blown off or shot off or something, and you never went to school. You didn't join the NBA or get in the NBA or the MLB or become whatever Actors Guild or whatever it's called, Aussie chick, and you just started acting. Most of those people that, have been doing acting for years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years before they ever see anything that's worth anything. Yeah, you get my point there. But they've been acting. They've done something in school, grade school. You get my point. You have a mentor. You have students. You have school. You got to go see a teacher. You got to go see a mentor. You got to go see a tutor. You got to get better. Day in, day out. Whether it's, and to me, if you get all three of these at once, the live stream, the morning alerts, and the one-on-ones, that is where you become more profitable. I just will tell you right now, working with however many traders I worked with, which was a freaking shite ton, well over 500 now, that is the way to go if you're going to get better. And then here is the link to that. Boom. Oh my gosh, who are we going to long trade? Need an inverse ETF for a hardware company device they're about to go. There we go. All right, well, we can look at those. Gotta look into which one of those are, Shane. We gotta look which one of those is gonna be it. Who's gonna be the next ETF hardware RAM company? I bet it's not gonna be NVDA. You ever heard of NVIDIA? Thank you, everyone. Let's go, Joe. What's up? Anyone in A? Is that three? Is that really 3 letters right there? R-A-K-B. What's this? R-A-R-B. If I can type. ARBKL. Merlin, please lay down. What are you doing? Merlin, lay down. Oh boy, here we go. We got us a crazy fun one today. I'm not touching this play, Jesse, but it is very interesting to say the least. All right, who's ready to pick between a free live stream for a month, free morning alerts for a month, or you can do one-on-one with me? I'm doing just one giveaway today. Next week I will do 2. And then, of course, I will be free. What is the date on that so I can find out right here? So next Friday, we'll do 2, if not 3 giveaways. And then the Wednesday before Christmas, I will do an ultimate giveaway sale. So the Wednesday before Christmas, we're going to do a big, I say ultimate sale, we're already doing the BOGO sale. Ultimate giveaways. Stop. All right, here we go. I'm going to ask one question. then I'm going to call it a little bit of a break for the morning here. And guys, ready for your question of the day? You want the free light, you want the stream for a month, you get it. You get the morning alerts for a month, or you get a one-on-one with me. So the 3 things that I provide for, either a one-on-one with me, you can start to see what those are like. A lot of people that just get one end up buying more, whether it's a smaller pack or a bigger pack. Live stream for a month definitely seems pretty enticing. Of course, the morning alerts, which could make you more money than anything else. You never know. So, question of the day. Who is ready? Here we go. Question. Get ready, team. This is going to be a fun one. This one's going to be a fun one. trying to. Oh no, that's not gonna be. That's gonna be too easy. I already knew that was gonna be too easy. That's gonna be too easy. That's gonna be too easy. Margot! We'll do this one. We'll do this one. Oh, that's going to be, I think, because some of these questions I come up with in my head that I want to ask have multiple answers. And like, well, it could be this or it could be that. Dang it. Good question here. I was trying to keep it stock related, but I don't. We'll do this. We'll do this. Let me do this real quickly. Wow. Whoa, is it really? Okay. All right, let's get this question in. You can Google it. This will be Googleable. And I will type it into chat. Then I will read it because I think there's a delay. So here's the question. Read the chat. Read the chat, team. Here's the question of the day for a free month of the live stream or a free month of the morning alerts or one free one-on-one. We ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam. How much is the SPY up this year? Percentage-wise. 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 It doesn't have to be perfectly to the number, but how much is the SPY up this year? What's up, Shane? No, Topher Hana. I think like everyone, like there's 40 or 50 people still watching, I think, but there's like everyone's like not watching. Let's see, because I don't have any comments here recently. Oh, Ingrid, 0.7%. You have, well, I will say you have the numbers right. There we go. Oh, Aussie chick, it's 17%. Oh, it's 17, Aussie chick. I feel bad because you said 0.71 because I'm like, did she mess up the numbers real quickly? Or like, I meant to type in 17 first. All right, I'll give it to Aussie chick and I'll give it to Veda. I'll give it to Aussie chick and I'll give it to Veda there. Yeah, I was like, that's it, I think. I think she fucked up. Here we go. Year to date, the SPY is up 17%. 17% year to date right now. The SPY here up on the year 17%. So 17% on the year. On the dot now, actually. 17%. I was trying to find a good question with stocks. Ready, I'm going 17. Everyone's like 17 now. All right, so Aussie chick. Now I feel like everyone should get it that guess 17. All right, Aussie chick. I'll give it to you. I know Veda. All right, so Aussie chick, you got everything though. Dang it. Do you just want an extra one-on-one? You can just throw in an extra one-on-one for you. I can send you a. How about this? I can send you an autographed picture of me tearing my shirt off. I'll say, oh yeah. I could do that for you. Veda, what would you like? Liquid Vision. What do you want? Give it to someone else. Okay. All right. Who? Hey. Yeah, you got a lot, Aussie chick. I like that you guessed. Veda surprised me. Okay. Okay, Veda says surprise me. Well, I'll give it to Liquid Vision then. I don't think Liquid Vision won, so we could just chat it up in a one-on-one if you want to, Liquid Vision. Definitely Veda. Wait, what? Wait. What do you mean, wait? Surprise me. Wait. He says, wait. Double it and give it to the next person. Okay. Oh, we're going to do one of those today. We're going to do one of those where the person walks up in New York, says, give you $20 or give the next person $40. And then the person has to decide. And then the next person's like, give you $40 or give the next person $60. You know, and to see how far that keeps going till finally someone takes the money. I love seeing those to see how far they end up going. Those are cool. One-on-ones, of course, Liquid Vision. Sweet. One-on-ones, of course. All right, Liquid Vision, you get 2 of them. Liquid Vision, you get 2 of them today. So Liquid Vision, here's my email address, boss. Look, there you go. Email me, Liquid Vision. Email me. We'll get those set up. Love to see you again and chat it up. We'll talk about the good times and what's happened since. I don't know where since just came in. What's since? At least give it 4. Not very nice. Yes. Love that. Love it. Yeah, I can't wait till I really get to that point where I'm just... There's that one guy. Oh, God. What's his name? What's this guy? I love this guy. Damon Darling. I love this guy. What's up? Got $1, brother? I love this guy. I want to be like this guy right here. I want to be like this guy.
Yeah, $1 bill. Yeah. Oh, you don't need it? Oh, I thought you were poor. Yeah.
Oh, he does it for fun. Like, this dude's got millions of dollars. Like, this dude has millions of dollars right here. But yeah, got $1? This guy, Damon Darling.
Had to come to CVS to get some ones. We were just driving by. We figured we might as well just stop here, hit the ATM, and get some ones. I couldn't get them out of my bank account, Bob, because they put a bolo on the bank account. Because I keep getting ones, and I can't for the life of me understand how that was suspicious. They're my damn ones.
They're my damn ones.
Something like that, Bob. Get you a snack or something like that, Bob. You know, $1 snack. You know, a meal. So sometimes snacks can be a meal for some people. It'll be their meal for the whole day. Yeah, you never know.
I love it. It's so awkward.
Thank you. Yeah, I get lonely sometimes too.
Well, and then he finally meets someone that he'll talk to, and then he'll pay for their groceries.
I
and
felt
ask
bad for you, Bub. I thought you were poor.
No, I've got a couple.
Yeah, I was like, well, damn, everybody should have
Well,
a
this isn't
$1
one.
bill. It's America, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he does this goofy shit like, oh, I thought you, and then he tries to see, he wants to see if they're going to get like pissed off. And then he loves to help the people that are just like, you know, they end up talking and having a story. Then he pays for their groceries, asks if they want cash back, and they're kind of like, he's like, yeah, you know, I don't get it, you know, and then he'll have to decide for him. Give him 100 back, you know. He usually goes for like the max you can get back.
Pay for the doctor.
Yeah, I'll pay for the bun. You want a snack?
No, I'm good.
What about you? I see you looking.
No, I'm
You want one too?
No, I'm good.
I saw you eyeing his $1.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, you sure?
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah. Can I get a hug? Will you hug me? Can I hug you? Yeah, my papa and my meemaw ran off. I don't get a lot of affection.
man.
Thank you, Bob. Love you.
You have a good day.
Yeah, I love you too, bud.
I love him. Oh, yes, we'll do, my man. We'll do. Yes, hit me up, email me. But yeah, I'd love to do that one day. You know, not like to the stories, but just like when I've been there before, but I don't know if I don't want to be disrespectful. And then the parent be like, but at some point, I'm just gonna be like, I don't care. If they get mad, they get mad. You know, just what it is. But like there'll be a kid in line and he wants a treat or he wants some kind of snack, you know, at Walmart or wherever. And of course, I live in Arkansas, so let's think about, you know, I'm in Arkansas. Really doesn't matter what state you're in. You're going to deal with some, you know, some people that are deprived and people that don't have, you know, they're just not in an economic state of mind of making a lot of money. And, you know, like I was in the chips candy aisle of Walmart the other day. Mom walks through with her 2 kids and I'm passing them and she's all right, 2, you get to pick 2 from this aisle, either side, 2. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. I remember those days when I could only like, here you get to pick 2. And so it's like you get a chip or a snack of that sort in the candy, or you get 2 candies, or maybe you get 2 chips, you know. And so I thought that was real, but that, you see what I'm saying, or it'll be the checkout line. Because I love to say that and turn around, you know what? Hey, bub, hey, you pick out 5 things, and then just to hand the mom like a 20 or a 50 or, you know, or 100 and be like, tell them they can pick out 4 things on each side. Or, you know, something different, you know, 2 things on each side. Or at the checkout line, and there, you know, there's that kid that wants some kind of candy, and the mom's like, no, you put that back. We don't blah, blah, blah. You know, kind of, I want to be like, I want to get it and be like, or pay for their groceries. You be like, get it. You get a couple of them. I'm like, you know, I'm going to pay for your groceries today. But you know, I want to, there's those times when I want to get it for the kid, or gets like, I'll be out of shoes, whatever, and they want shoes and they can't get the shoes. And I'm like, I want to pay for that so bad, but I don't want the mom or the dad to yell at me. Usually it seems like it's a mom. But then to yell at me and get mad because I want to pay for them. Like, you know, that's what he gets that a lot of the time. I got it. I can pay for it. I got my own money. Leave me alone. I'm just trying to help you out. Like, I'm not trying to be rude and trying to make it sound like you don't have money. You know, I'm just trying to make the kid and yourself happy, you know, where you can have a day like, well, someone paid for my groceries, you know, like that helped me out today. That was an extra $100 and now I can spend somewhere else on a bill or whatever it is, you know, credit card that I haven't need to pay off a little bit more of or whatever. So yeah, I love hearing that and seeing that. Well, the line worked out more so for resistance than it did support today. We have got no good movement today overall, except for Zedge. It does seem like. I will go over to YouTube right here and check out Stock Rocks for the day. And now I'm not seeing anything. YCBD didn't do anything. MESOX didn't do anything. KPL, obviously KPLT's down. Tilray, did Tilray end up doing anything today? TLRY, did that do anything today? Yeah, I talked about that. I know, I think it was Bothy. Bothy, I think you asked about this play earlier, and I was like, I just don't see it happening, to be honest. I don't like Tilray most days. We good? Liquid Vision, again, anyone that's still out there, 40, 50 of you that are still listening, appreciate you. Almost 200 views today. That's fucking awesome. I love it. I'm trying to get more and more views here on these Fridays. Hopefully that builds up, of course, Adrian Mans later today. And don't forget, that is true. We have Adrian Mans later this afternoon. Well, it is later this afternoon, but later today, this afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's noon Central, 11 a.m. Mountain Time, 10 a.m. West Coast. So 1 p.m. Eastern, we will have Adrian Mans on. The guy's been trading for about 30 years now at the Money Show, giving presentations, got a booth there. He's big time. Probably the most successful big wig trader I've got on here. Michael Noss up there too, but obviously Adrian Mans had his own booth at the Money Show. So we got some really big time good traders. We got some newer traders like Kevin Avery, CR Trader, Love Chip, J Trades that have been successful and have been making money. Then we're getting more experienced traders in, like Caesar. If you remember, Caesar had Caesar on. He's been doing this for almost 15, 20 years. Michael Noss, same thing. And now we're getting someone that's been doing this for longer than some traders have been alive, possibly listening today. And Adrian Mans in almost 30 years. Team, I will be back this afternoon. I'll throw some soft jams on for you for the time being. We pretty much nailed today's one mover. Love Chip was all over it for us today with Zedge there. SPY and the large cap market is getting a pretty big pullback here. I'll keep my eye on that. I'm going to pull up another Thinkorswim here on the right-hand side again so I can keep my eye on some more large cap tickers. But SPY here finally, and I had told you in the morning alerts, again, it's back to those morning alerts here, which I didn't put my link out there. Maybe I did put my link out there earlier. I thought I did, but maybe I did not. But here's my link to the website for that BOGO sale. This morning, I told you guys the SPY is most likely going to have a bigger day today. We're going to see the SPY finally move up out of this range one way or the other and not have a real tight day. And boy, oh, we're having that. And I think she's probably, I would imagine, already below my ultimate low of day as she is continuing to fall down. Most likely going to hit that 80-20 mark we just saw the other day. Again, there's my website. Go take advantage of the BOGO sale like we were just going over here a little bit ago. And how that works, just book a package. I've gotten that asked, well, it doesn't say BOGO sale. I'm going to change that into the weekend, into Christmas, so at least the next half of this month, it'll actually say on there. Traders are confused. I have another trader looking to book. I'm like, well, what do I do? How does this work? Whenever you book, so if you book the half-year live stream for 6 months, I will go into your profile and add 3 months of morning alerts for you for free and keep track of it and add to your profile 3 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream and morning alerts, you will have the live stream and the morning alerts for a year, obviously, and then I'll go to your profile and add 23 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream package, I go in and keep track. You have 6 months of the free morning alerts. I add that to your own profile for you, and I'll add your 6 free one-on-ones. So essentially, whatever you go buy, I am your personal assistant, and I then go add in the extra for you. So whatever you pay for, know the BOGO sales I talked about exist, and all I do is add it on for you. If you don't follow me on Instagram or YouTube, definitely go follow me on Instagram or YouTube. Absolutely money sauce there as well. I don't know where that chart is at now. Where did that chart go to? Is this okay? This is this chart right here. There it is right there. Sorry, team. Sorry. And then boom, shakalaka. And then my Instagram and YouTube. Please go follow me there. A lot of good information is posted on Instagram and YouTube daily, which I'll put the links out there in just a second. Yesterday I posted my charting lesson for how to chart large caps. So I have how to chart small caps, how to chart large caps. I'll put that link out there in just a few minutes for you. And what I'll probably do is just play part 1 and 2 here over the lunch hour so you have something to watch and learn. So I'll start with small caps and I'll move over to large caps. Both of those are every video. So part 1, part 2, part 1, part 2, small cap and large cap are about 20 minutes apiece. So a total of 40 minutes for each one. So about an hour and 20 minutes total for the 2 lessons. I'll get those up for you right now. There's how to get a hold of me. My email address is out there for you, joshasmith7@gmail.com. Oh, one last thing here. Come join the free Discord. This Discord is on fire. We are freaking making money daily over here, and I'm talking posting charts to levels and what to trade well before it happens. I'm alerting LoveChip, CR, all kinds of alerts over here. About 150 or so people over on the Discord. Sign up, but come over to the Discord. It's free. Come over to the Discord. It's free. Come over to the Discord. It's free. Take advantage. Again, invest in yourself. That BOGO sell I'm doing, primetradinginvestments.com. Take advantage. Anything you get, whatever you book, any of those live stream packages or one-on-ones, anything you book, you're going to get morning alerts with it, and you're going to get free one-on-ones with me. So anything you book on my package, on my website, you're getting one-on-ones and free stuff, free one-on-ones and free morning alerts. And of course, follow me, subscribe on Instagram and YouTube. And this afternoon, we'll go Adrian Mans, part 2 of Dual Stream Friday. Starts at 1. We'll do this 12, because I'll come on the mic a little bit before 12:50 p.m. Eastern. Be back then. Boom. AMD down for the day. Yeah, Apple sideways, so nothing really there. Tesla, massive move to start the day and massive reversal back on down. Holy cow there on Tesla today. What a huge, crazy move. Margot! Dog out there barking like she talking machine, and she wants to be in here with me, and she throws these fits. Telling you, round 2 of these dogs. All right, so the better movers, I'll put large cap better movers, SPY, Google, AMD, Tesla. Thanks, Josh. Looking forward to this afternoon. Yeah, Joe, Money Joe, Florida. I keep saying Money Joe because the damn Florida, or the Money Show in Florida. Florida Joe, baby. Florida Joe. I'm glad you came around today, Joe. Appreciate the love. Any of you guys that came around. Again, Joe. How low SPY can go, 678.50. Well, right now the target's going to be this, and there's going to be a lot of traders bouncing at the 680.20 mark, get rich. Under 680.20, yes, your next target down. Look, you can see there's not a lot there. You got to go back in past chart history and try to find it. Got to go back and find it here. Yeah, you're all over it. Look at you learning charts from me and everyone else, baby girl. Smoking. 78.50, you're all over it. You're fucking all over it. You're fucking money, baby girl. 80.20 first. And then under 80.20 to 78.50. You're all freaking over it. You're all freaking over it, and it's freaking your money. Your money. Your money, baby. Love it. Discord invite invalid. What? How is that invalid? Let me see here. Says Orson. This is it. It says your link, and says edit invite link. We'll do this. 7 days. We'll say it never expires. No, it says yeah. Copy. All right, try this again. Try that again. Try that again. See if that doesn't work. And I'll even tag LoveChip to put it over in chat too. Yeah, it may expire for 7 days. I just changed it, though, to where it doesn't expire. Yeah, see, that one should work. That one I just clicked on. So we're up to, we have 54 online, 139 members so far. Accept invite. Yeah! And we're in. So that should work. Let me know if it doesn't. I told LoveChip to also go put it over there on there we go. Thank you, LoveChip. Yeah, so that one of those should work. One of those should work, darn it. Dave, let me know if it doesn't. Lost on call, stupid move. It's all good, get rich. It's all good. Got the short on down. Now take it to here comes 80-20. Here comes 80-20. If you crack that, this is just not a lot to hold it up. It's probably going to go to 78.50. Here goes your, here it goes. There's your 80-20. Looks like Zedge has lost its edge. Cool. We're good, Liquid Vision. Thank you, Love Chip, for helping me out there, getting that link out. That should work. That should work. Pullbacks again, AMD, Tesla, SPY, really the better movers with Google. Tesla and SPY, the better of the three, in my opinion, or the four, with AMD up next. And there we go. Love it. Thank you, Love Chip. Thank you. Boom. All right, I'm going to take the break off the mic for now. Enjoy a little bit of the next 2 hours, 2.5 hours off the mic. I may have to run a quick errand too as well out of the office, but please, smash that like button. You see those little hearts in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'm pressing them right now. You see those little hearts coming out? Works. Cool. Awesome, Dave. Awesome. Come on over and join. Be back this afternoon. Besides following me on Instagram, besides subscribing here on YouTube, smash that like button today, please. I'd appreciate it big time. Hit those hearts. Let those hearts go. I want to see you guys back here this afternoon. Love Chip, had 200 viewers this morning. Let's get 200 more viewers this afternoon with Adrian Mans. Great traders. We're bringing the best of the best over here. We're doing the best of the best. You talk about Love Chip breaking down Zedge to a T, and then here I am with SPY, come out of nowhere, and I say, hey, 80-20. You're going to see traders come over here and try to bounce it at 80-20. You name a ticker, you pull up a chart, we break it down, and we don't fart. Especially Shart like I did on the golf course, because that shit was not fun, truly, speaking of shit. Anyway. Liquid Vision, yeah, works now. Cool. Expires period, okay, cool. All right. Lost boys, lost girls. Yeah, there's some hearts coming in. Love Chip, Liquid Vision, Dave. Especially, definitely no offense to any of you guys. Love Chip, thank you so much. But Dave, Liquid Vision, Get Rich, Joe. Who we got? Veda from earlier. MRJP5XL. Ingrid in chat. Miss Oi, Aussie chick. Saline Girl. My wallflowers out there. Jesse. Blueprints just wallflower coming in guessing on a hot whim note. Topher Hana. I've known Topher Hana. I've known this guy since he's freaking like 8, 4, 3, 2. I don't know. 5 years old. Forever ago. Love Chip. Of course, CR Trader. My man. Cosmic Rays coming over. My boy. Frank Leg Ladder. That's right. Leg Ladder is where you get Ladder's half price on Saturday. Paula for coming. Of course, my girls 3 in a row earlier. Paula, Sailing Girl, Ingrid, Aussie Chick. Of course, other cousins been around for a while. Who else was over here today? King Lion, Brosif, that's right, bro. Tango was here earlier with Front and AC and Busboy, Labop, some old school names. J Webb was in chat. Those are some old school names right there. Giovanni, Mr. G Delcor, thank you for coming. Bothie was in chat today. James earlier as well. Thank you, guys. I think that's about everybody. J-Bow was in Chizzy chat today, and of course, Elisa, the original Good Morning Alert from the first one, back-to-back there with the girls with Paula. Love my ladies, you know I do. You're my favorite. Put you over the guys any day of the week. Thank you, Love Chip. You're my man. You're my brother. Brother. Love you guys. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day if you are out for the weekend. I hope you're not. Come back for Adrian Mans this afternoon. It's going to be a lot of potential, a lot of good information. So we got this afternoon with Adrian Mans. We'll coast with him for about 30 to 45 minutes, break down some plays as we head into Power Hour. Then we're going to call it for the Friday. Hopefully you stick around till then. If not, I'll see you next week for another Dual Stream Friday. It's looking like hopefully with Michael Katz, the CEO of Trade the Pool. Come back then. It's going to be a great show. I promise you that. And if you do want to take advantage of, and hopefully I will see you either this afternoon or of course maybe Monday, you guys sign up for the live stream. You take advantage of the BOGO sale. I'm just letting you know right now, you get the morning alerts, you get the live stream, and you do the one-on-ones with me. Your journey to be successful is going to ramp up and be a lot faster. I promise you that. Just is what it is. Busboy coming over at the very end, give me a thumbs up. Let me know 2 hours later, Busboy is still around and listening. That means he's doing his best and he's doing his due diligence. I'll see you guys back this afternoon. If you're out for the weekend, either on Monday or next Friday. You know I love you guys more than anything. Reach out to me. You have all the information. I'll repost it here in just a second. All my links. And then I'm going to get up how to chart. Small caps, part 1, then part 2. And after that, large caps, part 1 and part 2. And how to chart, how to find levels. What I'm doing day in, day out to find the bounce plays, the reversals, the support resistance, how to put lines in, how to chart. Whether you come in pre-market, you're coming at the opening bell, or you come in 3 hours after the opening bell, I show you what you should be doing. I'm out for the day. Have a good weekend. Yes, I appreciate it, brother. I know you're getting late over there. By the way, Liquid Vision, he is over in Europe. He's over in England, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken, Liquid Vision's over in England. So, having new traders from abroad means the world to me. Of course, everyone here in the States, I love you, but when I see those traders from abroad, man, that means so much to me. I appreciate you guys coming over in a different time zone, different part of the world, yet still wanting to learn, showing the respect. Man, that means a lot to me. I appreciate it, truly. Love you guys. Have a great weekend if you're out. Otherwise, if you're sticking around to learn more or be part of the Adrian Manns this afternoon, here we go. How to chart for beginners. Stock Market Masterclass. Here we go. Into a charting lesson again, just a refreshed one. Same thing that I did a couple of years ago. I guess it was last summer now. You can go find those. I do have a charting part 1, part 2, part 3. We'll start with small caps, move over to large caps, and go from there. Do some mid caps as well. So the first thing, a lot of traders, we'll just go back to hold on a sec. We'll put SPY here. Just because it's tanking away, or at least looking like it could still go. We'll put this right here. And that about right there. See you guys back in a bit, either on Monday or next Friday. Love you guys. Oh, I can't leave out with a bang-o-rain! Lost boys and lost girls. Pre-market. Understanding that we're working with the multi-day runner here. CYPH was LPTX the other day. It was a name change, but Thinkorswim's already loaded up the chart for us here, and we can see past chart history. This used to be LPTX, but regardless, first thing you always want to do, typically either go to the daily chart. That's what a lot of traders are going to be using is the 1 year, 1 day. When you work with small cap traders, that's just what's taught. What trade you got to think about who small cap traders are. Every one of them is a retail trader. You don't have hedge funds or any of those people involved in these little tickers. It's all retail traders, 90% of them at least. So you got to think about what's taught then of the 90%. Well, we've gone throughout the years. We know what that is. It's usually the 1 year, 1 day. Now, to get a little extra detail, and I always talk this, no matter what, it's called the 4-hour time frame. So you can really get a little bit more detail, maybe with after hours, especially here recently. But then a lot of the time there, if it's a play that's been running recently, 5-minute time frame is not bad. 15-minute time frame, which we'll get into with the large cap plays, which I use, isn't bad. Now, this is an ugly ticker, granted, but this is where you want to start using levels if it's been running for 3, 4, 5 days. Which we'll move into, like when you even get to plays like, say, ONDS, which has been moving here recently over the past week plus. You can go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and work with it. Let's just go back real quickly to CYPH. And what you're looking for here is first using these levels, understanding that you have this 245, 255 resistance. That should be. That's why I don't like shorting the tops, because sometimes in that first push of the day, volume comes in and we can certainly surge past that. It does seem like when we get there later in the afternoon or morning even, you get a better rejection possibly. So what do you do, right? What's the next step? Well, 4-hour, the yearly, 1 day. The 4-hour really is not going to give you much information because it's been so long since we've even been in this time frame. So I would go to the 1 year, 1 day. Understanding that, again, there's that 250. There's where we got that from. There's where we kind of stopped at that the other day when this first started popping up. Now, over 250, what would be your next area? These floors like this, old support. So then you look at 275. And so over 275, I see another little sandwich here and a lot of consolidation right through this area. So we do have a huge channel here where we have a lot of resistance support right here around the $3 mark. You can see bam, 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 and support through there as well. So that's kind of your midline drop, so to speak, your mid area. When you have uptrend channels, you have trend lines, you have sideways consolidation. Like SPY recently on its uptrend, or even one the other day, I forgot what ticker it was. You'll have a uptrend channel, essentially you'll have an uptrend channel. Let's just go and show you an example here. You'll have an uptrend that's going like that, right? And it's bouncing on it. And then you'll have a top resistance line. And I always ask traders to put a top resistance line to the uptrend channel. And they always want to go and put in a horizontal line in. Now I'm talking about the vertical line that runs with it. And so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth, right? In between. And then what you'll have a lot of the time built up in here, we'll just put it about halfway through. I think it's about halfway through. You'll have like this middle one. And so then you'll have this beautiful channel to where it's going up, fails, come down, goes up, breaks through, goes up, bounces on it, goes up, bounces on it, comes back, bounces on it, whatever, and then breaks through, bounces on it, maybe breaks through that time, right? And so you can just kind of trade that channel overall. So pay attention to that, and you want your lines pretty horizontal. It's one thing I do love about trade ideas. I love about Trade the Pool. and Thinkorswim, when you put these out, you just you can't unfortunately hover over it. There may be a way to edit it to where you can see the actual degree. But when you do put these in, as you can see here, it does show you the degree. Right there, it shows you the degree of angle of what these are at. Typically, you like to see them around the 20 to maybe at most around the 40. You know, you don't want to be putting trend lines in that are up at the 50 and higher. Those channels just don't work as fluidly. Right here where I'm at, around that 20, this is perfect. 25, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. 15 is about as low as we get, you know, somewhere around 10 to 15. So I'd say your channel, usually for uptrends, are usually from 10 degrees, that you're going to work consistently, are 10 degrees up to around the 40 degree mark. That usually even about, I'd say about 35 is getting about iffy, 35 to 40. My favorite is, I would say my favorites are 30, probably down to about 15. Those are usually my favorites, 30 to 15 degrees. So that, just remember that little quick little degree of angles, which you guys need to be paying attention to, and how these trend lines, you want to look for very parallel lines on top of the fact you want to look for that mid. You might even form 2 or 3 in between there, besides just the 1. So on top of the levels up, so I see a floor here at 275. I see what I call a sandwich. Go look up my sandwich lesson. Support resistance zone back and forth, flip-flopping back and forth at the $3 mark. And then I see some here at the top right around 350. So this is where I would go in and set lines in right about right there-ish. And then what I like to do is just come in for the day and see how well did these work out. Well, pretty fucking money, huh? I don't really remember the chart. I knew the top one was going to work out. I called that out in the live stream here earlier to take this short. And oh, so money my level was. I said I waited all morning for this 350 short. You know, I'll go over to the Discord and say CYPH waited all morning for this short. Called the top. 350. Let's see it. It will be the top. All right. So, beautiful short up top. And again, where's it come back from? Now, look at these other lines we put in. Now, how beautiful is this old resistance line that becomes support here at 310? Now, wasn't true resistance on the way back up for a double top, but look at the bounce play on a line that you could have put in this morning in pre-market while this SOB was running and moving and popping up again, but not giving us much. You could have gone back in time into the 1 year, 1 day and found the bottom support here, found the midline drop, your sandwich, and found your top resistance. So your top bun, your bottom bun, and there's your meat and your love and all the glory inside. There's you a beautiful channel that you can then go trade today, that you could have put those lines in pre-market and then came in today and then traded those lines. Resistance for fails. Bounce plays, back up. Bounce play, breakout, whatever you want to trade. Fail. That's how you put your lines in pre-market. Makes sense? Any questions real quickly? How do you get the trend line to move like that on a pivot point? Mine in TOS doesn't do that, and I have it manually adjusted. Well, once you click on and activate it, see, that's your pivot point. This becomes your pivot point. So all I have to do is just click on it, left click on it, and then I can just, I think this is all good. Does that make sense? So I just left click and it activates it. Now make sure too that you're on you're on this. I'm on the pointer. I use the pointer. A lot of people use the pan. I use the pointer. I've just got used to the pointer right away. It's what I like to use the most, is the pointer. That makes sense? The pointer. And this is what we would do. So let's just go back to this real quickly. The uptrend channel, I'm going to go back to this and get this in a little bit tighter. So that's how we chart pre-market. Any questions on how you chart pre-market for small cap plays? So let's just go over real quickly before we get into market to ONDS. What do we do on this that's been running recently? Well, ONDS, first off, what? It's moving in this area. So what I typically do is go to a 5-minute time frame and zoom out and go, okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'll go to the 15-day, 15-minute and zoom out. And then I start to bring in some 840 corridors. I see some high up here that I know I can really get a good short on. So what I'm doing in pre-market is marking out levels. And so I just come in and zoom in from right here as tight as I can. And I know I'm really good at seeing lines and levels. A lot of people are like, how do you see that all zoomed out? I've been doing this for so long like this. I have really good eyesight too. It helps. So what we do is we come in and start putting lines in where we have a lot of touches, right? I want to see a lot of touches. Boom, 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 right? Touches here even in pre-market. So I'm going through here with my crosshairs, essentially, right? And when I can just do this on Thinkorswim and just try to find boom, 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 right? Boom, kind of boom, you know, it's kind of choppy through it, but you know, definitely in pre-market, boom, boom. All right, so then I'm just working my way up here. You know, working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Don't let it get away. Each and every day. There we go. How about that? Y'all like that one, huh? Yeah, no, probably not. That's not great. This is where we start to go, at. Because now we start to run into an area that I'm not. So what I'm going to do is cancel that one, come in here to the 1 year, 1 day, and see if I see something sexier. Or go back even to the 4 hour, possibly even. That gives me a little, still too much information above these lines, but we'll zoom in here. Yeah, see, there's just not a lot. You have to go all the way back here to 735, so we'll put one in here at 735. This old floor right through here. There's that, and it comes into there. And then what I'm going to do is put one in right there off of this 765 corridor. And then I want to zoom back in and see what we're doing today. Oh, dang, I didn't get the top, though. I didn't get the top. Didn't really work out anything through here. Didn't work out. This line's just absolutely stupid, and so is this one. You know, what you'd want to do is take this one because, shit, that worked pretty well, though, yesterday and this morning. This even worked out right through there. Hey. These worked out pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of now turning into a sandwich. So does this make sense, guys? Both the line, anyone else that's out there listening, again, hopefully you are taking this, and I'll post this, probably this weekend. I'll, even maybe later today for you guys, the people that didn't want to join or they've moved on or they're just not here right now. This is what you want to do. Now we're going to move into market charting, but this is what you should do every day in pre-market. If you're trying to find levels, and then those are your levels. Got questions? Makes sense? All right, we're good. So at this point in the day, it's not a painted picture. It's still it's not even lunch yet. You're good. You're good. It's not even lunch yet. So, you want to leave it in a 1 or a 3. You can go to a 5. I know CR likes the 5. You want to get comfortable in something. To me, I'm good here. Oh, there's where that kind of actually almost worked out. This is just an old trend line up. I'm going to get rid of that line. I know it kind of looks to work out today. That's just an old trend line. So I like the 3, though. It's been moving long enough for me to then just trade the 3. And so what I'd potentially do is add one extra line in. Now, if you want to throw one in at 780, you can. To me, try to stop looking and using so many lines. Let's just say if ONDS ends up running back on up here to 11, 12, right? I really need to go back to the 4 hour. So we start moving back here. Do you want to leave these lines in? I would say only leave the lines in if we stay here and we fail. So build lines up on the way up so you know which lines to trade on the way down. But if we break this and go, say, to 52-week high, which I think that will be that, yeah, and this will be probably, just one of those extra plays. You're like, damn, I wish I would have got in this forever ago, and it's at 30 or 40, right? And we were looking at it anyway. Get rid of the lines. You need to be able to stop leaving so many lines in and leave them behind. That's kind of a saying I could have. Learn to leaving lines in, but learn to leave them behind. So leave them in till, we start breaking and, okay, we get up to here and then leave them all. And then you got lines to trade. This can be something you can go back to like Bothy or other traders, even the king line traders that need that extra confidence. And I can go back and trade this ticker because I know it and I know these levels and they're really working. You're in your early still ages of your trading journey to you're not that super successful. And I know I just got this and the confidence still does need to grow. The patience and the discipline still needs to grow. This is where this comes into play. So the point being, a quick snippet to this would be once it breaks through this and it rolls through 12 and you're above 12 and now you're at 14, you're at 18, you don't need these lines in anymore. You probably won't see them, and if you do, it won't be for a very long time. And at that point, I don't know what traders are going to use some of those intermittent lines. They will not be used. Few of them will be. All right? Does that make sense? Learn to leave them in, and then learn at some point that you've got to leave them, just get rid of them. So whatever, say if we fail here, come back on down, and now we're floating around at 1 or 2. It's 3 months, 4 months from now, and we're down here, and we're just, get rid of them. Get rid of them. It's kind of the same aspect there. Now, back to end market. The only other thing that you're going to start adding would be downtrends and trend lines. So you need to start coming in here, and this is where I like using the 1 minute time frame to get accurate upon where I need to have my trend lines at, right? So I'm going to come in here and go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. Stop fucking trying to start shit from. Stop doing this. Stop. This doesn't work. No traders are doing this that are successful. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. Stop. If you're doing that, stop. Stop. Okay? It's not the true trend, right? Because I can't come in here and find a top uptrend channel to match it, right? Because here's my point. Here's the true uptrend. If we were going to put anything in here, would have been this little weird little head and shoulders, and then you would have started here and went up through there. Because then you could have a resistance line right there with shoulder to shoulders, right? Leave the head out of it. But then you could have like a little true uptrend right here. The point is, when I find these uptrends, and we'll go cancel left extension, leave that in, cancel right extension. Oh, no, not left, but and right. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, whatever. So when I come in here, what am I looking at? If this is the uptrend, this is the first uptrend that I really notice overall that's really starting to take shape. Here's why. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say it's about right here off this upper shadow. I'm going to form a parallel uptrend. We create a new overextended uptrend from the downtrend break. I'm going to start it off this upper shadow. Watch how perfect this is. Now, I don't know. I wish I would have looked at the degree of angle here. And I think even if you activate it, it's not going to give us the angle anymore. But still, we'll just duplicate it, and I'll put one in here. This one is right at about 30.5. The resistance is 30. It's close. It's kind of caving in a tad. But do you see how parallel the lines are there? Does this make sense now? Do you see what I'm saying? See how parallel? These are like fucking this, almost the same thing. And so this is where you want to come in and start doing that and finding those, and you can still trade in the 3 minute time frame. Now for candlestick confirmation, when these trends start working again, it's the best entries you're going to get for candlestick confirmations. One, if you're trading trend cracks, trend breaks, it's the 1 minute time frame. So this is where you would put line. Now you want to delete lines, right? So you don't need this downtrend line anymore. You don't need that uptrend. Or not. What you do want to leave in is this old uptrend. Why? It's the longest. It's got the most touches. Not even close. Fail, bounce, bounce, touch. So that's what it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot there at 5. A lot at 6. I won't count 7, although I want to, but 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll call that even 11 because that did pop up. 12, 13, 14, right? That's a lot of touches. Most than any other trend today. And oh, damn, it just hit my eyes. Look at this. Right about right there. Look at that uptrend channel. And there's that little midline drop. There's that mid area that I talked about. Right? So that would be the lines that you trade there. This would be the lines. Right here. Does this make sense? Right? So you're going to see if we can reclaim this channel. If we do, now you know what lines we're going to trade. So you've got bounce areas, resistance areas. That's how you chart intraday. Right there on ONDS. Now real quickly back over to CYPH because it is moving a little bit more technically sound. Same thing. You're going to come in here and maybe add some extra lines. Old resistance equals new support. Boom, right? That would probably be about the only other line I add in for the day, honestly, right there, that little sandwich area, a little touch to touch, wick to wick, as I call it. And then you're going to come in here, like I just said, in the 1 minute time frame and find your uptrend channels. Because what you're going to see here is this a lot of the time. And we're going to see if maybe back over to ONDS if we don't do the same thing here. And if we don't come up and fail at the bottom, the old trend line up. I talk about this all the time. Old support becomes what? New resistance. So you go back over here to CYPH, is see how we come up, and that becomes a double whammy area for a great short. Not only we found it on past chart history, but now we have that old uptrend too that's going to knock us back down. That says, oh, no, 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 no. You don't have that much bullish power. Not quite yet anyway. And then you're finding parallel trends usually a lot of the time in technical sound trade setups, tickers. It's not the exact same angle, but boy, oh, look how that one almost matched this. And then look, you're on a new one that's also pretty darn similar, right? That needs to be a little bit down right about right there. But you get my point. Those are all almost the same angle, or very close. Remember these things, guys. You got to start. This is it. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here for CYPH. These are your lines. Now you know resistance and support on the way up. Now over 350, that would be your main key question. That's awesome that I just thought about that myself. Okay, well, Josh, AK-47, what about over this? Well, you're just going back in time. You know, I usually go 5 years typically right out of the gate and then start zooming out from there. If I don't need all this, right, and that noise, I find the 5 noise that I could run into, kind of zoom in from here, seeing those fails at 5. So going back off of those levels, because I don't need current, that's just going to give me too much charting and a bunch of blank space anyway. And then I start finding lines here, and where do we have touches? So I just start coming in here and doing the same thing in the past. So we have a lot here, even all the way back at 350. Then I'd say right here's the next level. Really strong, and look what we're running into. That's right where my line's at today. It is at 360, right? So there you go. That's beautiful. And then you come in here and keep adding more lines. I don't like one singularity upper shadow. It might fail, it might not. I really like this area, you know, when you find a 380 into, you know, which one I won't put 2 there. What we'll do is, so you can see 380, 395. So I kind of like split the difference there. Right click, edit properties, make that a fat guy, and then boom. Know that area is just going to be really strong. Could really do the same here with this guy, and we'll go ahead and mark that as a thick guy because of all the touches. And then over that, then you're coming up to this next, but that consolidation zone right here at 420, you can see a lot of upper shadows. And if I extend that back to the left, which I can see it already, but I'll do it for you guys, boom, almost runs into this upper shadow and the little wick bounce there. And then, of course, then the main guy, this is the main nasty, holy Petrolies. If this could ever get the 480 into 5, holy Matroli towns. And that's it. And that would be not only how you trade from pre-market. When you come in, find your levels. We just even found more levels you can find in pre-market to trade. And then you come in here on the intraday and you can see how those levels have worked out like a gemstone for you. And you could just trade those levels. And now all you got to do is come in here and find your downtrend lines. Which I didn't put any more downtrend lines. Sorry, I forgot to put more extra downtrend lines in on this play. Again, too steep of an angle. Wouldn't put it in. This is the one decent downtrend I do see right through there. And, you know, good, you know, decent angle. All these are, now you can put them in, but these are more when you go like a 5-minute time frame. Those just end up being really tight bull flags, right? There's no real, that you can see is an actual trend that was built in, a downtrend, a trend team. Don't forget, when you're saying trend line or downtrend, you are saying a trend. This is not a trend, that is a reversal, okay? Remember that. And please stop again, for the love of Almighty Jesus, trying to put every trend line starting from the freaking bottom. There's a trend line. 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 Stop. Stop it. Stop. Give me that chicken sandwich. Give me the waffle fries. Stop doing that. Stop. Say, give me my chicken sandwich. Give me my waffle. All right, stop doing that. There's your down trend. And that's how you put lines in. Whoa, nasty sell off. And 350. We gonna get high of day. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Come on, be high of day. Yes, 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 yes. Nice, 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 nice. Good sell off there. Let's see here. Let me quickly. Are you on the live stream? I'll type it out too. Parad. How do you say that? Paradigm. How the fuck do you say that word? But are you on the live stream? Let's see. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? Let's see how much room to breathe, scale in and out. Are you on the live stream right now, Para? Are you on the live stream? Let me just know. Let me know if so. Then yeah, I'll answer that. Paradigm. Okay, cool. Gosh, damn, that one. That's a hard one there. I'm like, what's the silent G? It's killing me. I hate silent letters. Oh, they're so stupid. I don't get them. Oh, Skeptic Stoic. What's up, brother? I know exactly who you are. It makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, cool. So real quickly, just to reread the word. Not his name, but reread the question. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? How much breathing room, scale in and out. So, two things. If bounce plays and reversals, right? So first, for both, minimum to me needs to be about 30 to 50 cents. Now, it depends on the mover. If we're looking at a stock that's, let me go find one real quickly. If we're looking at a stock that's like, what was a sub $1 play that's run here recently? That was IVVD a sub $1 play. What was one that was sub $1? Gee golly, I know this play wasn't it? I think maybe, yeah. Well, that's sub $1. My point being, if you have a play paradigm, Skeptic Stoic, that is, say, going from, let's just go down here, and I'll just zoom into like right here. Not even that. Right here's good. And and you're going from, whoa, way too much space, Joshua. Somewhere right about right here, right? And you're working with a play that's going from like 70 cents to $1.20. Well, it's not happening. So 20 cents, right? And I've talked about this. So a play that's around, because typically, let's just say my crowd, my demo that you guys are listening are trading right around $1, right? So right around right here is the starting ground of what you're looking at in trading, usually, generally, most of the time. So with 75 cents to 125 area, you're looking for a minimum 10 to 15 cents, boss. 10 to 15 cents, maybe 20 cents is good. Then once you start moving up to this area right through here, and now you're trading like $1 to $2 range, give me 25 to 30 cents. And then when you start moving into the $2 to $5 range, kind of where we're getting to now, give me minimum 30 cents, but possibly give me, 50 cents. Just depends on what we're setting up. How we always think about this, we always talk about how big was each reversal. So the reversal here is 260 down to 225. So we're going to give that, we'll call it really 265, right? So we'll call it 40 cents. So now I know I'm working with 40 cent pullbacks, 40 cent reversals, 40 cent bounce plays. So how far does the bounce play go? Well, that would be my target. So same thing for the next reversal, we're looking for short up top, 285, 290 we'll call it really, or whatever. Then we go down to 250. So now we have a 30 cent reversal. So, okay, we're working in the same area. Then same thing again here. 310 down to 270, 40 cent reversal. So typically you want to look at that too as well, depending on when you've entered the trade, right? If it's way early on in the morning, you may not get a good tell of the tape because a play like this didn't really get to move it until in market. Sometimes in pre-market, a lot of our plays we're looking at them for 2, 3, 4 hours, and I don't really need to worry about, I don't need to worry about, which I'm going to get into one extra little thing on small caps before I move on, which would be charting pre-market after a certain amount, depends on when you come in, which I'm going to get into that. But say a play's been moving from, say, in pre-market from 170 to 350. Well, now it's going to show you that. Like, say, if it's moved this much and moved all around, moved for 2-3 hours in pre-market, Now you can generally just use that chart and then also tell yourself what's the tail of the tape. How big are each reversal is going to be. But for me and myself, again, usually I can play I want to go with the sandwich. I want to say, old resistance equals new support at 275. Well, I know this play needs to go up about 40 cents for me to get a good bounce play. So 275, it goes to 310. Now I feel safe for it to come back down to bounce off my area. Voila, for the, boom. Same thing here. Goes, okay, 320 break, blah, 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 or I want to bounce play around 310 to 320. I like this resistance area. Past chart history, you saw this too, as maybe as well as I did. Have your line in there already. Okay, give me 40 cents, minimum 40 cents. Well, we break out. We'll call the top area 320 to 355, right? So 35 cents, especially from here, definitely is 40 cents. Voila. Wait for the 40 cent pullback, and then you get your bounce play. Trying to hold this shit yet again on another 40 cent pullback. 340 down to 3. So does that make sense? Skeptic, Stoic, Paradigm, also King Lion, everyone else out there listening, and hopefully everyone that's going to be listening to this future right now, whether it's December the 1st, the 21st of November, whenever you're watching this. That's what I'm always looking for. Make it make sense. Like I always say, build me the chart. Show me the chart. Look at this, fucking perfect. Now we're about to be a 40 cent bounce play. Like this chart's running technically sound. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll build a technically sound chart where you can get a lot of different, I hate this because I want 350 to be the high of day. But yes, that's what I'm always looking for. Look at the bounce. And so, yeah, always look at the reversals. The other thing I want to show you is coming in to chart in pre-market. I'm going to have to go back and find something that's moved here. Already 30 minutes into this. So this is a small cap part 1. Maybe I'll make this 2 parts, and this is going to be small caps. So I think I'll do that. I'll do small caps right now. We'll take a break. I'll come back and do large caps this afternoon because I don't want to make this too long-winded. So let me go to my morning alerts. This will be the last part of the small caps and how to chart, how to trade them. Well, not how to chart or trade them, how to chart. I could go to how to trade them in so many different ways. I did bring up ways how to trade them, right? Downtrend break, waiting for candlestick confirmation, trend lines, how to put them in. So a lot of different ways how to trade them. A lot of new ideas may be brought up, right? How big the pullbacks are going to be, how big the bounce plays are. Now you know when you're taking a trade, quick home run hitting it. You see that bounce plays are 30, 40 cents. You see reversals 30, 40 cents. You need to be out half or 3/4 at that 30, 40 cent mark. And what you need to be doing to break down, and let's just go to it. Let's go to GLTO. Let's go to GLTO here. Let's go to GLTO. Didn't do anything today. Was hoping maybe it possibly would. Did not. All right, let's go to GLTO. So in GLTO, there's stocks that have already been running. I know, and this isn't the greatest of examples, but it's a decent one. But say you're not always up at 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Regardless if you are, and we are now at 7 o'clock. When I come in, because most days when I come in, I'm not a super early pre-market trader, although right now that's where a lot of the spikes and the moves are happening earlier than they used to be. Used to be, because you can see I'm Central Time Zone, right? So used to be they were from most of the time in most of my journey right around this PR release 7, 7:30, and 8. Those were the big PR times, right? So Eastern Time Zone would be 8, 8:30, and 9. That's when all the action was, the spikes were, the reversals were, the shorts were finally happening then. Even if they were running a little bit before that. But now a lot of the spikes in the movement are happening 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning locally for me. Point being, when I come in at 7 o'clock, I literally just start using the charting at hand. I don't go back in time. There's no reason to go back in time, and I'll show you why here, and I'll put levels in, even on this kind of the chaotic mover, on how you can just trade. And here's one line up top already, but let me just go in and put some more extra lines in here. And we'll see how these lines work out over the next foreseeable future and for the weeks to come. The days to come, whatever. Maybe even weeks to come. But boom, into that level. Already got the line in right here, the yellow line. We got a little new, I got the trend line. That's the trend line right here. That line right here is the uptrend channel. So those would be the lines that I could say possibly I could look to trade, right? Those are kind of my areas if I work into market that I would look to be trading at resistance level. Of course, if you want to, have this top green line in, but then we can just see here, once we get into market, how those lines start to work out. Now, they're not perfect, no, and there are some new lines that get created in, which I'd say you want to put a new line in here right out of this second bounce, right off of that second bounce, because now we have a bounce, and now we have a bounce, and now we have resistance there, right? So that's sexy. This line ends up being pretty darn good, pretty damn good. The only lines you're going to what? Start adding in trend lines. And yes, I would start with the base here for sure and work into that and realize it's kind of a choppier chart, but there's your uptrend and the uptrend crack. You could start it, you know, at a better point if you want to, but I'd say somewhere right around there is your uptrend. Whoopsie, I didn't want to do that. Come on. I want to do this. Right about there. And if, like I said, if you want to lower that, you know, whatever. Obviously, now as a painted picture, you certainly would. But I'm saying early on, you might have that a little too tight. Moving forward here, if you want to put an extra line in, we'll go one more line in right here because you don't want to do too many lines. You don't want too many lines close to one another. You just want the lines that are working out that you can trade, that have profitability zones. So if I crack 20, and that's $1 away. That's good, right? So now we can just roll through here for the day, and we can see how these lines that we put in pre-market are working out in market. And now we can go to after hours, right? Now, again, extra lines that you would be putting in. You know, you obviously, I don't want to keep doing that. But my point was going in here to pre-market. If the play has already been running, you don't need to go to past chart history. If you come in like I do, or you come in later in the day and you come in at an hour after the bell, use the chart at hand. That's what's being traded right now. The levels have been created. I get that, like, what, really? I'm like, yes, I don't go back and do I've had times where it's ugly. I always love this story. It was like 3 days straight, or I remember it was about 3 days in a short amount of period. It was kind of like it is now. Maybe it had to have been 2021 into 2022, right? Because I know it wasn't it had to have been 2020 and 2021 because there wasn't a lot of, whatever reason I didn't come into about an hour after the opening bell. I was probably being lazy because I was probably starting to kill it and just taking whatever. But I didn't come in until, I remember it was about 9, it was around this time, about 9 to around 9:30. And there was just perfect, you know, like, not that we had one today, but it'd be like this trend line. A trend line that was formed from pre-market, running for about an hour, you know, like this back here, all the way. And I'm like, oh, guys, trend line crack below the VWAP. Wow, this would be a great. And it was like 3 days in a row. Come in, I got one, maybe it was 2 or 3 trades in about 15, 20 minutes and was done. Just killed it. So that's my point. You can come in and the chart's created. You don't have to go back and try to, well, let me go back on the 4 hour. No, it's right here. Because you can even then zoom out in the next days, or even in Power Hour, how these lines almost work out gorgeously. You don't have to go through every, you know, if it's already been moving, until we get above 26 is my point. Until we get above 26, or this low of day right here, that we double bottom off of the next day, that we can now put a line in, you can just sit back here and trade these levels. Maybe manipulate them a little bit if you need to. Okay, now I need to find levels over 25 and go back to past chart history here. We hit it a million times. Of course, it's going to break. Look how you can trade. Look at this thing. Look at that line. Look at that fail. Fail. Bouncing on it. This is from pre-market on Monday. Pre-market Monday levels that we find a couple more in market that now we can go back through here in the past week and look how those levels worked out like a charm later on. Look at the bounce play. Look at this. This is why now you add extra levels. Yes, true. I mean, I'm coming in here and seeing some of my eyes. I can't help but laser them on in, right? That's it. That's it. Quit making it so hard on yourself. Make it easier. Lines I found on Monday were usable. Recycle, whatever, reduce, reuse. Recycle, reduce, whatever that 3 thing was when we started doing the recycling in the 80s and the 90s. This is perfect. This is, again, why I love the chart, why I love teaching you guys the chart, why I've said forever ago I want to be the best charter ever. Or if not, like, and I have slowly gained this, like, underground following, which is crazy, with Trade the Pool, and that shout out, you know, with some guy over in Europe, and he, you know, gave me all this love, and now he's doing one-on-ones. Well, he's like the Europe version of me, essentially. He hadn't been doing it as long, but he's doing stuff with TTP now. Like, I was like, what? This is crazy. But that's what I wanted. I wanted this whole lore. Oh, you haven't heard of AK-47? Oh, damn. This is why. I hope this rings a bell with you guys, how to make it easy on yourself. Any last questions on the Discord, on the live stream? Reduce, reuse, and recycle them lines. Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, something like that. I knew it. Any questions? Anything else from you guys? Good almost 40-minute long lesson right there in small caps. I'll do large caps later today. That'll be the afternoon. You got a Paradigm? You got it? Anyone else on the Discord? Anyone else on the live stream here? Hopefully that helped out and rang a bell. That's what I've been doing since 2018. Every single day. Every day. This is where I come up with the lines and levels for you guys in pre-market. And let's go back to this. And I'm going to end this off real quickly. Where's it at now? Okay. All right. Well, I'll end on this to give a tease into the large caps. I want everyone to listen to this real quickly and what I said the SPY was going to do today.
Put this over in the live stream. So I just talked about it too as well, in my opinion, on the Discord too as well. It's either 661 essentially for the SPY today. That is a guarantee, or back up to 674. The ultimate high of the day. I feel we will get even higher than that normal high. I just did that just in case. But I feel
boom. Called this out in pre-market before the opening bell. Obviously, I was gonna say how long. It was only 15 minutes for the opening bell today. That I said we'd either go down and hit that 660 mark, or we are flying right. Let's get into another charting part lesson, charting here with the large caps. We did small caps already. This will be more mid cap to large caps, how to chart them, what to use, and I'll go over like a mid cappy play and I'll go over a large cap play. How to find levels, what you're wanting to look for, what time frames to use. Again, little two-part lesson coming up. Be about 45 minutes long for the two lessons combined. So what I'm going to start off with is give a morning alert that I gave this morning. So this will also show you how I'm getting those levels and what to be looking for, how to use these levels on the morning alerts. But let's just show you how the levels I gave this morning, let's listen to them.
Now, over that mark, watch for a pop-up for your ultimate high of day at 6,878. Watch for top flat resistance at right around 678. Over 678, watch for move up to 679.50. No, 678.75 rule, then 679.50. Then over that, we go up to 680.60. Normal high of day at 680.60. End around 6.8.
And that comes into play right here. No, that's the 79.50. All right, so there's 79.50. I got the 875 rule. So what I probably did was zoomed into here. And there's where I'm getting it from, right there. Right here. That's where I'm getting it from, right here.
80. 680.60 is the high from Wednesday, the 5th of this month. The low on the 12th of this month is right at that area. Now, over that mark, watch for a pop-up for your ultimate high of day to 682. And I'm going to go there for your ultimate high of day. Now, if we get over 682, we're going into 682.50. Well, we'll call that your normal high of day, or ultimate high of day. 682 to 682.50. Let's go back down here. On the way down, bounce in pre-market, right around 675.80. Under that, we go down to around 674. We'll go 675.75 to 675.50. Watch for a bounce. That's also coming off of last Thursday's high of day. If we crack through that, watch for a move down to 674.85. Then we're going down to 674.35. Little small incremental levels right through there, really. It's there that we get a good crack finally down to 673. 673 normal low of day, ultimate low of day, then goes to 672.50 at first, and then below that to 671. 671, the old trend line up. Watch for a bounce there today if we do get down low.
We never went down low. We went up. And so that's where I'm giving you levels, and that's what I'm looking for. So essentially, when I come into pre-market and I'm trying to chart levels, I essentially am zooming out from here onward and what levels do I need to use. So on the downside, I only need to chart here. And I use the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Why? Well, there's going to be a lot of people still that just got over to large caps from small caps or whatever and still trade and chart in the 1 minute to 3 minute or 5 minute time frame, trying to find levels, even on the daily. Then you've got your 4 hours, the hourly time frame from a lot of traders. Some people use the 30, not a lot, but some use the 30-minute time frame. But you got the 30, the hourly, the 4 hour. Not many use the daily in large caps, but some do. I feel the 15-minute, and a lot of traders you can go across the board now that I've done this long enough, which is awesome. That's what a lot of traders are using actually to chart. Like good professional traders, right? They're finding the in-between ground in the 15. Well, I use the 15-day just because it goes back and lets me know, okay, well, what trend are we in? If I have to go back further, I do. But generally speaking, you're going to use levels from what's just been created recently, right? You're not going to go back to look at levels from 3 months ago, a year ago, generally, unless you need to go back to that level because you haven't been there. Again, go back to the small cap series that I did, and that's when you have to go up and then back to the left and try to find something forever ago. I get it then. Makes sense. Well, there isn't that case here. You have charting already built in. So all I'm looking for are reversals, a lot of touches. Again, zooming out, trying to find with the touches over the past couple of weeks. And so that's why I said on the way up today, and I called this out in my morning alerts to say watch for this, and then later on the what to trade at the bell, that I really like SPY for a move at the bell today. Like what to trade at the bell. And here, this is so you can, what you also guys are missing out on not having the morning alert. So here we go. Large caps, here we go.
So we're seeing a lot of that again, back to reiterate.
Wrong one.
Fair plays at the bell, going back to it. Kind of looks like some of these plays want to pop, some want to drop. Tesla, in a way, honestly, like especially the Qs, especially PLTR, have a good chart set up for the squeeze and more continuation. Now, there are plays that will get better movement maybe later on in the day, but those would be my favorite ones right there out of the gate, out of the bell. Watch for squeeze SPY as well. Looks like it wants to pop and go for more.
So, lay down. I'm doing a little lesson, baby girl. So it just had that reek. Why? Well, we had this beautiful, you just kind of zoom in for the day. Uptrend, 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 right? We have this huge U-shape eclipsing the high from this kind of overall, in my opinion, kind of a weird U-shape that's going on there, right? Getting back over the resistance level into yesterday and tying it, getting right at it, failing at it. Okay, I get it. Are we going to get over? Are we going to fail and come back today? No, we run and go for more this morning, holding all that resistance area from the previous week or two. That's bullish state of mind. Then secondly, on top of that, what do we have this morning? This beautiful downtrend. So if we break the downtrend, which we do, and then hold, which that's where I'm starting to give these morning alerts this morning, is right through here. I want to let the movement happen in pre-market. Why? Well, if I'm going to trade the opening bell onward, which I do in large cap plays, I like to trade options, I want to wait till about 30 to 45 minutes before the opening bell, then start to get my charts in, right? So once I see that we broke the downtrend and we're now holding, we're bouncing off the downtrend and holding above it, I know that this play has a huge shot to squeeze at the bell. We squeeze, I know we drop, soak back down, and it ends up being a great bounce play after that. Then goes to new high, but it still kind of fills the holes. Now, again, where to give levels. So just to zoom in a little bit to go down, we'll do that to start off with before we go back out. I know it's like, wow, how do you see these? I just can see real well. I have good eyesight, but I get this a lot. Like, man, I can't really see these. How are you seeing this? I've done this for so long that I can see all these little levels. All I have to do is put my crosshairs in, and I can see where these plays are touching, where I have a lot of touches at. And so the one key thing is always pre-market high, pre-market low. So we always want to start with that, then go down. Find levels in between. And knowing that I see pre-market low is pretty much at what would be the high of day on this Thursday. The high here from the previous Friday is also where the high of day and failed at yesterday. It's pretty much in the same area. So we got to know general rule of thumb with these large cap plays, especially the SPY, give it 10, 20, 30 cents. Sometimes you can hear me even though I said, my high of day may be a 50-cent range, sometimes even $1 with some of these tickers. Why? You have to understand that some areas are like this of yesterday. I could have said 676 high of day, right? 676 area. Well, that's where you could have said 675.50 to 676 because there was a 50-cent area that you better have taken profit. Now, again, didn't fall back. It did go for more, right? But it's my point. Where's the resistance going to be at? A lot of the time, it's going to be an area, not like fully defined on the dot. So know that with large caps too. So I know underneath that area, 75.50, the next leg is going to come down. And the next leg down under 75.50 would lead me to this juncture right here. 74.65 into this 74.40.35 area that I talked about. That then runs into also another uptrend channel that could bounce. If I crack that, I'm going down to this bounce reversal at 73.30, and then I'm going down to this reversal at 72.50. Knowing that this is the key area that we just looked at. Also finding some of these areas lining up, with back where we failed at previously before. And then the next area down takes me to here. The bounce and reversal we had at 71.70. Now under 71.70, that's where you finally get a good move in my opinion, because then you come down to the highs and reversals right through this area, right through here, right around 70, right? Now I didn't think we were going to get there because of this whole trend line up. Figured it would hold us up. Nothing there really on the charts at 71, early on this morning when we were there, right? Not a lot, almost there, right about there at 71.50. And that's where you would say 71.50 into 71 would be your bottom area support. Find the little areas like that, find those corridors. I mean, you could say, even like yesterday, look at this, and I know it's a 15-minute time frame, but we can even just go to like, say, if you trade in a 3 or 5, the low of day, I could have said, look, we're confirming all the way up at 65.40, but the low is really all the way down at 64.50. This is what I mean by area, this is what I mean by area. Hey, we could have resistance at 70.50 to 71, if I gave that area. Usually it's a little more defined than that, obviously. I'm just trying to give you examples of when I say area, or that if you don't even have my morning alerts, you should know by, doing this long enough that you need to have areas and not just defined on the dot support, where, like, say, if I say, hey, take profit at 680.50. Anytime now you can be taking profit. Anytime now. You go ahead. You don't have to get 86.50 on the dot. We're about, depends on where you got in at. I hope you're not taking 15, 30 cent base hits here in the large caps. That's not what needs to be done. But you can see, boom, we're soaking to 80, 80.50. So anytime now, just kind of be taking profit, scaling out as we're getting as close as we can to that mark. Not knowing we could fail at 80.50, 80.43, 80.39. So then back to the areas. Like let's go to a different chart real quickly. I think right there that hopefully helped you guys on where I'm trying to find areas and where, like today on the SPY, and how to use them a little bit more so. 15-day, 15-minute time frame. I want to try to find one that's a little bit more clean. We'll go to a mid-cap play in SMR. And doing the same thing, and then now say if we got to an area here that we haven't been in the 20s for a while. So that's why I want to get to this. Now we go to the 4-hour time frame. So we get a little information, but not a lot. Takes us back, at least on Thinkorswim, which I love, the 6 months, which is about far enough. After 6 months, you probably want to go to a yearly anyway, or weekly possibly. Depends on how far you want to go back and what you're trying to trade. Are you a day trader? Probably weekly. I mean, if you're a swing trader and you're holding for 2, 3, 4, 5 days, 6 days, a month, it's weekly. If you're more of a day trader, in and out, 4 hours your go-to. And so you find the area that you're at, and then all you do is you come back in here in this area where you know you're at now, and you can see the price action where it's at. Then you just find levels and go, okay, if we crack under, and here's the main thing. What's the lows from recent? The lows from recent here are 17. You can use these levels. But let's just say, 17 is about the lows we've been here recently. So you just go back in time and find the last time you were in the 17s. And like we did, we zoom into this area and go, wow, I find a lot of support and then a resistance fail. I like this 1650 mark. That looks good. I like 1650. There's a lot of support, a lot of touches through there, right? Touch, touch, touch. We're touching, we're getting failing, we're getting touches. 1615, 1635. The next area down. Where do you find something? Well, it's just putting the crosshairs in and just trying to find it, right? It's not going to be a fine art, but it's just trying to do your best here. So I can see touches back to here, touch right there, getting close to being a touch right there. Then we have the lower shadow right there. So I'd say 1580, 1565 support. Let's go to the next level. I see a nice good flat top. Do I see anything else that runs into it? A little there. Pretty much the 1540, 1535 mark. Boom. Boom, boom, right? Next level down, right? And then 15, probably flat, I'd bet. Nah, maybe, yeah, right about 15. Yep, right about 15. So little touches right through here, touch there, some touches through here, nothing crazy, right? So right about 15 is where I'd put the next line at. Under 15, next line down, I'm trying to find it. I know I see this. I mean, then the ones you find, like your eyes just see them right away where there's a lot of touches, just go ahead and put them in. If you just can't help but, like, I see one there, put it in. Put those in, but that's what you're doing. You're going back to the 4-hour time frame and trying to find, so if you start popping back on up and we're running from, say, like 25 to 26, you're just using this. Maybe trying to come back here and help it out with here. You move back between 30 and 35. Now you're trying to come back through here and find the last times you were really, really hitting 30 and 35. Once you get back up to the 40s and 45s, you don't have to use all. Just try to find a lot through this area and then see what works. Because sometimes you're going to put lines in that work, and then sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. And so what I want to do is just do that right now. We'll go to a play that I haven't done that on today, and we'll go to PLTR. And I want to go 15-day, 15-minute time frame. What you guys can do in the morning, and I'm just going to put lines in on charts. So we're kind of in the middle of the chart here. I'm just going to put lines in on where I feel they should be at, just according to the chart here. Extend to the left so I can see where we're getting there. I'll put them in from the... Now I have to go back here. Put one in right there. Okay. I'll just leave those in and see how those work out. Do I want any more in from here? No. All right, let's see how those work out. Well, and there's not a lot in action. Let's go to the 3-minute though, see if we see any. Okay, well, yeah, there we. Wow. Okay, so there you go. Bounce play, right? Didn't get one here. All right, so I didn't get one there at 67.25. I want to go back in time now. 67.25, 67.25, 67.25, 67.25. Right off that high day, 67.25, 67.25, and then you kind of zoom in. I don't see shit at 67.25. Could be a fib line. It could be some. I don't know, maybe a moving average of some sort that I'm not using that was hit today there. Regardless, the 3-minute time frame, this is pretty nice and pretty cool. Seeing this, bounce. Didn't get low of day, so 64.25, 64.20, 64.25, 64.20. 64.25, 64.20, 64.25. Yeah. Oh, that's where I almost thought about putting one in when I zoomed in. Was right here at this area right there. And look at that. When I put it in where it hits at. Boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. So that's it. This would be the lines that you'd trade. And then if you want to put more in on the downside, then I'd put... Because, look, I did Tesla the other day. And look, Tesla's a kind of a wonkier mover. I think I did Tesla and a couple others. And then, look at Tesla. So when did I put this line in? I did this last week on the 17th. So I did this almost 10 days ago. I put these lines in. Put these in on the 17th. Look at this line almost 10 days later. This is how you put lines in. This is it. I mean, this is it. I mean, look at low of day almost hit yesterday. Let's just go back to yesterday and see how the 3-minute time frame worked. Well, not great. There are some, and that's the thing. Sometimes these levels aren't. Well, that line worked out perfectly today on the 3-minute time frame. Holy moly! I mean, and then there, like I said, there will be lines that you need to delete, or you know what? I see a line that's really been working out right here. This is really awesome and sexy. Maybe, and it's not perfect, but let's just say there was like, boom, touch, 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 and there was a lot of touches right there at this line. Back to, let's just go back. We'll just extend this to the left and see what we get. Let's see what we get here. Not bad, right? Kind of close. We're close there. Touches, almost touch. So I'm going to get rid of it. But if it was like that and there's just a lot of touches on it, like, all right, I'm going to add that line. But this is how you chart. Any questions from anyone that's listening right now? I don't care if you're on the Discord, where you're at on YouTube. Any questions you guys have on how to chart on the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. You can see just coming over here, I put lines in on the whatever day that was, the 17th. So right here, I put lines in on this day. And then look how those lines worked out pretty nicely, especially if you go to the 3-minute time frame. Because 3 to 5 is how and where you want to be trading at today. Or day trading is my point. That's it. This is what you're doing every single day. Go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Put your support and resistance lines in. Let's just do this even like right here, because this one's been moving here recently. That's not really that pretty. It's kind of a little down and then back on up. Large caps will do this though. I'm just trying to find another ticker so you can just see how NVDA has been really ugly and wonky. Google maybe, because it's been up and moving. So over the last week, I can put lines in here and say, hey, let's try to put lines in from a certain day onward, and let's see how well those work. So let's go back further days. Let's do this. Let's just do one more here. Any questions you guys have? Anything? Does this make sense on what to do? This is in pre-market. This is if you come in at the opening bell. If you want to find quick levels to use the rest of the day, this is where and how you're going to find it, right? So let's just say, from the earnings report onward, and let's just say this day in you haven't traded Google. We'll just try to see how this works out. And I'm going to go chart Google, and it's this day in pre-market. And I'm going to put, tell you where I'd put lines in for the morning alerts. So I see flat top right here. And that flat top then runs back and extend to the left right through here, right? And so I can see resistance at that area. Next is going to be here. Next is going to be off of here, which then runs back into that area. Next is going to be, let's go down. We'll go one more level up. We'll go right there, extend to the left. This resistance support area. And then we're going to have one more of those, like the reversal up top right there. I'm going to just stick with that for now. On the way down, on the way down, on the way down, on the way down. So on the way down here. Off that level. Off the bottom of this level, but I don't see a lot there when I extend that in. Yeah, I do. I see a little bit more right back in here. Not a lot. See how well these work out. Oh my gosh. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna just stick with these lines, and I feel like I'm just this is what I should be doing. Didn't eat anything either. I was like, I pushed through. It was funny earlier. I was like, just push through, bub. You got it, bud. All right. So off of that and off of this little corridor, which then runs back to, if you extend this to the left, off of this area. Now we're moving up off of this resistance support area, right? Support again then here. This then comes from those lows. This extend to the left, comes off of that resistance area, then bounce right there, low of day, right? left comes off of that resistance area, then bounce right there, low of day, right? You could see where maybe I have my lines in. Now let's just go to this day. Let's move forward here, and we'll go to a 10-day, 3-minute time frame, because I just put those lines. So let's, what day was this? This day was the 5th. Oh, that was way back here. Okay, so I don't know if that's going to work out still. Regardless, we're going to a 3-minute time frame. We're going back to 30 days. And we're going to go back and see how those lines worked out. All right, because we were right about here. Yeah, we're right through here. So let's see how these lines worked out. This is the day that we were going to trade. Remember, this is the one day we came down, found the lows right there, right? So this is kind of what we weren't. We didn't get to see anything past the 4th or 5th. No, we did, because we saw this day. This is where we were. That's right. That's where we were. All right. So this was the day we were going to trade. Woo! Baby, baby! Look at that. That is gorgeous. The reversal offer right there. Pretty much nailed high of day to start off with. That then became support once we got over it. Let's keep going through these days here. That one not so well. Probably now want to add a new line in of resistance I see right here, because we then bounce off of it. Now we're, oh, look at the lines coming into play. Oh, now we're coming back down. And whoa, Nelly, look at the bounce. Oh, we didn't get there. Oh, we were so close. Look at the lines. Look at them coming in. Look at them coming in here. Now let's keep working our way back to you, babe, in the current present time here. And we cracked down for more. Did we catch lows? Yeah, we got close. We got close. New line didn't quite get in between there. It's a big gap between lines, you know, but this one worked out pretty well through here. Not, you know, not perfect, right? This is kind of one of those days that you may want to add new lines in, particularly, possibly. Oh, are we going to... Okay, we did crack down lower, but we did hit some lows and bounce off of them. Look at this day. Nailed the high of day perfectly. Bounce Bliss is pretty damn close. And we did this now, Dan, 2 weeks ago. At this point, 10 days ago. And look how well the lines are working out. Look how well the lines are so close. Look at this. I mean, we are killing. This is what you do. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, look. I mean, they're so close to being perfect. And we did that. Look at that channel built in there. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh, it's gorgeous right there. I think it's the last time. No, we did stay in this level a little bit longer. And these lines still, for the most part, coming into play here. That's it. And then what you want to do if you come in later in the day, you're coming in right now, you should already have those lines in from days ago. Right? Then what you do is you come in a 3-minute time frame and you go, okay, now I'm going to put new support resistance lines in. Maybe you don't have them for the day or whatever. And you're going in and doing that. Boom, there's one there. Boom, you know, there's one right here. Boom, there's one right here. Now, will these last till tomorrow? Maybe not. Maybe some of these aren't working anymore and you have to get rid of them. They're only working for the day. I'll just put one right there for now just because I want to know the next level up is a pretty good gap. Actually, you could put one maybe possibly right there at 2130, resistance support. I don't want to do too many lines. Then you're going to come in and make sure you put down, you want to come in here every fucking day and put downtrend line. Every day you're putting downtrend lines in. Why? Because you need to find out where the true channel's out. Well, the true channel to me, that's the downtrend. We just had a huge sell-off profit taking, and the downtrend actually starts off this candle. Why? Look at this almost parallel lineage. We got, look at this. Is you want parallel trends. Parallel trends. The more parallel they get, even to the sideways horizontal effect, the better the true move you'll get. They'll move more technically sound, right, so to speak. You come in if you want to put, there's not really a trend line in. There's kind of one based off this low. Now, again, just like in my small cap series, don't always base it off the low. It doesn't have to be that way. This is kind of the same thing with the high of day, and I'll find you another one where you may want to do that in the large caps, and I showed that off in the small cap series, where you want to start it at the high of day and keep like this. There's a downtrend, there's a downtrend, there's a down. And you keep basing it off freaking the eye on the top of the tower, the Sauron, whatever that tower was in the tower, the Lord of the Rings. Don't do that, you know. But that would be the lines that you put in, you know. Then get rid of this old uptrend channel. That's probably not going to come into play today. If you do want to put a trend line, you know, you want to base it off the bottom portion of where that uptrend would be coming from, and to me it'd be about right there. So get some touches coming in, and there's your trend line, right? Uptrend channel, in my opinion, I can tell it starts probably from putting it in right there. And to make it parallel, and I can come down actually a little bit more and make it more parallel into those bodies of the candles like I want to anyway. And boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. L lay down, not done with the sitting, just not done yet. You're going to have to find a spot to lay down. So that's it. There's your trend line. Now you can get rid of these. Why? You just want to practice putting them in. They aren't going to come into play anymore. Why? Well, obviously they're way the heck down here. You're just not going to, there's no way you're going to catch those down trend lines. So you get rid of them. You leave the lines in as long as there's a chance to catch them or hit them again. Why? On top of that, the other next why, if you break out and pop up out of this trend, this will be support as you come back down to it. Same thing if you crack the trend line and you come down. If you pop back on up, that old trend line, especially the stronger and the longer of a trend line, will become resistance and will fail. You will see that, just like you do in the small caps. That's where you put that's it. That's all the lines you would have in on this. Now you go do another ticker, right? Now you want to come over here. Let's go to at least Meta. We'll go to Meta. And here's a good example of don't start from the high. The downtrend is not, this is not the downtrend. That's just not it. That's not a trend. This was a reversal out of the start of the gate. This becomes the little micro downtrend that you have there, right? Then you can come in and put the down support line into it, more so with the bodies of the candles, if you, boom, right? See how parallel that is? That's your trend line. You know, that's where you'd want to start it at. Saying now, once you pop up, you can visibly and should be visibly be able to see the downtrend, and there's your downtrend. Then the break of it, you can confirm, touch it. Now you're holding it a little bit. Trend line, start it for sure. This one from low of day. Well, I say low of day, but that low area, that's fine with me. That was your wedge you had forming. That was it. But my point being, let's say, in which I'll try to find another one, but where you have example like this to the trend line. It's not always from low of day. Like you find a trend, that's the trend. Find where the actual movement's going to. I'll keep finding more. I know you kind of get where to put support resistance lines in. I'm going to try to keep putting trend lines in for you guys. Oh, we already did Googs. We already did Google. Let's go to B. B, good example here. You're not starting from here. You're going to start. That's where the trend starts. The uptrend channel. The uptrend, because you're starting a new trend. You got to always remember that. Starts from here, really. Because you double bottom, and then you pop and go. Now, your true resistance, you can go back and say it starts from here and say it starts from, whatever. So there's your parallel. But the bounce is, or I should say this bounce, the double bottom was the start of the uptrend. And for good God Almighty, stop doing this stuff. Now you do get a good decent break, eventually, kind of ish. Don't trade those downtrend breaks. You can see how long you have to be into that for that to finally be profitable. A very long time. The more severe the downtrends or trend lines look or appear, they won't provide for good volatile movement back to the top side. If anything, it's a bounce play that does, and it becomes the double bottom here. That's how you chart 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Zoom into the area and levels that you find the reversals, and those are a lot of touches. Use crosshairs. It will help you tremendously, a lot. Then if you have to, go back 4 hours, use the 4-hour time frame. If you can't use, if you're going to an area or level you haven't been in for the longest time. And then the general rule of thumb are these plays go 250, 5, 750, 875, and 10. So if you haven't been like Google, let's just go back to Google. We'll go to Googs here. And this play is racing to new all-time highs. And it gets over 3450, which I would have said 35. So over 35, 3750, 3875, 40. Over 340, 342.50, 345, 347.50, 348.75, 450. Yeah, 350. Is it going to hit all of them every time perfectly on the dot? No. But general rule of thumb, that's just what you get. I was going to say, I bet that bounced at 12.50. It was close. It bounced at 12, right? So, and that's where we failed at, was 312. So you're going to find that over and over and over and over and over. For the most part, that general rule of thumb. So again, if you haven't been in an area and you're going up, and well, I can't go up into the left. That's all-time high, Josh. General rule of thumb, 255, 750, 875, and 10. Over and over and over on the way up. Are there any questions at all here that I have on the Discord? Anybody at all on the live stream that want to go over charting and levels? Go through 15-day, 15-minute time frame to start. Find your levels from there over the past 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. Find that area and find the levels. 4-hour time frame if you go further back in time, and then use your general rule of thumb. If you come in to the market open and you haven't ever charted that play, what you need to do is just like I said, 3-minute time frame, 5-minute time frame. Find the levels traders are using that day. If you already have it charted, boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. Do yourself a little due diligence there, because your disservice is definitely coming in by not charting ahead of time. Doing the 15-day, 15-minute time frame ahead of time. Find that time to do it, And that way, those levels, you can see how accurate they were. Like we were hitting probably 70% of the time those levels I put in were hitting good trades. You'll have to delete some, add some, but that's where that 3-minute, 5-minute breakdown comes in that I did for you. Find the trend lines, find the downtrend lines, keep them in if they're still going to be into play. Find the new lines of support, resistance, sandwich areas, that come into play. There's your charting lesson right at about 30 minutes, capping it off there. Hope you guys enjoyed that. And if you have any questions, you need more help, comment on these videos. Like them, please. Smash the like button. Of course, any comment you leave, I'll always leave a little, a comment back. I will respond back. So if you have any questions about that, I can always respond and do another video, just another quick little 3, 5 minute, 7-minute video to dive into a question that, you may have. Use it. Like I said, this is how professional traders chart. So do yourself, like I said, you're literally a huge favor. Watch this over and over and over and over and over and over. Would you mind going over B? Yeah, sure. I'll go over B. 15-day, 15-minute time frame always to start off with. No questions, no ifs, ands, or buts. We'll start from pre-market this morning and go over levels and where I'd put lines in. So boom, just go over here. There's one right there. Boom. I'll put one that I know is good. There's one. I'll zoom in so I can see a little bit better. We'll start with that, then go from there and see if there's like another one I could have added in, which, yeah, I'll just add one more in just in case. I'll do this guy right there. All right, let's check it out. All right, so not great. Not perfect there, Bay 2, that's that chart, that 15, 15. Not perfect. You're a little all over the place, right? You're really far down, really down again. You're not creating a lot of levels for us to use, for the most part there. So that's one caveat. So don't forget about that. You're going to find it working out more like when we went to Google and you're in that trend for then you can really find levels a little bit easier. When you get this down, it's kind of like the one I was showing you, SMR. SMR is a lot like that as well. So when you have that downward look, it's really, the levels become a little inconclusive at times, right? But that would be the levels that I'd put in. And then when they don't work out and you go to the 3 or 5 minute time frame, whichever one you want to use, and see how well they're working or not working, then that's when you maybe adjust lines and go, well, I see that it kind of worked there and I get that, so I'm going to move that one there. We didn't quite get down to that line. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but one that we have to just immediately put in is right here, right? Now, if we want to get a little bit more of a better magnifying glass, I don't really have another one. I just have the trend line, like we went over and found the trend lines on it. This is more of an uptrend channel play today. This is where the trend line is a trend line play. Levels aren't really working out that well. I mean, I guess you could go in and add like these little sandwich areas, but then, but that's the thing, because it's an uptrend, so it's creating that staircasey look. But there would be a line that you need to put in today. If you want to add new lines, there's a new line I'd put in. That would be it, though. I wouldn't want to overline it. You can see my original lines that are a lot more spaced out. We just have this, huge sell-off. And then we just build a trend line. It's truly just an uptrend channel play, and you can see where we're failing at right now, So that would be 100% it. This would be the lines you have in: bottom support, resistance support, resistance support, because of the uptrend channel we've been in from, for the last hour and a half here. And you can look at my trend line. Boom. This is why I tell you to put your lines in and trade them. Uptrend channels if you find uptrend channels, trade them. Like we talked about, trend line cracks have not been that, for what, I have no idea why trend line cracks haven't been working out. We're building some here and there. And like I said earlier in the live stream, you may have missed it, Bothi. What's working the best is the trend itself. When I never trade, the trends are working the best. The toilet seat movement. Up, down, seesaw. Because usually, generally speaking, what's supposed to work is you crack the trend line and then you'll build a downtrend for another hour or 30 minutes or something along those lines, like this, but back down, working through these levels, the red lines. Now you crack a trend line, bounce, go back up, gets wonky, does some fucking coke and meth. Next thing you know, he ends up in jail and he fucking doesn't know where he's going. in life anymore. But this is what's been working. Fail, short, cover, buy, go, sell, short, cover, sell, short, cover, right? It's playing the top portion of it, because if I turn that sideways, if I turn this sideways, what is this? Sideways. This sideways is fucking what are all these plays this morning? What were those fucking sideways fucking plays this morning? Where they're just going sideways. Amber's one I know, like right here. Toilet seat movement. I know they had an uptrend, but you get my point. I can't remember what those plays were this morning. What were they? I gotta find one. Let me find one. AEHL was doing that this morning in pre-market. I thought it was AEHL. Oh, lay down. We're still doing it in market. This is all you're trading. Resistance, short, cover, go long, sell, short, cover, go long, sell, short, cover, go long, sell, short. You may get lucky. Oh, fuck, we finally cracked, right? That is the same thing as what Bay is. It's just on a trend line, right? So that's what's been working, actually. The best part of the trend lines, because we're forming some, not a lot like we were. You'd see 20 trend lines a day in 21, 22, 23, 24. I'm not kidding you. Trendline City. You just call me Mr. Trendline. Find it, short it when it cracked buy. And don't you? I'm like, nah, I don't trade it. I don't trade inside the channel. I trade the outside of it, the break of it, the crack of it. Well, now that's what's working the most, because when we break or crack out of it, we're fucking cracked out and broken out of our minds. Anywho, but there you go. Got it, Bothy? Bust boy. Everyone else, yes, good, glad. Like I said, I'm glad you're loving it. Like I said, this is it. It's how you chart. This is what to be looking for every day. You come in pre-market the night before, right at the opening bell, 15-day, 15-minute time frame. If you have to go back further, 4-hour time frame. You come in about right now, 30 minutes after the opening bell. Hopefully, you've already done your due diligence and your work, and you've got those lines in that you can maybe possibly use. The better, the cleaner the chart. As you saw on Google, we were fucking hitting almost every one of them. Well, some of those aren't working, blah, blah, blah. We see a bay. We need to add some lines. We need to find where the trend lines and the downtrend lines are. And hopefully with what I showed you, you now know how and where to put them in. Sit right there. That's a bed. You got it, Bothy. Yeah. All right. There's your lesson in large caps. Again, go back and watch this many times. The more you watch it, the better you're going to get at it, and the more you're going to learn from it. The more you repetition what I just showed you to do every day. Go through every ticker you can. Go to Apple. Go to AMD. Find the charts. Find out some are ugly. And then within you doing that every day, you'll realize with me, a chart like 15-day, 15-minute time frame that looks like Apple, you want to run away from, and you don't want to day trade that. This is ugly trash headache medicine right there. Don't chart that. Don't even try to. Find tickers that look like Google. AMD's not bad here recently with some decent movement. BABA's ugly. See, that's ugly. Just get out of here with that trash. Get out of here. Google has been pretty good recently. NVDA is pretty trashy here recently. It's a really choppy downtrend overall. SPY's not a bad one to do. Q's not a bad one to do. Go to your so find some mid-cap plays that you can go. But point being, 3 to 5 tickers every day, you need to be challenging yourself and breaking down charts. Every day. Find tickers, break them down. Find tickers, break them down. Already got the 15-day, 15-minute lines in. Go in 3 minute or 3 day, or I should say 3-minute time frame, 5-minute time frame, whatever it is. Start putting trend lines in. And start going, yep, I can see what AK's saying about putting trend lines in, and then boom, look at the trend line crack, didn't work. Beautiful uptrend channel, got really tight and consolidated, cracked nothing. Then we're right back on up, right? And so, but and then we start noticing that, and you can start, well, yeah, trend line cracks really aren't working right now. They were for the longest time, right now they're just not. Go in, put your lines in, and trade them. Until the next lesson or any other questions you guys have on this portion of my lesson, I'll go back and do another one and answer them, of course, with another mini part. Enjoy. Rewatch this, please, over and over and over. Repetition this. That's how you're going to get better. All right. Back here. Last portion of the day. Time to get in with Adrian Mans. This is going to be some good information here. OCG is halted up. So we do have OCG halted up here. I had my hat on there for a while. I have the hat here. Well, good enough for an interview. All right. So, Adrian Mans coming on right now. Been doing this for a long time. Going to get him talking about his journey, essentially, when he started, what all he's been doing, and essentially in his trading journey, how he started, what he was trading, going long, going short, small cap, large, what is he trading? Day trader, helping other traders out, doing his masterclass type stuff. Hopefully, maybe breaking down a strategy of his if he can. Red to green moves here from the large cap plays coming back on up today. I would imagine probably toward the end of the day in Power Hour we see a sell-off. OCG is your one small cap ticker. It is halted up. Just got to go back to yesterday really and start trying to find some of this charting that we could run back into for OCG. Which right now it seems like we're going to run back into this area where Kevin Avery was in yesterday, right on this 280 mark, right around 280 mark. If this gets over 280, OCG definitely could start to roll. Really could start to roll here over this 280 mark. So over 280, 290 really doesn't have a lot to move up to except for maybe this 330 mark here on 350, 330 mark on Tuesday, which was its first day running. But this is going to be its first area of resistance, right around 270, 280. That's the floor from Tuesday when we first started spiking. And, of course, the resistance and the fail area right here from yesterday, right there around 275, 280. So we'll keep our eye on OCG. What's up, Joe? Back at it. Those charting videos are priceless. Rewatching. Good job. Well, I'm glad you're watching. I say good job. I'm glad you're rewatching them. But thank you. Thank you. I figured it'd just be something to watch over there. And it was like crazy perfect timing. I didn't really, I thought it might be, but it was like perfect timing to where put the videos on, some lesson time, and then boom, we're right back at it with Adrian here. So let me actually spread this on social media that I'm about to start up with him. All right, we'll go here, and then there, and then here. And there's that. I'll move my drink out the way. Drink out the way. Move the drink out the way. No, I'll just pull it up right here, actually. Why would I even take it? I was going to almost do a screenshot. Why would I do a screenshot? Just show it all right here. All right, here we go. Part 2 of the Double Dual Stream Friday coming up here with Adrian Mans. Met this beautiful, awesome, great trader at the Money Show, which he was actually just at another Money Show again in Florida, which was at the 1st of December. Met him in October. OCG's halted up, but we're going to talk to him about what he's been doing the last 30 years in his stock trading journey.
The Double Dual Stream Friday coming up here with Adrian Mans. Met this beautiful, awesome, great trader at the Money Show, which he was actually just at another Money Show again in Florida, which was at the 1st of December. Met him in October. OCG's halted up, but we're going to talk to him about what he's been doing the last 30 years in his stock trading journey. Go part 2 of the Double Dual Stream Friday coming up here with Adrian Mans. Met this beautiful, awesome, great trader at the Money Show, which he was actually just at another Money Show again in Florida, which was at the 1st of December. Met him in October. OCG's halted up, but we're going to talk to him about what he's been doing the last 30 years in his stock trading.
Might want to put the link out there. Joshy. All right, I'm going to put the link out there. Let's go to Boom. Let's go to, where's my live stream at? There it is. Share. Copy link. Bam. Boom.
Part 2
Link.
the Double Dual Stream Friday coming up here with Adrian Mans. Met this beautiful, awesome, great trader at the Money Show, which he was actually just at another Money Show again in Florida, which was at the 1st of December. Met him in October. OCG's halted up, but we're going to talk to him about what he's been doing the last 30 years in his stock trading journey. So part 2.
All right, here we are. What's up, Mr. Osborne? Yeah, you have fun with that play. I am not touching nor looking at OCG as we'll get Adrian up.